Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Veterans who are amazing. I've actually visited many of them in the hospital, and they came out better than me. They came out looking good. If I had that look, I would have been president 20 years ago. I wouldn't have had to wait so long. You look great, fellas. But yeah, many of them, I didn't even realize it at the time, but I visited many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible job. The doctors are absolutely unbelievable, the job they do. So we were having a little meeting, and at the same time, we're signing some very important legislation, what will become legislation. And right now it's an executive order and having to do mostly with education. And we have our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who's been so incredible over the last few weeks. I've been watching her on television. I'd like to tell her she could do better, but she can't. She's doing it better. So I want to thank you, Linda. Fantastic. And we also have Commerce. And we have labor with us today, and you have been, thank you very much. And Howard, thank you very much. And we'll take some questions after we're finished. Maybe I'll ask Will to step forward, and you can go through some of these. Also, Lindsay, you'll work with Will, two very talented lawyers, as you all know by now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And we'll go through them. And Linda, why don't you come over here? In fact, why don't the three of you come over here?
We also have a special guest with us today.
Oh, that's right. Annette Albright. Where is Annette? Annette Albright. Charlotte Mecklenburg, school teacher. Very special one. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you. You get all sorts of awards for talent. That's good. Thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, please.
Sir, the first executive order we have prepared for your attention, there are currently laws on the books requiring certain disclosures of universities when they accept large foreign gifts. We believe that certain universities, including, for example, Harvard, have routinely violated this law, and this law has not been effectively enforced. So this executive order charges your departments and agencies with enforcing the laws on the books with respect to foreign gifts to American universities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll put it right here.
Next for you, sir, university accreditation is currently a process controlled by a number of third-party organizations. That's by statute, by law. Many of those third-party accreditors have relied on sort of woke ideology to accredit universities instead of accrediting based on merit and performance. This executive order affects a number of changes to the university accreditation process, also applies to law schools and other sort of graduate programs. But the basic idea is to force accreditation to be focused on the merit and the actual results that these universities are providing, as opposed to how woke these universities have gotten. So we're setting up new accreditation pathways. We're charging the Department of Education to really look holistically at this accreditation mess and hopefully make it much better.
Will we look into the past people that they've taken? For instance, I hear all about certain great schools, and then we read where they're going to teach people basic math that we could all do very easily, but they can't do. They're, going to the top school, and they come out with a program of teaching basic math to somebody that got into a Harvard or a Princeton or a Yale. Is that part of this?
When universities are not performing appropriately, whether that's in admissions or whether that's in their actual instructional activities, that's certainly something that accreditors should be considering, that right now we believe they're not doing a good enough job of. And I think Secretary McMahon could probably speak to that.
What
better
about
than I
that,
could,
Linda?
sir.
So they're allowing people into school that can't do math, and yet kids who've worked really hard and #1 in their class in a high school someplace in New Jersey or in Mississippi, they can't get into the best schools. What is that all about?
Yeah, and I think that gets to your policy, sir, of meritocracy, that we should be looking at those who have real merit to get in, and we have to look harder at those universities that aren't enforcing that.
Okay, thank you. And this pretty much does it, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, during your first administration, you made promoting historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, a major priority. This executive order takes existing law on HBCUs and brings it into effect. We're going to be setting up a White House initiative on HBCUs. The basic idea here is making sure that every aspect of your administration is working to ensure that HBCUs are able to do their job as effectively and as efficiently as possible.
Okay.
This next executive order relates to artificial intelligence education, sir. You've obviously done a lot in the artificial intelligence space already. The basic idea of this executive order is to ensure that we properly train the workforce of the future by ensuring that school children, young Americans are adequately trained in AI tools so that they can be competitive in the economy years from now into the future as AI becomes a bigger and bigger deal.
That's a big deal because AI is where it seems to be at. We have literally trillions of dollars being invested in AI. And somebody today, a very smart person, said that AI is the way to the future. I don't know if that's right or not, but certainly very smart people are investing in it heavily. Good. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on workforce development. This executive order is going to charge numerous departments and agencies within the government to reshape the way that we do workforce development. One example from the executive order, for instance, we're looking to get the total number of apprenticeships, new apprenticeships, up to 1 million in the country to ensure that in critical jobs areas, in areas where we currently don't have enough trained workers, that we're recreating that pipeline to ensure that, particularly as we onshore industrial jobs and new industries, that those industries have the workforce they need to be competitive globally.
Right. Very important.
And this is the EO that we're all here working together.
And in a way, this is like a training center, right, for what we're trying to do, which is jobs and great salaries. These are great salaries too.
Right, it's exactly. So all those factories that you're bringing in because of your trade policy, we're going to train people in trade craft, bring back trade craft to America so that people can work in these factories with great paying jobs. And we're going to train them and we're going to remake the American dream for all these people. We're working together. Right, Lori?
Absolutely. This plays right into America at Work Tour, which I have kicked off. We will work with our state partners and work with our businesses to see exactly who they need in that workforce. And we will skill and upskill these apprentices so they can get right to work and get in the field and build back this economy for exactly living the American dream. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on school discipline policies. Under, I believe it was the Biden administration, first Obama and then Biden, the Department of Justice issued guidance that made it almost impossible for schools to enforce adequate disciplinary policies. This created issues in the classroom for teachers and students alike. Basically, they focused on CRT and sort of diversity ideology instead of actually just enforcing the rules in classrooms to ensure a safe learning environment. This executive order revokes that prior guidance and puts us back in a place where hopefully the Department of Education can focus on education and teachers can focus on teaching in a safe environment.
And this was important for you, Linda, as I understand it.
Yeah, absolutely, because it gives teachers the authority now to have discipline in their classroom and discipline the person who is being disruptive. We took that away.
Okay. Nice. You, Linda, you should hold that.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order on disparate impact theory. This is a theory that underlies a lot of the modern DEI and CRT driven diversity culture. The basic idea here is instructing your departments and agencies to no longer rely on disparate impact theory as they're regulating, as they're issuing guidance, as they're making rules. We want to focus on results. We want to focus on actual fairness. We want to focus on merit, not things like disparate impact theory and the whole sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion cult.
It's getting out of that, huh?
Yes, sir.
After being in that jungle for a long time. Okay. Thank you. Very good job.
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
Very much. Would you like to introduce again Annette, and perhaps Annette wants to say something? What do you do with that? Annette is right here.
Yes, Annette. Yes, please come over. Would you like to have some comments to make? I know you're a former Charlotte Mecklenburg school teacher. I'm a North Carolina girl, so it's
Yes,
nice to
Newbern.
be here. Yes, from
Yes.
Newbern.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. This has been an 8-year journey for me to raise awareness to the violence that's in public schools and the critical need to address violence in public schools. Again, been doing it 8 years because most administrations like to keep the violence hidden. We have 3 students that should be here with us today. We have Austin McCalf, I'm sorry if I say his name wrong, Serenity Baker, and Nazir Taylor from Charlotte, North Carolina, who was shot in the back as he was getting off of a school bus because they thought he was a part of a big brawl that happened inside a public high school. So this is very important and critical legislation that we have to keep our educators safe, we have to keep our students safe, and public schools have to be safe environments. So I think, like I said, I've done this journey alone, I've been on it, but I have a whole team behind me now. I spoke at the RNC and I told millions that Donald Trump and his administration was going to make schools great again, and I feel that we're on the right path, and I'm just honored to be here.
Thank you. This to our great vets that are with us, and is it okay if I give her one? What do you think?
Thank you so much. I
Thank you
appreciate it.
very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. What an honor.
Great job. Could I ask Sarah to speak, Gerardo?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about these great gentlemen.
These heroes, Mr. President, are extraordinary. This is my husband, Michael, and so many of our dear, dear friends who are here today. Many of them have met you, sir, in your first administration in the hospital, many times at Walter Reed.
Right?
And they've had long recoveries. Tomorrow, for my husband, marks 15 years since he was wounded in Afghanistan.
Wow.
And on that day, about 6 years ago, he had his 120th surgery post-Afghanistan.
wow.
And you came to see him at Walter Reed and so many others. And we saw great reform in the VA, access, same-day access to prosthetics, mental health care, and we know that that is back. We're going to, these gentlemen were saying, Alex here earlier was saying, in the last few years when he's gone to get a wheelchair, the VA has asked him, this gentleman, they've asked him to prove that he still has his injuries, as though maybe his limbs would grow back. And they unfortunately did not. Yes, and we've seen that many times. And so we're excited for you bringing back the VA Accountability, Mission Act, Community Care, that were the hallmark of your first term. And we're so excited, sir, to be here. We're honored to be here. And thank you for all you do for our
Well-
nation's heroes.
Thank you. Who's that picture on there?
That is Joe Biden, and it says, "Let's go, Brandon."
I'm saying, what was that picture? That's great.
I told him he wasn't allowed to ask you to
That's
sign it.
That's very good. That's very good. Well, thank you all very much. Would you like to say anything, fellas? There's a big chance you have a lot of good people watching that believe in you. They happen to be the media, but they believe very much in you like I do. Anybody?
Mr. President, we're very happy with the energy that this administration is bringing, and it's an administration that does what it promises. And so we're behind you. We believe in you, and I think we all love you. We're going to speak for everyone.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to get you a better hat. Say a better hat. That's a good one. That was the original.
It was.
That means he was there.
I've been
right?
wearing it before it was cool.
That's right. That's an early one. We'll save that one though, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody, please?
I'd like to say,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead. I was just going to say thank you for loving America, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Very nice. Thank you very much. True. Thank you.
Sort of Bennett just spoke, save Michael Broderick's life. And of course, he goes immediately to say thank you, as he was the one that saved Michael Broderick, put him on the helicopter, and got him off the combat zone.
Wow.
That's
So
right there,
selflessness
Sean
of these
Testa.
men is unspeakable.
Thank you.
That's great. So you.
Yeah, he's alive because of that man right here.
Well, these are amazing people, great heroes. So that's really great. Anybody else? Yes.
I'd like to say it was an honor to serve. You are worth it. This country's worth it. It's because of what Christ paid for.
Thank you. And we have a spirit that people haven't seen in many years, at least 5. They haven't seen. I think even then, because we've been through so much for the last 4 years together, it was so bad. It was so bad what they've done to the borders, what they've done all over the place. And it's really an honor to be with you, all of you. Incredible. And I'm going to give you these coins. And I think you're going to really like them. I think they're the best. These are the best coins. You have your choice. This is gunmetal. I don't know, soldiers like the black, but I think you like this one. It's okay. A lot of soldiers like the black. Here you go. What do you like?
I'm the black.
Huh? See, I told you. These are choices.
I'll take a black one, sir.
Okay, look at this. Oh, that rarely happens. You're different, huh?
Take a black one, sir.
Oh,
There you go.
that's great.
Call it the military.
No, but I always say the soldiers, they do like, it's gunmetal. What do we like here?
That's what I heard, that it was
Sir, I think
gunmetal.
the Trump gold is.
I'm
what
giving you,
we should-
I'm giving him 2.
We have 3 girls,
One
they're
for
gonna
this
fight.
one right here. We'll get another one. Okay. This is actually fun.
I'll take the gold, Mr. President.
Like, okay. I thought you were gonna take that goal. Okay,
Gold one, sir.
okay, you got it.
I had an opportunity to sail across the Gulf of America 2 days after you named it right.
Oh, wow. It's been an honor. And now people say it routinely.
Yep.
They don't even think about the other, they say it routinely. That's been a great honor for me. Okay,
Take a gold one, sir.
okay. It's almost even. I think gold is an edge.
I would love a gold one.
You go.
Thank you so much.
The gold, it picked up at the end, right? So you're all okay? That's good. So I want to thank you very much, and especially, that's a great story. Yeah. So what do you think of a guy like that? Pretty good.
They actually have we all served together.
Wow.
And Jared over there.
And Jared.
So you
And
guys,
Jer-
got hit, huh? Pretty good. You got hit.
Pretty good.
Amazing.
We're in a
Amazing.
pretty tough area in Kandahar, in the Arkansas River Valley,
Right,
right
it's
outside
tough.
Kandahar.
Their unit had a more than 50% Purple Heart rate, sir,
Wow.
in 2010.
You deserve it. You deserve that and more. We appreciate it so much. Brave, really brave, brilliant people. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions of
Mr.
the
President, first of all, I
of the
want to say-
guys here?
I want to say thank you to the veterans who are here.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for defending us. And then I wanted to ask you, Mr. President, because you said you want to bring the tariffs on China down soon. How soon do you want to bring the tariffs on Chinese goods
Well, that
down?
depends on them. We have a situation where We have a very, very great place. It's called the United States of America, and it's been ripped off for years and years. These people know it. We talked about it before you came in. We've been ripped off by every country in the world practically, and friend and foe. And we're not doing that anymore. So what's happened is Howard, how many countries have we spoken to already? 90. And they all want to make deals, and we're going to make deals, but they're going to be fair deals. They're not going to be rip-off deals. And, we were losing almost $5 billion a year. No country can do that. And now we have it down almost to even, maybe even better than even, because of the tariffs on cars and aluminum and steel. We have tariffs 25% on cars, aluminum, and steel. There's a rush to build new steel plants, a rush to build new aluminum plants, and a biggest rush we've ever seen to build car plants. We have like 11 of them or something, big ones, where you guys maybe work. Maybe you won't want to work, you'll do something else instead of that. But if you like cars, you'd like to work at one of these plants, the biggest plants in the world. 3 of them have left Mexico before construction started, 1 of them during construction. And they're coming to this country. They're coming back. Don't forget, and we get along great with Mexico, but Mexico took 32% of our car building business. So it's amazing what's happened. Remember this number, anywhere from $3 to $5 billion a day. That's not $1 million, that's $1 billion a day. Nobody can even imagine it. And that's what we were losing. And, hence we have $36 trillion in debt and everything else. And in the end, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. What do you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be setting the number.
For
And
China.
we're going to pick, could be for China too, could be for China. Well, we're dealing with almost all of them. Too many to fully deal with, but we're going to be fair to them. But we're dealing with a lot of countries right now, and could be with China, but maybe we'll make a special, a deal, and we'll see what it will be. Right now, it's 145%. That's very high. It got there because of the fentanyl. They're sending, massive amounts of fentanyl into our country and killing a lot of people, probably 200,000 plus a year, wiping them out. You probably all have friends that were killed. Somebody was killed in your family or your friends with fentanyl, and somehow it's made almost exclusively in China. And as you know, we essentially taxed them 10 and then another 10. We also taxed Mexico 25 and we taxed Canada 25. And that's the kind of money that's what's pouring into our country right now. And it's gotten us down from losing $3 to $5 billion a day to actually making money, but breaking even, let's say, but we're going to make a lot of money. And that money is going to be used to reduce taxes. We're going to get big, big tax breaks. We're going to, there was a time, I said it this morning, I think some of you were there. There was a time from 1870 to 1913, it's a long time ago, we were an all tariff nation. Foreign nations pay taxes. They paid money to us in the form of tariffs. And that was when we were the wealthiest. We were the wealthiest proportionately that we ever were. And they formed committees in 1887 in particular, but they formed committees to determine what we should do with all the money. We had so much money, you guys would have loved it. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do with it. We gave it away to different causes, and you haven't seen that too much anymore, although we give plenty away, but now we shouldn't be giving it away. We have to take care of ourselves first, right?
Absolutely.
But we were very wealthy, and proportionately the wealthiest we ever were. We built the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave that away for $1, by the way. One of the most profitable things ever built, the Panama Canal. We gave it away for $1 to Panama. Why? I don't know. Nobody knows, but that's what we had. We had people like that sitting behind this desk. And that shouldn't have happened. Panama Canal, it was the most expensive thing ever built by our country in history. I'm talking relative dollars. We've never built anything so expensive. I think it was the equivalent of $1.7 billion. And we've never built anything like that. We built a lot of things, but never so expensive. Then we started building other things. We had a lot of money to do it. all based on foreign countries coming in and paying us tariffs. And we're doing that again, and I think we're going to make so much that we're going to be able to reduce taxes in this country by a lot. And we're also going to treat those countries very fairly. But if we don't make a deal, which is possible, we're going to just set the price. Because you remember, they have to come in, they want to come in here and they want to do business with the United States. So we want to set a fair price, and we'll do that. We're going to be very fair, but we'll set a fair price. And then they can make a determination as to whether or not they want to do business with the United States. And I think most of them will. And I think we're going to treat them very fairly.
Were you worried about what the 145% tariffs were doing to small businesses here in the US? Is that why you're bringing it down?
No, I haven't brought it down. I haven't brought it still 145. I haven't
But
brought
then
it
the
down.
next
I said
meeting-
it's a high tariff. It is a high tariff, but I haven't brought it down. It basically means China's not doing any business with us, essentially, because it's a very high number. So when you add that to the price of a product, a lot of those products aren't going to sell. But China's not doing any business. They were doing $1.1 trillion. Think of that, $1.1 trillion. You know what that is? And it was just very unfair to us. And we were doing very little, relatively very little with them. It was a one-sided, very one-sided. But we get along. I get along very well with President Xi, and I hope we can make a deal. Otherwise, we'll set a price, and hopefully they'll come here and they'll contribute. And if they don't, it's okay.
So on your trip to Rome, there's a lot of leaders attending the Pope's funeral who also said they'd like to meet with you while you're there. Do you have any meetings set up? Or
Yes, I do. I have a lot of meetings set up. I don't know if I can do it. Do you want to help me out, fellas? I got a lot of meetings. I got every leader in the world, which tells you that we have a good product. It's called the United States of America, and it's great. And these people know about it better than anybody in this room. But we have a great place, and it should be a lot greater. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to make it greater than ever before. It's very simple.
Who are you going to be meeting with, President Zelensky?
Well, I have a lot of meetings set up. Yeah.
And are you bringing anyone with you in the U.S. delegation to the funeral, like Secretary Rubio or a former president?
We have a couple of people coming. We'll announce it probably this evening or tomorrow. First Lady's going, and some people are coming with me from staff. But we'll have a number of people going. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful ceremony.
So I had one on Ukraine, but I wanted to ask you one about veterans since they are here today, and thank you for your service and sacrifice. I wanted to ask you about the cuts that have been made, including with the VA. Can you assure that veterans like these men here, those that have been suffering from mental health issues or burn pits, for example, will be taken care of even
very
with the
much
cuts?
so. In fact, they will tell you it's been better with me than any president in history. We had a 92% approval rating, which is unheard of, up 50 points from the previous administration in my first 4 years. And we're doing better now. And in fact, now they have something to call in doctor stuff where it's really become modernized and great, where you don't have to go and travel sometimes long distances to get to a clinic or get to the VA. And I just heard this morning, I was listening to Doug Collins, who's the secretary, who was being interviewed, and the numbers are incredible. The approval ratings are the highest I've never heard numbers like this. It's better than the first 4 years. So no, there's no group of people more important than the people in this room. And I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about these people right here. There's no group, and they're going to be taken really well care of. It's very important to me.
And on the war in Ukraine, are you going to be meeting with President Zelensky? He's asked to meet with you this weekend. Will you be meeting with him this weekend?
I don't know that he's going to the funeral or not, but I just hope he gets this thing solved, because we're losing about, think of this, 5,000. I was saying 2,500, and everyone was telling me that's low. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every week, approximately. Think of that. Every week, 5,000 soldiers, but let's say from 3,000 to 5,000 are being killed. They're Russian and Ukrainian. They're not Americans, but they're Russian, but they're people. And they're humans. They're human beings. They have families. They wave goodbye to their son, and then they get a call that the son's no longer there. It's a vicious war. And if I can help solve it, we're not losing our soldiers, but we're losing soldiers, a lot of people. And if I can solve it because of a certain ability, that would be great. And if it doesn't happen, I will say that I think Russia is ready, and a lot of people said Russia wanted to go for the whole thing. And I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far, it's been harder, but that's okay. It's all right.
Have you had
But I think we have a deal with both. I hope they do it because I'm looking to save. And, we spend a lot of money, but this is about a lot of humanity. This is the worst. I get the pictures, the satellite pictures. I've never seen anything like it of the fields after some of these battles. It's horrible that it's going for nothing. We would have never had this problem. You would have never had that war if I were president. I guarantee you that. And for 4 years, you didn't have it.
Are you going to meet with Vladimir Putin? Are you going to meet with Vladimir Putin?
I will be meeting
in
with
Saudi Arabia?
It's possible, but most likely not. I think we'll meet with him shortly thereafter. Then.
What is
Mr.
Mr.
President,
Whitcock
thank
going
you.
to present to the
Federal
Please
Reserve
go.
Chairman
Please.
Jerome Powell, during the Biden administration in the campaign, with inflation raging, he lowered interest rates 2 times. Now, with 2 consecutive months of inflation being down, all economic theory you learn in the 8th grade says it's time to cut rates when inflation is down. He's not done that. Have you had any direct conversation with him?
No, I
about being
haven't called him. I might call him. I haven't called him, but I believe he's making a mistake by not lowering interest rates. And I think as well as we're doing, we'd do much better. He's keeping rates too high. He historically has been late, except when it came to Biden. He was recommended by a certain person that I'm not particularly happy with, but he will hopefully do the right thing. The right thing is to lower interest rates. So we'll see what happens. I think we're sitting on something that's going to be very good with all the tariff money starting to come in. Our country is going to be doing really well, and hopefully he'll be doing. We don't have inflation. Groceries are down. When I first came in, people were there. They hit me with the first day that I was president. Somebody started screaming at me that eggs are up. I said, I just got here. And in the first week, they were going crazy. You remember that, Linda? They were going crazy. They're saying egg prices are too. I said, I'm here for 1 week. Just leave me alone. This is the fake news. And I said, what can I tell you? But Brooke Rollins, our Secretary of Agriculture, and a group working with her have done an amazing job. And egg prices have gone down 87%. Energy now is down $65 a barrel. They have some energy selling gasoline for less than $2 in a couple of states. Alabama, a couple of great states, but all over the country, it's way down from what it was 6 months ago, 3 months ago. And that has a lot to do with the war. When Biden allowed energy to skyrocket, it just skyrocketed. It was out of control. Russia made a lot more money because they make their money on energy. And I kept saying, he supposedly wants to end the war, but he lets energy go out of control. Well, I've gotten it. We are drilling like crazy right now, and we have it down to $65 a barrel. It went up to almost $100 a barrel. And at that number, Putin and Russia made a lot of money. So I think one of the reasons, I think he has a certain respect for me. But one of the big reasons is oil prices are down. I think this is a good time to get the war settled. Thank you.
Just one more question.
Thank you for that
Locally,
question.
For those of us that live here in the district, you said when you came in, you were going to make Washington, D.C. great again.
Right.
One of the issues we've got right now is we understand there might be an imminent deal between the owner of the Washington football team, whatever you want to call them now, Commanders, and locally in getting the Redskins back to DC and RFK Stadium. That's on federal property.
Right.
Are you going to be involved in that negotiation?
Yeah.
And would one of the stipulations be they change their name back to that Redskins?
Oh, I say, well, that's a little bit, nobody's asked me that one. Look, I think when the Indian population is a great part of this country, a great heritage. And we were talking about Massapequa, Long Island, the Chiefs, they call themselves the Chiefs. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're not changing their name. A great team, great people, great owners, great coach and quarterback. I love the quarterback, like his girlfriend too, and his wife. His wife is great. She's been a big fan. His quarterback's mother is incredible. I like that team. They're called the Chiefs. And frankly, I see nothing wrong with it. They call them the Warriors, and not that team, but a lot of other teams, and all of these Indian surnames and different names. And I'm saying that I think that's a positive thing. And when you go back to Indians, they poll this. They don't know why these names are being taken off. They're trying to, I think it's degrading to the Indian population, and it's a great population. And they like when they're, called by various names. Now, Washington, the Redskins, perhaps that's a little bit different, but I can tell you that I spoke to people of Indian heritage that love that name and they love that team. And I think it's I think it's a superior name to what they have right now. And it had heritage behind it. It had something special. But a lot of the names having to do with, different places, not just Indians, but I think they changed the name of the Cleveland Indians. Why would you take the name Indians off the Cleveland Indians? And now it's called the Cleveland something else, right? Guardians. It just doesn't make sense to me. So we're about bringing common sense back to this country. And it may be popular or unpopular what I'm saying, and I've just said to you, he's a nice guy. He got a lot out of me on this one, but and I think most people agree with me. I think it really is demeaning to Indians. But to change the name of the Cleveland Indians, as an example, to the Cleveland Guardians is not the same, and I'm sure it has an impact on the team.
Sir, thank you, sir. Elon Musk said he'll be stepping back from his work with Doge a little bit and only be dedicating maybe a day or two a week to it. How long would you like to see that continue, and how involved would you like to see him continue to be after?
Well, first of all, I can't speak more highly about any individual. He's an incredible guy. He's a brilliant guy. He's a wonderful person. I've seen him with his family. I've seen him with a lot of his children. He's got a lot of children. He treats them good. He loves his children. But he's a brilliant guy, and he was a tremendous help, both in the campaign and in what he's done with Doge. And, we're talking about almost $200 billion and rising fast, because many of the things that we were looking at are now being found out to be fact. It's terrible. I mean, the fraud, the waste, the abuse, the everything that's happened is just terrible. So I also know that he was treated very unfairly by I guess you'd call it the public, by some of the public, not by all of it. So he makes an incredible car, makes everything he does is good. But they took it out on Tesla. And I just thought it was so unfair because he's trying to help the country. But he has helped the country. I also want him to make sure that he's going to be in great shape. And I know he is. I mean, he's going to do great. He loves the country. He didn't need to do this. He did it. And I told him, I said, whenever you're ready, I'd like to keep him for a long time, but whenever you're ready, he's an exceptional guy. When you see those rockets go up and come back and land in the same gantry, nobody else can do that but this man. So he's just an incredible person, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a nice person too. He's a very nice person. He really helped the country, saved us a lot of money. And I heard him say that he'll start easing, he was always at this time going to ease out. And when he goes back to Tesla, that'll be taken care of. It's artificial. These were sick people that thought they were doing something. He's a great patriot, and it shouldn't be the way, that should never have happened to him. And I will tell you right now, he makes a great product. It's a great car. It's great everything. Starlink is great. What he does is good. He's doing medical things that are amazing. And we have to, at some point, let him go and do that. And we expect him to be doing it about this time. But I'll talk to Elon about it. Thank you for the question.
So the second question. Canada has an election coming up. How would you have a prediction for that, and what do you think the results of
With
that
respect to Canada?
with the negotiations?
Oh, I don't want to predict other nations' elections. It's tough enough doing this one. Look, I love the Canadian people. I like Canada, but it's costing us $200 billion a year to support Canada. $200 billion. And I say, why are we doing that? You know what? We can make our own cars. We have more energy than they do. We have more energy than anybody in the world. We don't need their lumber, obviously. We have more lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We have a lot of everything that they sell us. But in particular cars, they took a large percentage of the car making, and I want to bring it back to this country. I really don't want cars from Canada. So when I put tariffs on Canada, they're paying 25%, but that could go up in terms of cars. When we put tariffs on, all we're doing is we're saying we don't want your cars in all due respect. We want really to make our own cars, which is what we're doing in record numbers now. You know, we're going to be at record levels in a very near future because of all the plants, the car plants that are being built. And I'd rather see them made in Michigan and made in South Carolina and made in different states, Tennessee. We have a lot of great car making states, and we have some that aren't car making yet, but they will soon be car making states. And that's what I want to see for our country. At the same time, I want to help Canada. I have spoken to the current Prime Minister. He was very, very nice, I will say, very nice. We had a couple of very nice conversations, very good. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to get involved in their election.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, if I may, this deal that you have with Russia, does it include recognizing Russia's sovereignty over Crimea?
Well, everything is good. Look, I just want to see the war end. I don't care. As long, if they're both happy, they both sign an agreement. I have no favorites. I don't want to have any favorites. I want to have a deal done. I want to save the lives. Now, with that being said, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars through Biden. Biden should have never let that war happen. We're spending hundreds of billions, maybe $350 billion we've given to Ukraine. And we could use that money right here. So I'd like to see that. But most importantly right now is when I see the pictures, the satellite pictures of the battlefield, if I can stop that because of an ability I have to do things, I want to see if I can do that.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you just mentioned that 25% could go up on cars in terms of Canada. Does that mean that you're considering changes to the auto tariffs and auto parts?
No, we're not considering it now, but at some point it could go up, yeah, because again, we don't really want Canada to make cars for us, to put it bluntly. We want to make our own cars, and we're now equipped to do that. They took a lot of our car business. Mexico too took a lot of our car business. We want to make the cars here. I'm running this country. I'm not running Canada. And that's why I asked Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau affectionately, but I asked him, why are we spending $200 billion to support Canada, to subsidize Canada? And he was unable to answer the question. I mean, why are we doing that? And I have to be honest, as a state, it works great. As a nation, considering the fact that most of the nation, 95% of Canada, what they do is they buy from us and they sell to us. They sell to us. If we didn't buy their oil, and we don't need their oil. We have more oil than anyone, but we don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their cars. We don't need anything. So I said, why are we doing this? Why are we spending $200 billion? It doesn't make sense. If we needed something, that would be a different subject. So I'm working well with Canada. We're doing very well. We're working on a deal. We'll see what happens. But again, why, representing this country, why are we spending $200 billion to support and subsidize another country? Because if they didn't have us, and if we didn't spend that money, as Trudeau told me, they would cease to exist. He said that to me. They would cease to exist, which is true, certainly as a country.
And then on tourism, there's been a steep drop off in international travel to the United States. It was down 12% last month, down even more from Western Europe. Why do you think that there are fewer people suddenly who want to travel to the United States?
Well, that could be a little there's a little nationalism there, I guess, perhaps. It's not a big deal, but, with the dollar being where it is, because, China would always fight for having a low dollar. Japan would always fight for having a low dollar, meaning a low yen, or in the case of China, the yuan. They'd always want to have, I'd speak to President Xi a lot. I'd say it's unfair that your yuan is so low. I'd call up a great man, Prime Minister Abe, great man, Shinzo, who was unfortunately assassinated. And I used to tell you, he was a good friend of mine. I used to say, Shinzo, you you can't let your yen go down. It makes it very hard for us to sell tractors. It makes it very hard to us to get tourism. And our dollar is a little bit on the low side. And that means that a lot of tourism is going to come in. But I could see a little bit of nationalism at work. And I could see it likewise with us not wanting to go to certain countries. But that will work out very
Do
easily.
you think some people are scared to come here because they hear the stories of tourists who are detained for a few days
No.
or even a week or two?
No, we treat our tourists great. We're the tourism capital of the world. There's no place like this. And there may be a little bit of nationalism, but I doubt it. I actually doubt it. Yeah.
Mr. President, has there been any direct contact between the U.S. and China on trade at all?
Yeah, of course.
And
Every day.
every day. And then secondly, would you support a millionaire tax?
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. You know, in the old days, they left states. They go from one state to the other. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You lose a lot of money if you do that. That would, and other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax. Okay?
So how did the talks today go in London? Do you think that the asks from Ukraine and Europe
I think they went well. I mean, you know, we got to get two strong people, two smart people to agree. And as soon as they agree, the killing will stop. But yeah, I think they went well, pretty well.
So as
Mr.
you've
President,
been watching the.
we understand that you, your economic team, many of them are here today, J.D. Vance, has negotiated what's called a monster trade deal with India, like biggest one ever. Can you share with us what some of the framework of that might be?
You said England.
India.
India?
India. Mother.
They're not very complicated, these deals. It's about the tariffs. India charges almost more than any other country in the world. And believe it or not, we do very little business with India, other than the fact that I like the Prime Minister very much. He's a friend of mine. He was here 2 weeks ago, as you know. And we stood right outside, did a news conference. Unfortunately, the grass was very wet. It was very hard for people to stand on the grass. They got their shoes all ruined. But other than that, it was a very good news conference. And he's a great guy. But we do very little business. You know why? Because their tariffs are so high. They have among the highest tariffs, higher than China. They have among the highest tariffs in the world. And I understand they're going to reduce those tariffs, but it's really sort of their problem, not ours. We do very, very little purchasing in India because and selling. We do very little selling. I mean, Harley Davidson, I said, how are you doing in India? This is about 6 years ago. They came to lunch as a great American company. They make the motorcycles. And I said, how are you doing in India, as an example? Well, we don't do any business there. Why? Because the tariffs are too high. I said, that's interesting. Well, what are you going to do? He said, well, we're going to build a plant in India. And that's what they did. I don't want that to happen. They were forced to build a plant. Well, essentially what we're doing is the same thing. Remember, there's no tariff when they build their plant here. And everybody wants to build because they don't want, and the higher the tariffs go, the more likely it is they come in and build a plant, you know? I mean, if it's 25%, that's fine. If it's 50%, you'll get more plants. 75, you get more. At 100, you get more than that. And they're all coming in at numbers that nobody's, I don't think, Howard, there's ever been numbers like we've seen.
No.
$7-8 trillion worth in 2 months. Because it took me a month to get started, in all fairness. But in 2 months, we did this, and now we're coming up on 100 days, first 100 days, and I think we're going to be close to $8 trillion. There was never any president that did even a tiny percentage of that. Okay, any other questions?
Sure. One of the deals signed by your 100-day mark, and China is saying that we're threatening and blackmailing them into a deal. What would be your response?
Well, I mean, China, look, I have great relationships in China with President Xi in particular, but China has been charging us massive tariffs for many years. That's one of the reasons they were able to steal so many of our companies. They took our companies out of America and they built their plants in China. And one of those things, so now we're reversing it, but but at levels that nobody's ever seen before. No, we're going to get along great with China. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ. Thank you. Send it out. Thank you. Thank you.
These are amazing people, great heroes. Unbelievable the job they do. It's really an honor to be with you, all of you. Incredible.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance.
Thank you very much.
Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
This is why we are here. And okay, one more.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this IMF press briefing. I'm Julie Kozak, Director of the Communication Department. Thank you so very much for joining us this morning. And as usual, we are going to begin with some opening remarks from our Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, after which we will turn to your questions. So without further ado, Kristalina, over to you.
Thank you, Julie, and a very warm welcome to all the journalists who got up early to be with us on this beautiful Thursday morning. And also to those who are online, great to have you with us. As you saw earlier this week in our latest World Economic Outlook, we have significantly downgraded our projections for global growth. Major trade policy shifts have spiked uncertainty off the charts, accompanied by tighter financial conditions and higher market volatility. Simply put, the world economy is facing a new and major test, and it faces it with policy buffers depleted by the shocks of recent years. That puts countries in a difficult position. It also creates urgency for action to strengthen their economies for a world of rapid change. Today, I want to zoom in on how countries can actually do it. This is the main question we are getting from our members in every single meeting I have had this week. In my global policy agenda, and let me, for the audience, remind you that it is a very nicely crafted document. This year, in parentheses, this year, we have added very informative charts, and I hope you will look into those as well. In it, we focus on both the immediate challenges and our medium-term directions. I emphasize three overarching priorities. First and most urgent, for countries to work constructively to resolve trade tensions as swiftly as possible, preserving openness and removing uncertainty. A trade policy settlement among the main players is essential. And we are urging them to do it swiftly because uncertainty is very costly. I cannot stress this strongly enough. Without certainty, businesses do not invest, households prefer to save rather than to spend, and this further weakens prospects for already weakened growth. Countries also need to address the imbalances that fuel many of the tensions we see. Among major economies, some countries like China need to act to boost private consumption and embrace a shift to services. Others, like the United States, need to reduce fiscal deficits. And in Europe, it is time to complete the single market, banking union, capital market union, removing internal barriers to intra-EU trade. Get it done. All countries should seize this moment to lower their trade barriers, both tariff and non-tariff. Second overarching priority, countries must act to safeguard economic and financial stability. The best way to do that is to get their own house in order. On fiscal policy, most countries need to rebuild buffers and ensure debt sustainability, although some may see shocks that warrant temporary and targeted fiscal support. We urge countries to define credible adjustment paths, gradual in most cases, protecting key investments, maximizing spending efficiency, and making space for longer-term needs. Trade-offs would be tough for all, but they would be toughest for low-income countries, which face both tight financial conditions and global growth slowdown and falling aid flows. To help ease the trade-offs there, domestic resource mobilization must be part of the mix. We cannot have countries with tax to GDP below 15%, where it is difficult to sustain the functioning of the state. For central banks, the times when countries marched in lockstep is over. Different countries will face different conditions. Inflation pressures in some countries are easing. In others, pressures are yet to abate. What is our advice? Watch the data. Watch inflation expectations. Central banks will need to strike a delicate balance between supporting growth and containing inflation. To do so, they must not only adjust policy interest rates, but also rely on credibility to anchor expectations. Central bank independence is critical for credibility. Protect it. Open economies, including many emerging markets, are exposed to the trade shocks and tighter financial conditions. They must preserve exchange rate flexibility as a shock absorber. In the event of unwarranted currency market volatility, these countries can find policy guidance in the IMF's integrated policy framework. My third and final overarching priority: double down on growth-oriented reforms to lift productivity. Even before the latest shock, we were living in a low-growth, high-debt world. Sounding the alarm on weak medium-term growth for quite some time. You heard me saying that many times. Now, is the time for long needed but often delayed the reforms that can create a good business environment, put entrepreneurship in the front seat, reform labor markets, create conditions for innovation, and in a world of rapid technological advancements, give countries a chance to catch the benefits of these advancements for their people. The IMF, of course, as always, we would be there for our members. We are focusing on what we do best, helping them secure economic and financial stability, resolve, or even better, prevent balance of payment problems, and put in place strong policies and institutions to underpin vibrant economies. We will help countries with surveillance, with diagnostics, with policy advice, and when necessary, by providing financial support. As part of crisis resolution, we must ensure that the global financial safety net is strong. We will look for ways to further strengthen our collaboration with regional financing arrangements and with swap providing major central banks. When we have a cohesive, effective, and efficient global financial safety net, this would deliver confidence to our members in this more shock-prone world. We will continue to foster cooperative policy solutions for promoting a healthy rebalancing of the world economy, to helping countries address debt vulnerabilities. And here I want to acknowledge the important work of the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. This week, we agreed to publish a playbook that provides guidance for predictable and faster debt restructuring processes. And I was very pleased to see support of all traditional, non-traditional creditors, private sector, and debtor countries to have that predictability. Finally, we will reiterate the need for continued cooperation in a multipolar world. The shared objective for all must be a better balanced and more resilient world economy. Before I wrap it up, I want to recognize Secretary Besant's remarks yesterday, in which he laid out the US administration's vision for the Bretton Woods institutions. The United States is our largest shareholder. And even more, the United States is the home of my colleagues and me. So, of course, we greatly value the voice of the United States. I very much appreciate Secretary Besant's reiteration of the US commitment to the fund and to its role. He raised a number of important issues and priorities for the institution that I look forward to discussing with the US authorities and the membership as a whole. We will have opportunities to do so here, and we will also have opportunities to continue with our executive board as we carry out important policy reviews. The comprehensive surveillance review, it will set our surveillance priorities for the next 5 years, and the review of program design and conditionality, which will carefully consider how our lending can best help countries address the low growth challenge and durably resolve balance of payment weaknesses. So we have a way to go, and we are laser focused on it. Are there cyclists in this room, people who bike? Bikers? Okay. As bikers would say, pedalare, step on the pedal. And with that, I'm very happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Kristalina. We'll now turn to your questions. I see you have hands up already. Very good. Please just give your name and outlet when called on. I'm going to start right here, woman right in the front row here.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks very much for the opportunity to ask you, to put a question to you. You mentioned Secretary Besant's remarks yesterday. He accused the IMF and the World Bank of mission creep, and specifically the IMF on mission creep in areas such as climate change, gender policies, and also social issues. Do you think there's a role in the future for the IMF in areas such as climate, gender, and social issues? Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your question. So what do we do here? We concentrate on macroeconomic and financial stability for growth and employment. We have 191 members. They face different challenges. They face different types of risks to their balance of payment. And what we do is to analyze what are these risks and what the fund in our mandate, in what we do on the fiscal side, on the monetary policy side, on the financial sector side, what can we do to help them be more resilient to shocks? So when we have, for example, Caribbean countries that are wiped out by extreme weather events regularly, naturally, they're very concerned about that. And they say, how can we be more resilient to these shocks? And again, we focus on balance of payment. What are the risks and what can be done to protect balance of payment in these countries? And I want to say that I actually agree with the Secretary on one thing. It's a very complicated world, a world of massive challenges of all kinds. We are a small institution. We are 4,000 people. Not very well known, but very fiscally disciplined institution. Our budget today in real terms is what it was 20 years ago. So yes, we have to focus. And that is exactly why we engage with the membership, so we can make best use of the staff of the fund.
Okay, thank you.
I really like to run a tight ship. So, yep.
I can attest to that. Let's go here. A gentleman, third row, blue shirt.
Hi, thanks, Managing Director David Lauder with Reuters here in Washington. Just to follow up on Claire's question, does Secretary Besant's prescriptions here for the fund, will it cause you to sort of rethink some of the lending programs like the RSF and the RST? And then secondly, a lot of the economists in the private sector have a sort of more pessimistic view, especially when you look at sort of the prospects for a U.S. recession. You're not predicting that. Some of the ministers here that we've been interviewing feel the fund is being too conservative. Can you just sort of explain the differences between yourselves and the private sector? Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have actually in the paper that I just flagged to you, we have a slide that shows fund lending. And you need a magnifying glass to see the share of the resilience and sustainability trust in this lending. It's really small. But as I was explaining in the answer to the previous question, for countries that are highly vulnerable to extreme weather events, having policy advice strictly on the macro side, there is a bit of confusion. People think that we have climate experts. We don't. That's not our job. Our job is to say, okay, if you are Dominica and a hurricane can wipe out the equivalent of 200% of your GDP, what are reasonable policy to put in place? Or to be more specific, because we have a program with Barbados, if you are Barbados and natural disasters are highly damaging to your economy, what are the policy measures you can put in place? In the case of Barbados, we came up with creating an additional buffer for them that would that would actually prevent a balance of payment shock from derailing the economic development of the country. So, of course, we are a membership institution, David. What our members decide, this is what we do. And we periodically review all our instruments. At this point, we have the function of the fund on balance of payment support defined with a number of instruments being deployed. To your second question, so I'm going to do this as illustration, David. My glass, when you look at it, it is more than 60% full. Well, this is where we are. This is what it is. How can I call it empty? I can't. When we look at the data, what we see is that for the United States, recession risks have increased now to 37%, but we are not yet, we don't see either in the labor market or in indicators for the functioning of the economy such a dramatic block of economic activities that would drag growth in the United States all the way to below zero. So as you remember, I mean, this is something that people may not appreciate enough. Our earlier projections for a very vibrant US economy were for 2.7% growth for this year. We have downgraded the United States. Actually, this is the largest of our downgrades by 0.9% to 1.8% for this year. But we see enough that carries the United States forward. And of course, we recognize that there is work underway to resolve trade disputes and reduce uncertainty. I want to repeat my message. Uncertainty is really bad for business. So the sooner there is this cloud that is hanging over our heads is lifted, the better for prospects for growth. For the world economy, as you know, we are, you saw it in the wheel, we are also projecting an increase in recession risk from 17 to 30%. But again, there is, and by the way, there we talk about growth falling below 2%, not below zero. So there is a lot that is carrying the world economy. Actually, the real economy is functioning in a way that we are seeing no predominant risk. Is there risk? Yes, but it is in our, we used to say, downside scenario, and not in what is our the scenario we anchor our projections. This being said, and I'm sorry I'm dwelling on that, but it's a very important question, and David, I get it from delegations when we talk about our projections a lot. This being said, countries they're not passive observers. They can act. And one thing that is amazing in these meetings is how much that sense of urgency to act is penetrating our membership. And I do hope that ministers would go back and say, okay, tough reform, I have postponed it, postpone no more.
All right, very good. We're going to go to this side of the room. I'm going to go all the way to the end. There's a woman, third row at the very end in the brown suit.
Thank you so much for taking my question. I'm Xiaozhou from CCTV and CGTN. So my question is, many emerging markets, particularly in Asia, are feeling the pinch of escalating trade tension and global uncertainties. So from the IMF's perspective, how have China and ASEAN countries have been affected so far? And is there any policy recommendations in the near term that are available from the IMF to navigate these countries through this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Indeed, Asia is a continent that is quite significantly impacted because economies that rely a lot on export, when tariffs are announced, feel the pinch more. When we look at China, we have downgraded growth projections for China from 4.6 to 4%. We would have downgraded it much more. We actually would have had not 0.6, but 1.3% downgrade if it wasn't for the policy accommodation that China is already putting in place. It helps. And that is the first piece of advice. If you have policy space, now is a good time to use it. With regard to China, we are emphasizing 4 points. First, rebalance your economy towards domestic consumption more. Second, to help with this, bring to an end the turmoil in the property sector. And of course, add social protection for people so they don't feel compelled to save rather than spend. Third, lift up services, a warm embrace of from healthcare to education to basically the service sector vis-a-vis the goods consumption. And the fourth is very important. Get the government to pull back from too much intervention in the economy. Let the private sector function to its full capacity. We are currently working on a paper, and that is in consultation, collaboration with the Chinese authorities, to document in details what are the ways in which the government may be supporting businesses, and by doing so, shifting the competitive position of these businesses. And this will be one of our contributions to China. I'm particularly concerned about ASEAN. Why? Because ASEAN, very open economies, they find themselves in a very tough spot with announced tariffs quite significant across the board in ASEAN countries. ASEAN has done really well to build resilience over the last years. Their growth has been quite sound. They have prudently brought inflation down. They have disciplined fiscal policy. It helps, and this is our number one advice to ASEAN. You have some policy space in monetary policy, in fiscal policy. Carefully and prudently use it, of course, being mindful that if you deplete it entirely and there is another shock, that would be a problem. We have been working with ASEAN on their external sector, especially Forex. We have the integrated policy framework. It allows good thinking around how to apply the exchange rate flexibility, how to look at this from the perspective of sudden exogenous shock. We also, I'm very pleased to see that ASEAN is doing something that other regions are doing, strengthening economic cooperation, policy coordination, and intra-ASEAN trade. Currently, the ASEAN countries trade only 21% among themselves. Well, they sure can go up. And I think that we will see not only in ASEAN, we would see it in other places, Gulf Cooperation Council, Central Asia, the African continent with the Continental Free Trade Agreement, more being done to compensate. If global trade is going down, then regional trade can be a compensator and actually inject growth energy. I want to finish by saying that ASEAN has been remarkably prudent over the last years to build resilience, and that puts them in a good position to have the reputation to deploy their policy space if needed.
Okay, I'm going to stay on this side of the room. I'll go to the gentleman in the second row with the red tie.
Rhoda Sadiri with Arise News. You mentioned this present tensions could disproportionately impact low-income countries, and I'm glad you mentioned the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, because my question is on Africa. You met with the Nigerian delegation earlier this week. What is the strategy or your advice for the African continent? As you've noted in the past, Africa is not a country, it's a continent, right? Egypt cut rates for the first time in 5 years 7 days ago. Prior to that, Ghana hiked its interest rate for the first time in almost 2 years. So at these tough times, what's your advice for the continent?
We have seen over the last years the African continent having some of the fastest growing economies. But we also have seen low-income countries primarily, and among them fragile, conflict-affected countries, falling further behind. And now this is a shock for the continent. The direct impact of tariffs on most of Africa, not on all of Africa, but on most of Africa, is relatively small. But the indirect impact is quite significant. Slowing global growth means that all other things equal, they would see a downgrade, and actually we have downgraded growth prospects for the continent. For the oil producers like Nigeria, falling oil prices create additional pressure on their budgets. On the other hand, for the oil importers, this is a breath of fresh air. In other words, as you indicated in your question, different countries face different challenges. If I were to come with some basic recommendations that apply to Africa, I would say, and actually they apply to Nigeria, they apply to Egypt, they apply to Ghana, they apply to Cote d'Ivoire. First, continue on a path of strengthening your fundamentals. There is still a lot that can be done on the fiscal side to have strength, as I was talking about ASEAN, to have the buffers for a moment of shock. And don't use any excuses around, oh, it's difficult, we can't really go for more tax, because yes, you can. There is a lot that can be done to broaden the tax base, and a lot that can be done to reduce tax evasion and tax avoidance. Using technology, as some countries are doing, to chase the tax dollar when there is the foundation for that is a very good thing to do. Second, on the monetary policy side, we no more, as I said in the opening, we are no more in a place when you can look at the book of the central bank governor of the neighboring country and say, oh, they're doing this, I'll do the same, because you have to really assess domestically what are your inflationary pressures and do the right thing for your country. But above all, make it so that the image of the whole continent changes, because now everybody suffers from wrongdoing, from corruption, or for conflict in one country. It throws a shadow on the rest of the continent. And finally, like with ASEAN, deepen intra-regional trade and cooperation, remove the obstacles to it. Sometimes they are infrastructure obstacles. The World Bank is working on reducing that infrastructure obstacle to growth and trade. Africa has so much to offer the world. Obviously, they have the minerals, the natural resources, the young population. I think a more unified, more collaborative continent can go a long, long way to be an economic powerhouse.
Okay, I'll go to this side of the room. I'm going to have the woman in the red jacket, third row.
Good morning, Paula Lugones for Clarín, Argentina. Thank you. And Ms. Georgieva, you have been very complimentary of the economic reform that the Argentinian government is implementing. And you have said that Argentina is an example of a country that has made great strides through structural reforms and fiscal discipline. I would like to ask you about the challenging phases that now the new program is facing right now. And above all, what are the risks that Argentina can face in these times of global uncertainty? Thank you.
Argentina has demonstrated that this time it is different. This time there is decisiveness to put the economy on a sound track, from high deficit to surplus, from double-digit inflations to inflation that in February dipped under 3%, from poverty over 50% to now around 37%, still very high, but going down. The state is stepping out from where it doesn't belong to allow more dynamism in the private sector. Actually, if you're interested today, we would have the global debate, and Federico is going to be one of the speakers to talk about smart regulation, how you make the economy more vibrant by not being an obstacle to private initiative. We saw that when the program was announced, the immediate impact on markets was positive because, among other things, you ask about risks. One risk for Argentina would be if it is alone in this macroeconomic stabilization. Now the country is not alone. We are there. The World Bank is there. The Inter-American Development Bank is stepping up. What are the risks? And I'm sorry, and there is a very important opportunity for Argentina in a world hungry for what Argentina produces, both in agriculture and in minerals, mining, gas, lithium. What are the risks? First, external. A worsening global environment, of all other things equal, it would impact Argentina negatively. Domestically, the country is going to go to elections, as you know, in October, and it is very important that they don't derail the will for change. So far, we don't see that. We don't see that risk materializing, but I would urge Argentina, stay the course.
All right. Let's go right here in the front, end of the first row.
Thank you very much. Enda Curran from Bloomberg News.
Managing Director, we had a lot of news this week. For example, mixed signals on tariffs on China, commentary on the position of the Fed chair, and of course now US support for the IMF. How would you sum up the mood of the meetings among your members this week, please? Thank you.
But the membership is anxious because we were just about to step on a road to more stability after multiple shocks. We were projecting 3.3% growth, and actually we were worried that this is not strong enough. And here we are, growth prospects weakened. The membership is also recognizing, and I hear it time and again, that it is very important to have a rules-based global economy in which there is predictability of planning for action, both for governments and for the private sector. I actually hear a lot of support from the membership for the fund because we have actually, the same way Argentina earned the fund to support it, we have earned the support of the members by being there for them. Where the expectations are for the outcome of the meetings is to get more consistency in how all countries are going to go about pursuing their interests, which is legitimate. Of course, every country has to think about its own people, but doing it so in a way that enlarges the global pie, doesn't shrink it.
All right, very good. We have time for one last question. I'm going to go over here.
And I'm sorry, and what I would say is the worry I hear more often is actually not even the tariffs, it is uncertainty. Let's have clarity, and that is why we are so, with my apologies to the audience, we are so repetitive saying we need to bring uncertainty down.
We'll have time for one last question. I'm going to go to the front row. Yep, right here, woman in the burgundy suit.
Noor Ammasha from Al-Sharq Bloomberg. Thank you, Madam Georgieva, for taking our question. I wanted to ask you about the MENA region. How concerned are you with all of this turmoil around the dollar and its effect on the MENA region, especially that many countries there are exporters of intermediate goods that go into major industries, and many of them are exporters of energy, and what's happening to the dollar is definitely of effect. And you have mentioned uncertainty many times today in this press conference. So this uncertainty, how will it affect the countries in our region that are trying to get out of a lot of geopolitical uncertainty with the help of the IMF in special programs such as Egypt? So will this make the IMF revisit some of those programs amid all of this turmoil? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The MENA region actually got quite a downgrade. It is still doing better this year than last year, but we were projecting that growth would go to 4%, and now we downgraded it to 2.6. A little bit like Africa, most of the impact is indirect. While countries in the MENA region, of course, trade with the United States, but most of them don't have very high exposure. And where it bites is slowing down of the global economy, and MENA has many oil exporters, price of oil going down. The dollar has historically it goes up, it goes down. It is not a new thing. So if you are oil exporter and you export get your revenues in dollars, when the dollar weakens, that creates a bit of a problem for your fiscal position. But if you are an oil exporter, this is a gift, because then you can deal more easily with the challenges you face. My take for the MENA region is very diverse region, like the African continent. You have the Gulf Coordination Council. I have a lot of praise to offer because they have been pursuing reforms and diversification of the economies. Most countries have done really well. So now they see oil growth down, but non-oil economy is still doing quite well. We have the more kind of middle-income countries that are faced with difficulties impacted by regional conflicts, like Jordan, like Egypt. And there we have been engaged, we have been providing support, as you know. We have countries like Morocco that have done really well to get their house in order, to have sound fiscal monetary policy, and the only country in the region that is eligible for flexible credit line from the IMF. And then we have countries like Sudan or Syria that are severely impacted by conflicts. I was very, very pleased that the attention of our membership, despite difficulties at home, across the board on low-income countries and conflict-affected states has sharpened. There is a recognition that what happens there impacts the rest of the world. We had a Syria meeting during the this week meetings. You know, first time in more than 20 years, central bank governor and minister of finance from Syria are here at the meetings. Our intention is to first and foremost help them rebuild institutions so they can plug themselves in the world economy. You are asking me whether we are revisiting program assumptions. Of course, we would be carefully watching what is happening. And then I had a meeting with the Prime Minister of Jordan, and we are not talking about amending the program for Jordan right now, but we are talking about the importance of the fund as an anchor of stability and how we can exercise this role.
Thank you very much, Managing Director. And thank you very much to all of our journalists who've joined us today. I'm bringing this press conference to an end. As always, the transcripts will be made available on our website. And I want to wish all of you a very wonderful rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents.
Kind of loud. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome the Vice President of the United States and the Second Lady, Miss Usha, to the Global Gateway. Sir, as I told you before you got on the mighty C-130, that our mission here is to project power and to create community. Sir, you saw one of our platforms across the multitude of what we do to project power here, but something that's very dear to my heart is creating community. And I understand you're here to toast our awesome airmen and guardians. Right. Hello. And so, sir, in honor of that, we have a 86 Airlift Wing mug for you. Fantastic. And then we also are ready for you to serve some beer if you'd like.
Great. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, General. Thank you guys, the entire team. I just want to say a few things. First of all, we're so proud of you. We're so grateful for what you do. I see some families here. We know that military service, especially at the level that you guys do it, is an incredible sacrifice, not just for all of you, but for the whole team. So we're grateful to you. We just got back, as you may know, from a trip. We went to Italy, we went to India, and now we're back again. So I have no idea what the hell day it is, what time it is, but we're proud to be here celebrating with you guys. And as the General said, we know that you guys are one of the most important parts of how we project power overseas. We refuel our missions. We deliver cargo. We deliver weapons if we have to, or we deliver humanitarian assistance to the people who need it. So I'm just so grateful to you guys for what you do. And as an Iraq war veteran myself, I know this was a place that a lot of wounded warriors came before they came home. So whether you're getting cargo to where it needs to go or taking care of our troops who've gone off to war, we are grateful to you guys. We're thankful for what you do. And I guess as a small token of appreciation, I'm going to serve you some beers. Thank you all. God bless you. Thanks for having me. All right, so I've got a great, is this a Stein? Is that what this thing's called? Okay, well, we are in Germany here, and I would chug, you guys want some beer? No, that would go viral, and not in a good way, my friends. All right, but here, let me, so this, what kind of beer we got here? Is this a good German beer? Yes? Okay, all right, here, so we got, all right. All right. To the airmen of this base, the airwomen of this base, and all of our troops serving overseas, God bless you guys. Cheers. Great, thank you all. Now, I think if you don't have a beer, I'm happy to serve one. Is it the red tap, I guess, that's on? We'll see how my pouring abilities are here, but come on, guys, get a drink and say hello. Thank you all.
Oyez, oyez, oyez. All persons having business before the Honorable, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court. Be seated, please. Case number 24-5173. Pauline Newman, Honorable Circuit Judge Appellant, versus Kimberly A. Moore, Honorable, in her official capacities as Chief Judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, Chair of the Judicial Council of the Federal Circuit, and Chair of the Special Committee of the Judicial Council of the Federal Circuit et al. Mr. Dolin for the appellant, Ms. Patterson for the appellees.
Morning, Council.
Good morning, Your Honors, and may it please the court. For over 2 years, and as a result of defendant's actions, Judge Newman, a duly appointed federal judge, has been unable to exercise any functions or powers of her office, which she holds. She has heard no cases at panel or en banc level. She has written no opinions, has ruled on no motions, voted on no petitions, seen no briefs or pre-publications opinions. This state of affairs constitutes a practical removal from office, something that the Constitution and the Disability Act both prohibit. And there are 3 separate reasons why defendants' actions are unlawful. Defendants have functionally effected unconstitutional removal from office in violation of Article 3 and Section 354A3. Second, defendants have exceeded powers granted by the Disability Act, which, to the extent is constitutional at all, does not authorize seriatim removal. In fact, Section 354A2A Roman 1 speaks only of temporary removal on temporary basis for time certain. And third, these entire proceedings violate basic norms of due process, which at a minimum require a neutral adjudicator in the first instance. I want to begin by emphasizing that ruling for the defendants undermines the independence of every holder of judicial office. If defendants are correct that a temporary suspension from all judicial functions is constitutionally permissible, then it would follow that any judge can be debarred, completely debarred from exercising judicial functions, and that such debarment would not be constitutionally problematic so long as the judge continues to receive his or her salary. And it would not be constitutionally problematic whether it's done by fellow judges or another branch. And that simply cannot be correct. So,
Counsel, your constitutional arguments are forceful and raise a lot of novel and difficult questions. But as you know, as a panel, we're bound by our decision in McBride, and which on its face at least would seem to entirely foreclose your as applied and statutory challenges. So you've offered us in the briefs a few ways around McBride, and I'm curious which of those you think is the strongest.
I think two-part answer to that question, Judge Garcia. First, I think we have facial challenge to the extent if the statute is construed to mean that it allows suspension of a judge for any period of time from all judicial functions, it's unconstitutional on its face. Of course, through a doctrine of constitutional avoidance, the statute can be construed more narrowly. That's a facial challenge, and that is not explicitly precluded by McBride. Second, I think McBride, on its own terms, even leaving aside the subsequent history, on its own terms, accepts this case. Footnote 5 in McBride explicitly reserves the question of what happens when a suspension of sufficient length affects an effective removal.
You say, Mr. Nolan, that there's a facial challenge so long, and that your facial challenge succeeds if it allows effective removal. But that's not my understanding of how the standard we use in a facial challenge. It's, are there any constitutional applications of the statute? And the statute isn't limited to practical removals from duty. It has all kinds of lesser effects that I thought your brief was acknowledging were
Absolutely. And so
authorized. And
absolutely. We don't challenge, for example, the idea that judicial counsel can impose reprimands. We don't challenge the idea judicial counsel can collect information and certify a judge for impeachment for judicial conference and then to the House of Representatives. We don't challenge even the idea that judicial counsel could say that, look, a particular judge had a particularly untoward experience with a particular group of lawyers and therefore should not interact with those lawyers in a courtroom. So absolutely.
What about a backlog? I mean, I know there's been statutory action since Chandler, but the court in Chandler said that it was not unconstitutional for the judicial council to pause new assignments to a judge in order to allow management and catching up with the backlog.
Yes, Judge Pillard. So again, two-part answer to that question. First, generally backlog is not dealt with under this act. So this is dealt with under a different statute.
But the question about constitutionality of judicial council actions vis-a-vis a judge's workload.
Absolutely. And I think the fundamental difference there is when a judge has a backlog, that means he's still exercising judicial functions. The office, when a federal judge, an Article 3 judge is appointed, he has two separate protections. One, there's a salary protection, which Judge Newman has not been deprived of. And two, the judge gets to hold office during good behavior. Holding office must mean something. And that must mean, given the precedent, that the judge gets to judicially decide questions submitted. And so if a judge has a backlog, by definition means that that judge still has questions before him or her, deciding those in a judicial manner.
I fear that I interrupted you in answering
Yes, I was going to get
Judge
back.
Garcia's question about which of the ways of distinguishing McBride you think is the most.
Right. So I was going to get back to.
Can I follow up on the
sure.
challenge, and
Yes.
then we'll get to the ways around McBride. So I have a similar question just about how facial challenge work, because the appellee is going to say, you're asking us to hold the provision authorizing temporary, time-certain assignments, case suspensions, facially unconstitutional. And that the way that analysis works is that if there are a substantial number of constitutional applications of that provision, putting aside what happened in this case, then your facial challenge fails. And what is wrong about that?
So I respectfully, Your Honor, I disagree. I think the way to think about our facial challenge is that first you have to figure out what the statutory provision means. And if it means that it allows wholesale suspension of all judicial functions, then it's unconstitutional. If it means something else, then you're right, our facial challenge fails. And then the question is a judicial council's actions fits into that something else framework?
And so this is my next question, which is that argument that if it reaches this far, then it is facially unconstitutional. That sounds a lot like an overbreadth argument, which we in the Supreme Court have only applied in the First Amendment context, not a normal facial challenge, which again, we could take as given that there are many unconstitutional applications, but if there's a substantial number of legitimate ones, a facial challenge fails.
So I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's an overbreadth argument. I think it's a statutory construction argument. The statute means either A or B. And if it means A, then what the council is doing is ultra vires. And if it means B, meaning that it allows authorized wholesale suspension or removal by practical effects, then it's unconstitutional. So you're right. The court can absolutely avoid the constitutional problem, but in order to get there, they'd have to construe the statute more narrowly. And the upshot is that under either scenario, appellants prevail.
I don't think that's exactly consistent with our precedent or the Supreme Court's precedent on overbreadth. On facial challenges. If there are a substantial number of constitutional applications, then there's not a facial constitutional problem. So we don't go to the step of interpreting it narrowly to avoid the problem. So you're jumping to the narrowing construction, I think, based on an assumption that you've met a factor that I'm not sure I see you having met. The notion that I think you said that if the statute is unconstitutional because it allows, as one subset of its applications, that's my addition, but because it allows a full-on suspension of duties. And I don't think that's enough to render it facially unconstitutional, and therefore we don't get to the step of being concerned about a narrowing construction.
Well, so I think that
It's an as-applied problem.
No, I don't think it's quite correct. I think it's still the first step has to be, what does the statute actually allow, right? And so you're right. If the court concludes that the statute allows only some sort of temporary suspension when a judge still has, as in a backlog situation, still has judicial duties to accomplish, then you're right. We don't need to get to either as applied or facial challenge. We're done. But of course, that's not what's happening to Judge Newman. If a statute allows more, right, then it's a problem. Then it's a facial problem because the statute. I think that the way the statutory challenge, the way that facial challenges work, is that if whether or not to decision is constitutional rests with an administrative agency, which is what judicial council is, and it's purely their discretion, then the statute authorizes them to do something that it cannot do, and it's on its face unconstitutional. So the mere fact that they could behave constitutionally doesn't mean actually the statute is on its face constitutional. That was my speech. But Judge Garcia, to get back to your, so first, as I mentioned, footnote 5 of McBride, on its face, recognizes that there may be actions by judicial council that go so far beyond what either the statute or the Constitution authorizes that this court will not stay its hand. This court will have jurisdiction to decide. Second, post McBride, there's two cases actually coming out of the Federal Circuit, Koza v. Lee and SAS versus Iancu, where the Supreme Court explicitly says on a almost identical language that has jurisdiction stripping provision. In that case, in a context of a patent act. Supreme Court explicitly says that jurisdiction stripping provisions only apply when the agency actually acts within the bounds provided by the statute. When the agency goes beyond what the statute authorizes, then the jurisdiction provisions have no effect because you have to be read in context of the whole statute. So this is our statutory argument. It's not so much that we argue that, look, a 6-month suspension would have been okay, but Judge Newman was treated unfairly because she got a year plus. That would be beyond this court's jurisdiction. What we are arguing is that the statute, to the extent it's constitutional, authorizes a temporary suspension for time certain. A renewal, by definition, is not time certain. So this goes beyond what the statute authorizes. Just like in a patent act, when the court said Federal Circuit cannot review director's decision whether or not to institute inter-partes review. But if the director chooses to kind of do half institution and half non-institution, because that's not what statute authorizes, the courts can review that. So I think those are our two strongest arguments. Footnote 5 and the fact that whether or not an agency acting ultra vires is for the court.
So if this provision, as you're arguing, doesn't bar our review of a challenge that the council acted in excess of its statutory authority, what does it bar?
It certainly bars seriatim suspensions.
What does the judicial review preclusion
prohibit
us
from
from considering?
So for example,
it's common,
right.
you know.
So for example, if Judge Newman were to come to this court and said, you know, in prior cases, judicial councils of other circuits suspended judges for 6 months, and here I am being suspended for a year, and that's inconsistent, and everybody should be treated the same, that would be barred. If Judge Newman said, look, I am, you know, the court precluded me from hearing.
I'm confused about that point, because you spend a lot of time in your brief saying no one has been treated as severely as Judge Newman. But then you just said if her argument was that she was being treated worse than other people, we couldn't hear that.
That's true. I think the point that we made in our
So we can't consider your argument that she's been treated worse than any other judge.
No, I don't think that's.
You just said.
Well, no, you can't.
Disparate
Right,
treatment
no.
isn't something we could consider.
You're right. You shouldn't get her relief merely on the basis of disparate treatment. The reason we pointed out that nobody has been treated as poorly as Judge Newman is to show the court that no judicial council previously, federal circuit, this court, or any other judicial council has ever viewed its powers to fully remove judicial functions from a judge and do it on a seriatim repetitive basis. So it's not that she's treated more poorly, it's just to illustrate how everyone understood this, everybody understood the statute to
An
mean.
equal protection claim could not be heard.
Yeah, we have not brought an equal protection.
No, I mean, you were given an
Right.
example and you just said disparate treatment can't be brought. Equal
Right.
protection cannot be heard, but due process can.
I think so, because due process requires the process be fair itself, not that necessarily the equal protection is
So a constitutional claim couldn't be brought. That's confusing.
I think the constitutional claim, I think it would be just very hard to bring because each case is somewhat different, and it's the Congress could decide that these intra-court disputes are best settled in the court so long as it doesn't transgress on the constitutional powers of a duly appointed judge.
Are you making that distinction because you think McBride requires it?
I think McBride does require it. I also think that, you know, the 357C has to mean something. So the jurisdiction stripping provision. So
And you see a due process claim as inherently, I mean, you said previously, and I didn't see this as exactly how you argued in your brief, but that you were in defending what you describe as a facial challenge from our understanding of Salerno. You said that in every case, the Judicial Council has discretion, and then in characterizing a due process claim as sort of a facial claim, are you saying that there is in every instance of the Judicial Council's assessment of a judge's conduct and meeting out of a potential limitation or guidance or discipline, that in every case there's something wrong with what the Judicial Council does?
No. I think our claim is much more narrow than that. Our claim is simply a due process at its basic requires a neutral adjudicator. And in this case, this whole case began, the very first order issued by Chief Judge Moore says on page 2, I believe, of that order, says that the reason this process has begun is because other judges supposedly have complained about Judge Newman's alleged infirmities on the bench. So there are witnesses. It's not so much even, although that's also a problem that they're both prosecutors and judges, but they're witnesses, and then they're evaluating essentially the veracity of their own statements, which is why, as we pointed out, so it's not an equal protection challenge. It's an understanding of what the statute allows, which is why in every other case that we've been able to find, and police have not been able to point to anything contrary. In every other case, when a circuit judge was being investigated and when it went beyond the chief judge evaluation, when it went to special committee, it's been transferred to another circuit. In fact, transfers have happened when, even for district judges, when they live in close quarters, as just happened for a judge of the DC District Court. And so it's the due process is not that this court should superintend every single circuit that does something screwy. It's that at the very least, the people who are adjudicating the dispute, whether it's about disability or about misconduct, have to be neutral in their neutral adjudicators.
Is that a facial challenge or is that an as-applied challenge?
It has to be sort of as applied challenge, but it's one of those things that it's a basic constitutional requirement. Of course, it has to be as applied because you only know whether or not due process is violated based on what actually has happened. So you have to wait what happened. But
We're obviously back to McBride.
we're back to
involved a due process challenge to the way those proceedings were conducted.
right. That's true. Although there it was the only question was whether or not the proceeding should have been started to begin with, and not whether or not the ultimate adjudicators are essentially conflicted out. But
Mr. Dillon, you said that there's no examples of a misconduct investigation conducted within the judge's own circuit. On what basis are you talking about published judicial decisions?
well, yes, because published judicial council decisions, because once an investigation begins, let's go past the chief judge. So it's a three sort of step process. There's a chief judge who can kind of give thumbs up or down, and then if it moves to special committee issues a report to go to judicial council. Once it moves to the special committee, and special committee makes some sort of recommendation, judicial council must publish a report. So whether it exonerates the judge or punishes the judge. So yes.
But there can be, and you're distinguishing a case in which there may in fact be an investigation short of judicial council.
Well, that could be essentially what's a quick look where the chief judge says this has no merit and goes nowhere. So there's really not really an investigation. But anything that's really an investigation when there's a disputed question of fact has always been transferred somewhere else. And the way we know this is because there's not a single published decision, and that police have not been able to identify one where things stayed in the circuit. The closest they come is they cite the Adams case from the Sixth Circuit. Of course, Judge Adams was a district judge, but even there, every single judge in his district recused himself. And not only that, but then Chief Judge of the Sixth Circuit, who before going on to the Sixth Circuit served on, not even with Judge Adams himself, but with his colleagues, served on the Northern District of Ohio because she knew personalities involved. She recused herself. So same thing just happened in Alaska, where the circuit judge from Alaska and the senior district judge, because they all sit in the same courthouse with a judge who was being investigated, they recused themselves from judicial council. This is just de rigueur. It has never happened otherwise. And in 2+ years of this litigation, police have not been able to point to a single case where there has not been a transfer.
Do you distinguish between, or is there a distinction between the power or the authority of a court to do the investigation itself without transferring it? Is doing the investigation itself a violation of due process, or is it acting on the outcome of the investigation?
I don't think those two are separable because part of the investigation is also taking evidence. It's also potentially expanding the scope of investigation. It's potentially issuing interim orders. So I don't think those two are really
Due
distinguishable.
process rights with respect to an investigator are very different than they are with respect to an adjudicator.
Correct, but I think
You're not entitled to.
you're right.
I think in a criminal context, which is definitely is not, but the police are investigating because they think you did it.
Right, but of course you are entitled to sort of a prosecutor who's not conflicted out. But I think the weirdness of this whole thing is that investigation and adjudication all happening at once with the same people involved. And so
It's not the same people. The council included many more people. And the investigative committee was pretty small, as I recall, three,
yes. But of course, those people are also on the council.
I understand that. But the three investigators, it's not the same people making the decision by the council that are doing the investigation.
Yeah, correct. But I think in this case, at least, it doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter for two reasons. One, because the investigators also get to issue what they view as binding orders. And it's because they view Judge Newman as being disobedient to those orders that they've imposed additional sanctions. But also, and I go back to this notion that from the very beginning, there was, and this is not us, this is Chief Judge Moore, her opening order says that other judges have evidence that Judge Newman is not able to do her work. So she has not identified which of those judges are. So for all we know, it could be the investigators, it could be people on the council. And that is ultimately the problem on the due process issue.
Can you update us on the status of the ongoing proceedings? There's a pending motion for reconsideration, back and forth.
It remains pending. There's additional reports have been submitted. Some of them are now published on the Federal Circuit's website.
Still pending before the council.
Still pending before the council. Given the latest public order, we don't have much confidence that that they will reconsider. And in any event, we're coming up, by the time the reconsideration happens, we're coming up now on potential renewal for a third year. So if the council does not buy Dr. Filler's report.
What do you think either an investigating committee or a council can do? What do you think is permissible for them to do if a judge engages in misconduct as part of an investigative process?
They can use all the sanctions that are available under Judicial Disability Act, but remove the judge completely from hearing cases. They can, of course, refer the matter to the House.
Example.
Sorry?
So, all right, so they could refer it for impeachment. That's, okay, I assume that that's not the only option. And so they can, what?
There can be reprimands. There can be, depending on the misconduct, the council could choose to say that, look, with these particular lawyers, you don't get to hear cases because you've been misbehaving towards those lawyers.
The misconduct alleged here is that the non-cooperation with the investigative process. So how are they need to do an investigation. You haven't I know you've challenged who should be doing it, but you haven't challenged that there was at least a legitimate basis for an investigation here. It's just your objection has been who does that investigation.
Well, we have challenged it, not on this court, but we have challenged the basis for the
Your
investigation.
argument says is who does the investigation,
correct.
not whether there should be an investigation. So I'm taking it on that basis. Okay. And so, and then when someone doesn't cooperate with the investigation, what are their options? Because a reprimand doesn't get them the information they need to conclude their investigation.
So there are also mechanisms in the statute that allows the council to go to a district court, which would be a neutral adjudicator, and get a subpoena, which would be enforceable as any other subpoena, including by
They don't
civil.
want documents. They want a medical examination.
Well, they also wanted documents as well. So they wanted Judge Newman's medical records as well. So,
But
they
those were provided by now. Have they not been provided?
they've been provided just to the experts. They've not been provided to the council, which is another point of contention between us and the council.
Can one subpoena, by subpoena or other judicial process, require someone to undergo medical examination?
Well, certainly in other contexts, yes. We've certain criminal contexts, we order people to go to undergo examination for competency. We undergo examination for insanity. We undergo examination for to provide blood work. So certainly that can be done.
But this then a less, right, in the civil context? No.
Well, in the civil context as well, I think you can order, for example, blood work to determine paternity.
What?
To determine paternity, for example.
Paternity. So you characterize this as a effectively, because renewable, a permanent bar on the judge doing work on the docket, but it seems significant that neither have they ordered her to undergo medical examination per se, nor have they ordered her to stop hearing cases. They've given her a pressured, to be sure, option. If you don't submit to the investigation, then you aren't hearing cases. But if you do submit to the investigation, then you may continue to hear cases.
Well,
so it's different from a permanent bar.
So I don't think that's true for two reasons. And I think your question has one of the reasons embedded in it. And that word is may. At no point did Judicial Council suggest that if Judge Newman's go through the investigation, and in fact, if she passes with flying colors, she goes back on the bench. That has never been suggested in any of the Judicial Council's orders or any of the briefs. So like that will merely allow us to conclude our investigation and come to our conclusion, which will ultimately get on our own, including all the affidavits from the court staff, including apparently our own views as judges and our interaction with Judge Newman. So
if they were to say, and if, as you put it, she passes it with flying colors, she will return to her duties. If it had said that, would that be a cure for the constitutional
I
defect?
don't think so. And this
Why
goes,
not?
and so this goes to Judge Millett's initial question. What is the Judicial Council to do? And I respectfully submit that there's only 3 ways for a judge to stop hearing cases, and that's death, resignation, and impeachment. There simply is no door number 4. And so if the judge is recalcitrant, if the judge is refusing to comply, if the judge is, in fact, if the judge is disabled, which Judge Newman is not, but if the judge were disabled, removing a judge from hearing cases simply by the order of her colleagues is not what the Constitution provides. In fact,
Wait, but being disabled is not a high crime or misdemeanor.
well, of course, the Congress can determine for itself, and that actually is not judicially reviewable. What is high crime or
I
misdemeanor?
know, but just thinking about what the Constitution means in providing for impeachment, I mean, nor is having whatever impairments the committee of, the Judicial Council of the Federal Circuit is investigating. That's also not a high crime or misdemeanor, nor even interfering with an investigation, I don't think. And so the notion that what's available is death, resignation, or impeachment leaves the courts with no ability to govern themselves
But that I think is by
in the
design.
interest of the public.
But I think that's by design. The Constitution provided only 3 ways to protect the public from wayward judges, and that is death, resignation, or impeachment. And yes, that comes with some costs. And in fact, whether or not disability is high crime or misdemeanor, the concept of disability was considered even before the Constitution. The Alexander Hamilton writes in Federalist 79 that it is better to occasionally risk a disabled judge being on the bench, in part because mental disability is such a amorphous line, than to have any mechanism for removal. So Judge Millett, to your question, fundamentally, what's the remedy? The remedy is what the Constitution provides, and that's impeachment. And I think that's a high bar.
A subpoena for all of her medical records that were submitted to the expert or whoever they were submitted to. Would that be permissible?
Yes, that's permissible because that's done under Article 3 power of a neutral district court, like in any other civil proceeding. So Judicial Council would file a civil action against Judge Newman, but ultimately, the bottom line, whether they get the medical records or not, whether they adjudicate Judge Newman to be competent or not, the bottom line is they still cannot remove her from hearing cases if they think that she's incompetent. In fact,
it gives, I don't know why they have to go to district court. 356 gives subpoena power to the councils and their special committees.
yes, but it's enforceable in a district court. Like there's a separate next subsection.
They can issue the subpoena.
They can issue the subpoena, which of course they've never done. And if we contest the subpoena or if we ignore it, they get to go to the district. So it's
Right,
enforceable
but
in
they
district
don't
court.
have to go to district court to have the subpoena.
Correct,
They can issue
right.
the subpoena.
Yes, that's true.
And if she doesn't comply, what happens?
Then they have to go to district court for enforcement.
And what's the enforcement?
The enforcement is through civil contempt. But I also wanted to,
Civil contempt and misconduct that the council could take action on?
no, I think the district court could take usual actions, whether it's monetary penalties or whether it's jail
I understand,
time,
but someone's held in contempt by a court.
right?
I would think an investigating judicial council would be able to investigate that.
Oh, absolutely.
Misconduct.
Yes, of course.
Warranting.
Oh, of course. The question is, what punishment can they visit on Judge Newman? And the punishment is not removal from hearing cases.
No, but it could be, I mean, in civil contempt cases, there's pressure put on the person until they comply.
Yes.
Um,
And so, yes, so if a district judge wishes to jail Judge Newman until she complies, that's a different story because again, it's done under Article 3 powers and she's basically treated as any other
in
litigant.
jail, they can have fines accrued.
They can have fines
at a
accrued.
rate, And it's your position that they cannot touch the assignment.
Right. She's vested with judicial powers through the Constitution. That's where she derives her powers. Those powers cannot be withdrawn by simply by an order of an administrative body.
So this is not at all a comment on the existing case before us, just exploring your view of what powers the judiciary has to make sure that it is serving the public as intended. If I had a serious brain injury and could no longer speak coherently, but came into the office and continued to do my work. And my colleagues had concerns whether it wasn't just a speech problem, but a bigger problem of brain injury. If the court wants to investigate in its responsibility to make sure that the Article 3 courts are serving the public, the only thing the court can do is imprison or fine that judge when they don't submit.
Well, two.
Subpoena the judge for medical records.
Yes. So I don't
The
think
judge says I don't want to give them, or maybe I haven't been and had that examination.
so. I think they can't imprison or fine. So that's not a power given
So
by
you go to the
but district court. Yes,
and
and
you get
district court. Right.
enforcement, and to you, it's less of a constitutional problem. District court to fashion a contempt sanction against a circuit court judge than to have the Judicial Council appealable to the Judicial Conference of the United States do something analogous.
Indeed. And the reason it's a lesser sanction is because in that hypothetical, the district court is not directly affecting your Article 3 powers. Now, you may be sitting in jail and therefore can't show up to the courthouse and can't adjudicate cases because you're physically not there. And so it's an incidental effect on your powers, but not a direct effect. So your powers as a circuit court judge stem from the Constitution and the commission that you were granted after having been nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate, and then appointed.
So could the council, as a sanction for misconduct, bar a judge from entering the courthouse?
From being in a courthouse? So as we said in our brief, the Constitution does deal with substance, not shadows. So if it's merely
Well, you just said if a judge, by virtue of contempt, prevents her from coming to the courthouse and hearing cases, that would be just an indirect effect. That would be fine. But so if the circuit council just prevents her from coming into the courthouse at all, then it would just be an indirect effect. Any impact on her ability to hear cases would be an indirect effect.
I think I disagree because
It's a direct effect when the council does it, but it's an indirect effect when the
well,
judge.
I think the point is that if it's sanctioned for misconduct, so as to prevent the judge from hearing cases, not so as to not so as like treat her like any other litigant who
They will
is.
say that they've done it because, say you have, obviously not this case, but you have someone who's just really loud and noisy and pulling a china shop whenever they're in chambers, and they go around throwing things and breaking things and yelling at other people. They go, you can't be in the courthouse. You can't be in the courthouse. We have to
Right.
protect people from that.
The point is that the judge would have to be, whether they get to sit in their chambers, they would have to be able to go on the bench. So
Well,
simply.
then why
right.
wouldn't that apply to the same? I mean, I'm not understanding why you think a district court can accomplish something that the council cannot. If they're both, you just said it was
Right, so-
indirect,
so-
that's not a problem. This would be it would be justified on the facts. They can't function
Right.
in
So I would
a
answer.
professional manner physically inside the courthouse. That's not this case at all, to be clear, but
Yeah.
that by hypothetical. And so the same thing is you can't come in this building.
So I would answer it by analogy. So if, for example, a district court, not even in this context, in any other context, a judge
Why
is-
is it different
Right.
when the council does it than when a district court does it for contempt?
So if I may, Judge Millett, so by analogy, imagine a district court fines a judge, whether it's for speeding or for whatever else. Now, in some sense, it diminishes the judge's salary, right? Because now she has a smaller take-home paycheck. That is not a constitutional problem because the judge is simply being treated like any other litigant. But conversely, if Judicial Council says, look, you're being too slow on your opinions, and so we're docking 10% of your salary, that is a constitutional.
No, if they said you broke all the dishes in the cafeteria, you need to pay for them. They could do that.
They could do that, but that's not.
So I don't understand how that answers my question about if a district court prevents someone from coming into the courthouse, which is necessary to hear cases, then why the council couldn't likewise impose sanctions that prevent someone from coming into the courthouse and have the indirect effect of preventing them from hearing cases.
But even when a district court does it, even the preventing from coming to the courthouse is itself indirect, because the district court presumably would put a judge in jail. So it's not an order you can't come to the courthouse. So you have to sit in jail.
Or issue an injunction.
I don't know if so if the district court issued an injunction preventing a judge from doing her job directly, that would also be a constitutional problem. Like, but I think that would be a constitutional problem. You can, because if you need to be in the courthouse to do your job.
They can only put you, all right, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that the Constitution's perfectly happy if they can't sit on cases because they're in a jail cell. But otherwise, any other thing that keeps them from coming to the courthouse to hear cases is not allowed.
I think that's right. I think
It doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, if it were right, Judge Millett, then the impeachment provision in the Constitution that is meant to be a high bar essentially becomes unnecessary, because Judicial Council can always withhold.
Well, I know you talked about this. So the impeachment standard is high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 3 protection is serving during good behavior. Are you equating good behavior with high crimes and misdemeanors? It seems to me that they're somewhat different in there, and that may very well be the area in which this council operates.
Whether or not they're the same, I think it's.
Well, that's what you seem to, your argument assumes, right? But the only thing that prevents you from hearing cases is impeachment.
Correct.
Removal. But that's not what Article 3 says. It says service during good behavior.
Yes, but I think
Is good behavior the same or not?
I haven't given it much thought, but I don't think it matters, because whether or not good behavior is a higher, same, or lower standard than high crimes and misdemeanors, the judgment as to whether or not somebody is on good behavior is with Congress and not with fellow judges.
That's not, no, the Congress gives them an impeachment power, and it doesn't say you decide if they're on good behavior. It says you decide if they've committed a high crime and misdemeanor. So that's why I think it may very well matter that these seem to be different standards. And so if it's good behavior, which of course committing a high crime and misdemeanor would not be good behavior, like that's easy. But if instead someone is critically ill, has had severe physical injuries from some kind of accident, and simply, cannot move, is going in and out of consciousness for 3 months, that's not a high crime and misdemeanor, as Judge Pillard said. But their ability to serve during, good behavior in their service might well be in question, at least during that time period while they're recovering.
Yes, but presumably in that situation, the judge is not on the course. So judges, of course, like everybody else, can take medical leave.
That judge is not capable of making any decisions in my hypothetical. So that they're not going to voluntarily do it. They're not in a position to make any legal or binding decisions. So the council itself will decide, we are not giving that judge any cases during the recuperation period. We are not going to have them voting on bank matters during the recuperation period. That seems to me fully consistent with Article 3.
I think it's only
fully consistent with what the statute allows, even though there'd be no reference for impeachment.
But I think that in that case, the reason it's permissible is because the judge is simply not there to do the work, right? So in your hypothetical, the judge is going in and out of conscience, presumably they're not showing up at the courthouse. Judge, but if I could go back to your prior question, but
I just, in exploring the apparent gap between service during good behavior and high crimes and misdemeanors, you said at one point that would be for Congress to judge. And I wasn't sure whether, the ensuing back and forth seemed to take that to mean in serving articles of impeachment. But when you first said that, I thought you meant for Congress to judge in legislating, for example, enacting 332 or the different authorities that are given.
No, in the articles of impeachment.
Pardon?
Through the articles of impeachment, not Congress.
Articles of impeachment.
Yes.
So is it not the case that Congress has any role in ensuring good behavior by legislating? If and I know you disagree with this, or I gather you disagree with this, maybe the threshold question is, do you disagree that there is an apparent delta between conduct that refrains from committing high crimes and misdemeanors and conduct that constitutes good behavior?
That is
identical.
yes. I do disagree. There's a delta simply based on historical standards. So Congress has never thought that there is such a delta.
Congress did enact various authorities, and we've held them to allow certain discipline of judges. So, and Congress hasn't amended those authorities for the Judicial Council to supervise and somebody thinks that there's a delta, or tell me why that's.
No, so I think I disagree. And I disagree for the following reason. The judges get to hold office during good behavior. Holding office, as I've said before, includes determining judicially questions submitted. That doesn't mean that judges don't get reprimanded. It doesn't mean that judges don't get, assigned, not assigned some cases, but not others. So, but you have the good behavior protects the holding of the office portion. And Congress, the only way to stop judge from holding office, i.e. from deciding judicially questions submitted, is through impeachment. If it were otherwise, it would then mean that Congress can delegate this role, not just Judicial Council. Congress can delegate this role to the.
No, but your theory leaves no room at all. I mean, this is a statute not just about misconduct, but about disability. And disability, if you do the impeachment process, you're out. There's no temporary impeachment.
Correct.
And you are in fact convicted of a crime. Right? You're going to lose your any pension you might have, any benefits. You lose everything. And the notion that Congress would say, well, if someone has a disability so they can't function for 6 months or a year, we're going to declare them a criminal and destroy their entire position, take it away, never to be returned, including all benefits and emoluments with it. That somehow the Constitution forced that choice seems to me an extraordinary proposition. And in fact, the standards are different for impeachment and good behavior. And that's the very reason there has to be room for some temporary suspensions that keep the person in their office, that don't take away their ability for retirement benefits or health care benefits while they're recovering. I don't understand why. I mean, if your position means that someone who is physically disabled for 6 months has to either be given cases to decide or impeached, that suggests to me there's something wrong with your position.
I think my position is that if somebody is disabled for 6 months, somebody undergoing medical treatment, and
they can't decide because they're going in and out of subconscious. No one would let them sign a contract at that point, let alone say, please take me off the cases.
But they're also then in that hypothetical, they're not in a courthouse. But to Judge Pillar's point,
What does that get to with being in a court? No, what? They're not in a courthouse. Of course they're not in a courthouse.
But they're not showing up for work. So of course, court can not assign cases to somebody who's not showing up for work.
What? Why? If someone doesn't show up for work, that should be a good reason for impeachment.
Well, no, because yes, and actually that has been, there have been 2 cases.
They don't show up for work? The council still can't do anything? They have to be impeached?
No, the council.
They don't show up for work because they're in the hospital?
No, I think it goes to this idea that I think Judge Miller, you asked before, or actually with Judge Pillar's question, what happens if you're a backlog? I'm
not asking about backlogs. What I am asking about is my scenario. And the reason they aren't showing up for work is they're in the hospital going in and out of consciousness. And your answer is, wow, let's impeach them.
No, I think my answer is if the judge, it's consistent with our position that voluntary agreements, so for example, a case
There's no voluntary agreement because they're not capable of entering into a voluntary agreement.
No,
That's why I gave you that hypothetical.
No.
So you have no voluntary agreement as an out. And so you've got, under your scenario, there's 2 options here.
No, I
give them cases or we impeach them.
I understand that there's no explicit voluntary agreement in your hypothetical. My point is consistent with that idea that if you're not there because you're sick or because you're going through treatment or because of whatever other reason or because maybe you had to take time off to attend to family emergency, it is fully consistent with the idea that, of course, when you're not in a courthouse, when you're not doing the work, no new case get assigned to you. But when you are there, when you are able to do this, when you're willing to do it, to withdraw cases from you as a punishment.
The way that happens is, barring my hypothetical where they are not able to communicate or make legal decisions. If someone's going through a family matter, you know what you do? You go talk to your chief judge and say, I need to hold. That would be your voluntary situation. But that's very different from my hypothetical. And I still haven't heard an answer under your vision of how the Constitution works as to why the only answer to that is to keep assigning cases to the person who's going in and out of consciousness for 6 months or impeach them. What is your third option for that one when there's no voluntary agreement?
So my third option is simple. I'll have to refer back to what I said before, that if the judge is not in the courthouse, if the judge is not actually doing work for whatever reason, you can stop assigning cases to
Okay,
them. But
I have a harder hypothetical, and we will at some point let you sit down and hear from opposing counsel. But, and this is sadly informed by a situation with an elderly relative who became paranoid and aggressive. And this person was not a lawyer or a judge, but I could see such an individual coming to the courthouse and being very belligerent and insisting on hearing cases, and in fact, having the sense that people who were trying to help her were, out to get her, and that she would lash out. I mean, that happened to my relative who broke up the relationship that she was in just when she needed it for caring for her, and alienated everyone. So you come into the courthouse, you insist on doing your work, you yell at parties, you yell at counsel, you are there, and the court, does nobody in the system, and is it a high crime or misdemeanor? It's certainly not good behavior. Is there nobody in the system who can take steps against a conscious, belligerent person whose judgment is clearly in trouble? And again, I am not suggesting that this is the case.
I appreciate
for
that,
us, but the ruling that we make could have effects on other cases.
I appreciate that question, just Paul. So, and in some sense, it actually goes back to what I wanted to return in your prior question about what if a judge had a stroke or whatever. Because police do cite a similar case, and we've responded to it in our reply brief. There was a similar situation like that on the 7th Circuit, I think in the Northern District of Illinois, where a judge did have a stroke, did not fully regain his executive function, which one would think is somewhat problematic for a judge sitting on the bench not having full executive function. And yet, nobody thought that they could fully divest him of judicial authority. Then Chief Judge Easterbrook simply chose not to assign him criminal cases, I guess on the theory that more is at stake in a criminal case than in a civil case. But that judge continued to sit on civil cases. And so I think that just shows that
You
there's.
haven't answered my.
Well, so I'm getting
which
right.
is much harder, I have to say. I recognize it's very difficult.
Right. So, but I think it goes to, I was getting to the answer. I think that in those situations when a judge is belligerent, when a judge is, the answer is you could potentially reduce the caseload to alleviate the pressure, but you can't completely withdraw it. And if it really is a problem, if it really is that bad, impeachment. Ultimately, I think I have to fall back on the Constitution, and our founders contemplated this very scenario. They thought about it. Alexander Hamilton wrote, because he said that, look, some states have actually taken a different route. So for example, at that time in New York, you had to retire at age 65 precisely because people were worried. And Hamilton writes that we are purposefully not doing. And the upshot, if the answer is that somebody could, outside of impeachment process, take care of it, then there's no specific constitutional reason why it has to be assigned to judicial counsel, as opposed to, for example, Department of Justice or the White House. There's no specific, if you can essentially debar a judge from hearing cases short of impeachment on a temporary basis, there's no specific constitutional prohibition that says, well, it has to be done by fellow judges.
But there seems to be serious separation of powers concerns with having another branch be responsible.
Well, I think that those concerns are equally present when it's the same branches doing it, because the concept of judicial independence is not merely independence from other branches. As the Supreme Court said, it's also independence of each individual judge.
This is a big debate in, Chandler and the dissents in some of our cases. Was
But-
any of your historical evidence that you've referred to actually show they considered the possibility of intra-branch discipline?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, Christina?
The Hamilton and other evidence from the founding, does any of it actually speak to intra-branch discipline as opposed to inter-branch discipline, which obviously raises more of the types of separation of powers?
It doesn't speak specifically on intra-branch discipline, but Hamilton's basically says like we do not need any additional mechanism. But if it is not a problem to do it intra-branch, then the other problem follows. Danger of judges being, no danger of judicial independence from fellow judges. It would follow that, for example, an appellate judge could call a district judge and say, look, I need you to decide a case this way. And it would not be a problem because it's intra-branch, and that simply cannot be right. So I take your point. Of course, it's even more danger if you assign this determination to the White House as opposed to intra-branch. But I don't think it's really different in kind. It's perhaps different in degree.
I just want to get back. You started with a list of, sorry, that you said their only option is impeachment. But then you said impeachment or voluntary suspension, right? You've agreed with that if they voluntarily need a suspension.
Yes.
And then you said impeachment, voluntary suspension, and they can't get into the courthouse.
I think
that's you added that. I don't understand the answer, but that's what you added.
Well, I've added that you can't get as a secondary thing. If they're sitting in jail, they as a result sit in jail.
My hypothetical wasn't jail, so I gave you a hypothetical. They could, and your answer was repeatedly that the person in the hospital can't get into the courthouse, so you can suspend their work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got three things now. Chandler said that you can suspend it for being behind in a backlog of cases. Chandler said that. We're bound by that.
Well, I don't think Chandler quite said that. I think Chandler ultimately was decided on jurisdictional issue because the court said mandamus.
Perfectly fine.
But
that would be fair and made sense to be able to address a backlog that way. Now you can say it was just dicta, and so but I'm not going to say they were just kidding when they said it. I feel like we're bound by it. So we've got those four.
But I think you have to look at how the procedural posture of Chandler. So first, Judge Chandler actually agreed to case reassignment.
I'm telling you what the Supreme Court said. Their words. That's what I'm telling you, right? They said, you agree, they said that.
They did, but again, so I think, but part of, and I think actually it could have been an opinion by Justice Harlan as a concurrence and not the majority. The majority ultimately did it on the mandamus, saying that there's no disputable right.
You think they didn't mean it then? We don't have to take it seriously?
No, I don't think majority endorsed the idea that you can, without judge's consent, simply take away his function. The majority said that on that case, on the facts of that case, when Judge Chandler repeatedly agreed with the judicial council on case reassignment.
Many courts, including federal courts, have informal, unpublished rules, which, for example, there's other ones, provide that when a judge has been given a number of cases under submission, he will not be assigned more cases until opinions and orders issue on his backlog. These are reasonable, proper, and necessary rules, and the need for enforcement cannot reasonably be doubted. And you're saying we should pay no attention to that.
No, I'm not saying that. In fact, Federal Circuit has that rule as well, and we're not challenging.
So that's a fourth exception.
No, I don't think it's an exception because in those cases, I think we started a conversation with Judge Pillard a while ago because in that case, you're not suspended from determining judicially questions submitted. You still have cases you're working on. You still have opinions.
They can suspend new assignments.
They can suspend new assignments, right? And I think that goes to Judge Garcia's very first question about how to distinguish McBride. And the point is that, or how to construe the statute. If all the statute allows you to do is to essentially suspend new cases while you still have other judicial work, that's fine because you're still holding office, because you're still exercising judicial powers of the United States. But if you have no work to do, as Judge Newman has not had it for almost 2 years, not petitions.
So if they allowed one case a year, you'd have no objection.
I think it would be a harder constitutional question.
I want to know your answer if it was allowed one case a year.
I think, like I said, it would be a hard constitutional question. I would have to think harder about it because, again, ultimately, it's right. It's substance, right? It's substance, not shadows. And so, if it's, so long as she has some judicial work to do, then she has not been functionally removed from office.
So one case a year would not be a function.
I would have to know like how long that case will take. She has some judicial work to do, but it can't be just like she does work for 3 days and no work for 362 days. So, but I think that as long as a judge has judicial function.
Article 3 requires some volume of work?
Article 3 requires the judge be able to exercise.
Yes,
Right,
I
but-
understand that. You're
but-
saying
so-
exercise judicial power. And it sounds like you want to say, well, more than one case a year. But somehow we're supposed to just.
No, so I think I agree that it's a very hard to draw line, but wherever the court draws that line, we're way past that. So whether it's, whether one case a year is enough, or whether it has to be like once every month, or similar to what other judges in active status are doing, wherever that line is drawn, at the very least, Judge Newman has to exercise the powers that the very commission that's hanging on her wall, and very commission in which that police rely, invest in her. And thus far, since at least November of 2023, she's had not only no cases, not only no petitions, she has even been removed from the court listserv that allows her to see pre-publication opinions of her colleagues. She's doing absolutely no work whatsoever. In fact, the police in one of their orders say, and it is a defense of the argument that Judge Newman has not been functionally removed, said that she has been invited for ice cream socials, and she gets occasional emails about patches to the IT system. That cannot be what the Constitution envisions an Article 3 power to be.
Okay, thank you very much.
Honor.
We'll hear now from the Justice Committee.
May it please the court, Melissa Patterson on behalf of the Federal Circuit Judicial Council. And I would like to start this morning by making clear that no one in these proceedings is disputing Judge Newman's many contributions to the law generally, or the Federal Circuit specifically, for decades before the concerns arose that resulted in the Judicial Council order that's issued today. That order was issued under the Judicial Conduct and Disability Act, whose review provisions this court has previously addressed in McBride. And in McBride, the court held that if you want to go to district court and bring a challenge to the type of Judicial Council order at issue here, there's only one type of challenge you can bring, and that is a facial challenge to the act itself. For all other complaints, whether they are about statutory matters or as applied constitutional challenges, you have to use the review mechanism that Congress created and crafted in the act, and that is a petition to the United States Judicial Conference.
The problem, as you know, is the Judicial Conference has said we can't hear as applied claims.
And they have
And
said
this court said we can't hear as applied claims because they need to decide the as applied claims. And so McBride, the combination of McBride and the position of the Judicial Conference has left us with a world in which there are constitutional claims that can't be heard anywhere. Isn't that, if that's what this statute creates, isn't that a constitutional problem in its own right?
that is not the state of the world, Your Honor. The Judicial Conference can and does entertain as constitutional challenges since this court in McBride said it
That's not what they
could.
said here, is that when they described exactly, what their standard of review is, what they would review, and it was not. It was not.
I believe it's
as
legal
applied.
error, which of course includes constitutional challenges, clear error of facts, or
Did they
abuse of
did they
discretion.
address her as
Yes,
applied constitutional argument in this case?
absolutely, Your Honor. I refer, then in February 2024, Judge Newman's petition to the Judicial Conference, which had been referred to the Judicial Conduct and Disability Act, which is composed of 7 Article 3 judges from the 26, 27 who populate the Judicial Conference. And I refer the court to pages 14 through 21. So on page 14, the committee describes the challenges that it has before it. And it recounts that she says the Judicial Council's alleged, quote, violations of the Act, the rules, and the Fifth Amendment constitute good cause for her refusal to submit to medical testing. And that the sanction imposed by the Judicial Council, the 1-year suspension that's been under discussion this morning, is contrary to the Constitution. It then goes on to reject those challenges on the merits. It
There's no
says,
mention of the Constitution. Is there? It says all the process she was due under the rules, not under the Fifth Amendment. There's at least some ambiguity about whether they thought they were resolving the arguments, the constitutional arguments they described.
I think it's quite an implausible reading of this opinion to take the view that what the Judicial Conference did was say, we have before us a constitutional challenge. For it to go on to analyze and to say, quote, Judge Newman was not denied due process, to describe the many processes afforded her under the rules, to say, in fact, the Judicial Council here gave her more process than those rules decided. And then for the inference of all of that to be that the Judicial Conference, the Article 3 judges there, actually thought, we are going to silently not address the due process challenge of the constitutional variety we referred to several pages before, and to leave that uncorrected, despite the fact that we are possessed of uncontested authority to change any of the sanctions that the Judicial Council ordered. Were there any doubt that the Judicial Conference Committee considers itself capable of resolving constitutional challenges? It did so in the Adams case. We cite this in our briefs, and I don't think there's any possible ambiguity in this statement, Judge Garcia. The Judicial Council order, quote, did not violate the Fourth Amendment regarding the mental health examination and orders. So I think it is.
Where do they address the due process implications of not transferring?
Pardon?
Where do they address the due process implications of not transferring? They sort of go through recusal issues under statutes. But where do they say address the due process issue of having someone who has information about either actual or perception of bias or relevant information in the case? I mean, her whole argument is you can't adjudicate my case if you are a witness, if you have firsthand knowledge, or if you have potential bias, or even there could be an appearance of bias. Why is that? Where is that addressed?
I would direct the court to pages 15 through 20 of the Judicial Council decision. This is the internal pagination for the committee decision itself. The court notes, Judge Newman concludes that recusal in this matter is both constitutionally and statutorily required. For the reasons explained below, we conclude that neither the Chief Circuit Judge nor the Judicial Council abused their discretion by not requesting transfer. It then goes on to explain that in the system Congress has created, the sort of rules of 455 recusal do not apply, that the design Congress has created.
They don't go on to then say, well, whatever the rule is that applies, that's not the same thing as saying, what does the Constitution require? And they don't go on. There's no constitutional cases. And here there's no constitutional analysis. So we said at McBride, they've disavowed their ability to decide as applied constitutional claims.
Well, in McBride, of course, the court still refused to entertain the as applied challenges, even when we were in a state of the world where it was uncontested that the Judicial Conference was not going to.
You said the Judicial Conference has now changed its practice. Have they issued a new document that says we will decide as applied constitutional challenges? Have they announced that they will decide it?
I am unaware of any such document, but
in their read these opinions and think they're actually deciding anything constitutional.
I most certainly do, Your Honor. And if were there any doubt, and I don't think there's a fair doubt, that the judges of the committee understood themselves to be resolving the challenges they described before them. I think the Adams decision, where there was an unambiguous rejection of a Fourth Amendment challenge, puts to rest any idea that the Judicial Conference is somehow disabling itself from hearing these claims.
Is the JC&D committee or the Judicial Conference your client in this case? Or
the Judicial
Council?
The Judicial Council is my client, yes.
And so, at least as to them, you're representing that they believe, and for example, if another challenge is raised, they're going to address whether this has amounted to an effective removal that violates the separation of powers.
If the question is, do my judicial clients believe that they are adhering to the Constitution and applying this act, the answer is unambiguously yes.
The simpler way is they believe they have the authority and they will resolve as applied challenges.
Yes, and of course the Judicial Conference can then review their evaluation of the situation they have before them. I do want to
Do you have-
return.
Do you also represent the conference?
I do not. I represent the council. I do want to return to McBride because I think that the colloquy earlier about what may or may not constitute a facial challenge is something I'd like to weigh in on. All of the cases that Mr. Dolan is citing about narrowing constructions being appropriate in a facial challenge are First Amendment cases. And this court has, I think, in many a recent case, explained that overbreadth is limited to the First Amendment. And that's because, of course, if you leave an overbroad statute on the books that has both First Amendment compliant and First Amendment non-compliant applications, you can chill speech. And in that particular context, given the need to avoid chilling First Amendment activity, you can, even in a situation where there is no as-applied challenge for whatever reason, take the face of the statute and cut it down. We do not have a First Amendment challenge here.
But I mean, are you saying there can never be, you can never construe a statute to avoid a constitutional problem in a facial challenge outside the First Amendment?
I don't think opposing counsel has pointed to any
I'm
examples.
asking you whether, I don't understand why, I mean, you would have to find a substantial facial constitutional challenge, and you'd have to find ambiguity that could be interpreted to avoid that problem. I don't understand why courts' duties to avoid constitutional rulings when possible wouldn't apply equally to facial challenges
Well, I think as the Supreme
outside the First Amendment.
in Salerno, when what you are doing is changing Congress's handiwork, not just saying it's been applied unconstitutionally in this circumstance. Everyone agrees that in the normal course, that's how you would get at that problem. But when you are actually altering legislative enactments, the only time it's appropriate to do that is the no set of circumstances in which Congress's actual words could ever be applied
I'm just
constitutionally.
asking a question. If you're sitting there scratching your head, there have been statutes where like, we are really struggling to figure out a single example that would be constitutional. But if we read this word to mean X rather than Y, we could do that. And your position is that's not available.
I don't know that I have a position on that, Your Honor, because
Well, you were just saying that pushing off his constitutional avoidance argument, saying that's just a First Amendment argument, and that's what I'm pushing back on.
I'm articulating the Salerno standard, which is the
I'm
standard.
aware of the Salerno standard. I'm saying you could be in a case applying the Salerno standard and have a substantial constitutional question in front of you under that standard that could be avoided by construing language in the statute.
I'm having trouble reconciling that with the facial nature, and here's why. If what you are doing is narrowing an act, you're issuing a narrowing construction, by definition, that means there are many constitutional applications of this statute. Now,
Only if you read the statute language as having that narrowing meaning, but without that narrowed meaning, you wouldn't be able to think of a situation where it would be constitutional.
Your Honor, I don't want to quarrel with this court's authority to read statutes in the way it
So it
sees
seems
fit.
to be the easier question
What-
here is whether they've raised that type of substantial question.
I think
under a
it's-
facial challenge.
I think it's clear, and think it was clear from the opening minutes of Mr. Dolan's presentation, where he referred to the council here functionally affecting removal, that this was a statutory violation of the temporary requirement in 354A2A1, and that, quote, these proceedings violated due process, that we do not have a true facial challenge before this court. What we have are precisely the type of as-applied challenges that Judge McBride tried to bring and that this court said had to be challenged to the judicial conference. The judicial conference can address Judge Newman's claims if she believes that the Judicial Council has exceeded the boundaries of the statute. It can address her claims if Judge Newman considers the application of these statutes, which are valid on their face, to have strayed outside the bounds of the Constitution. But under this court's binding precedent, that is a question for the judicial conference, not a district court.
So is one way of putting this that when you look at 2A1, everyone seems to agree that you can understand what it means in a lot of applications and that a lot of those applications are totally constitutional. And if we start from that point, do you think that we even have to interpret what the outer bounds of the statute are? Or is your point that no, what everything I just said is enough to resolve what we've always regarded as a facial challenge?
That, Your Honor, yes, as soon as you have the undoubted, applications of the statute in 354A2A1, that's all this court would need to resolve. And so I do want to note that I think some of the discussion, most of the discussion earlier hinged on the idea that you were not deciding any cases. Of course, for the first few months of the suspension, the 1-year suspension, Judge Newman continued to hear cases because she had a backlog that she was working through. And the suspension was only of new cases. So even on her own theory, this very suspension would have been constitutional between September and November of 2023. And it was only at that point when Judge Newman cleared her backlog that this very suspension would have crossed their line from constitutional into unconstitutional. So I think that's enough to show that there are not only many theoretical applications of the statute that are constitutional, but even on their own theory, this one was for some period of time.
Can I ask a few questions about McBride? You might be right that we're bound by its jurisdictional holdings, but it seems like an outlier in several respects. And I think maybe one of them is, are you aware of any other statute a court has interpreted to bar as applied constitutional challenges, but not facial challenges?
I'm not, Your Honor, but I think that this may be an outlier because the scheme is an outlier. Of course, the actual language of 357C does not have a sort of a bifurcation. And you're right that usually there's a high bar to courts acknowledging that Congress actually means that, and that they will read in an implicit exception for as applied constitutional challenges. But McBride went very carefully through and acknowledged that high bar, said, yeah, we have to have clear and convincing evidence that this is what Congress meant and that it's okay. And the McBride court did that work. It explained we have a singular context here of the sensitive business of looking into Article 3 judge misconduct or disability. And we want to give that to Article 3 judges, but in order to protect judicial independence, we want to keep it out of the adversarial proceedings that if we put this into an Article 3 court, instead of just in front of Article 3 judges, who of course have all the life tenure and independence, and there's no reason to think that they would scant the right of their members of their own judiciary, in this context, where Congress has created a route to Article 3 judges, we think it is okay to read the language of 357C to mean what it says. We don't see a question that there is a meaningful difference between having as applied challenges of this variety in this context reviewed by Article 3 judges of the Judicial Conference versus Article 3 judges of a district court or a court of appeals.
Well, the main concerning outcome here, this is maybe related to one thing Judge Millett asked about, is that you could have an extremely profound as applied constitutional challenge. And sure, a body composed of Article 3 judges would be able to consider it. But as I understand your reading of McBride, the Supreme Court would not be the last word on that question. Say there really was a judicial order that amounted to what everyone agrees is removal. The Supreme Court wouldn't get to weigh in on that.
I assume by everyone, you mean everyone but the 26 Article 3 judges of the Judicial Conference.
And the Supreme Court would not be the last word on a profound question of constitutional law.
I think that is the result under this court's precedent holding that exercises of counsel power are administrative and not and therefore I think under the question the court left open in Chandler, not subject to Supreme Court review by mandamus. I know per the footnote in our brief, we have reserved that is an open question. If you considered the type of power being exercised by a counsel in the conference to be judicial, I think the Supreme Court would have the ultimate supervisory power over that. So we take this court's
Just by
precedent.
mandamus.
I believe so, Your Honor, although I haven't investigated the mechanisms. And in part, that's because we've taken this court's precedent that it is a form of administrative power as a given. But in McBride, this court fully embraced the
What
administrative.
power can violate constitutional rights and not be challenged.
I'm not sure I understand the question, Your Honor,
So, I
but
mean, the fact that it's, I don't understand why, whether it's administrative, you consider it administrative or judicial, you have a proceeding here. That the theory seems to be that they can address as applied constitutional arguments. Well, they don't seem to be doing it, but even assuming they could, and the Supreme Court can never review it.
I think that is if you consider this them to be
Administrative judicial
exercising.
doesn't seem to me to be, your answer seemed to suggest that because it was administrative, it made sense
Oh.
not to allow judicial court review or Supreme Court review of constitutional claims in a way that we would never say if it were a judicial body.
To be clear, I think it makes sense whether or not you consider this administrative or judicial
Okay,
power.
misunderstood you then.
What I am saying is that in Chandler, there was a big fight and there was the Harlan dissent about whether or not the court had jurisdiction to review the Judicial Council order. It was a 332 order because it predated the act. The court leaves that unresolved. And Justice Harlan explains that he thinks it should be judicial. And by his lights, he thinks that means the Supreme Court can issue mandamus. My only point is that to the extent that Judge Garcia is concerned about the lack of Supreme Court review, I think that is a function of the way this court has described the nature of authority issued. But let's assume this court is correct about that. I think Congress is entitled to vest this type of dispute, this type of constitutional dispute about Article 3 judge misconduct and disability in a body of Article 3 judges who are not sitting as a court. I don't think there's a constitutional problem with doing that. I do want to.
Without any review. And I'm curious as to why mandamus would be sufficient. Then the Supreme Court would only be able to correct clear and indisputable constitutional violations.
Like, Your
Not
Honor,
other ones.
I know that there are, under our Constitution, under different constitutional powers, there are things like the courts martial, which I believe until at least the mid 20th century, there was no Supreme Court review over a final court martial judgment. So it is not unknown in our constitutional system.
What history is there of decisions made by Article 3 judges, not military judges? And you're not in that unique military system of the Supreme Court not being to review either at all or only for clear constitutional violations, those decisions. There's no tradition, there's no history, there's nothing special or unique about this process.
I do think there is.
In the way that military.
I think there are different things that are special and unique about this process. And I think some of them are about the weighty constitutional concerns that Congress was obliged or at least allowed to consider in setting up a mechanism for something, as you were discussing earlier, in between a high crime and a misdemeanor and good behavior, for the judiciary to have some internal tools to manage judicial proceedings in a way that takes account of the public interest. And Congress, after
But that's not inconsistent with then providing for judicial review of all constitutional claims, unless the outcome of this is that Article 3 judges just don't have constitutional rights that everyone else does if they're upon their removal.
Your Honor, these all sound like essentially reasons that McBride was wrongly decided, not reasons that McBride doesn't apply here. Now, I think that McBride does a good job explaining why in this context, Congress was allowed to make the choices it did.
Well, what McBride said, the conference can decide the as-applied challenges. And if we look at the conference decision here and think that they didn't address the as-applied challenges, did not deal with the repeated and extended nature of this debarment from acting as a judge, didn't deal with the due process issues of having fellow judges, fact witnesses, people who have relationships with you as your adjudicators. What do we do?
Exactly what this court did in McBride and dismissed the as-applied challenges. Again, McBride did not say we will consider as-applied challenges if the judicial conference is not going to. McBride said the opposite. We will not consider these as applied challenges, even though the judicial conference at that
I
point
think they were sort of
refused,
thrown out on the assumption that the judicial conference then might change its approach.
which it did, Your Honor. And I
But
don't
you
think
can't point me to anything that says it does, other than you found one case where they said something about the Fourth Amendment, but they haven't done it in this case.
I disagree, Your Honor.
Okay, if we read it as that they have not addressed those claims in this case.
Then we would still be on all fours with McBride. I do want to, there was something.
I know, I'm telling you that if I read McBride as saying sort of going forward, this is how as applied claims can be dealt with. And then it turns out they're not being dealt with. So that was not the world in which McBride was like, they don't seem to so now, but we're telling them that's where it should be. Let's see what happens. Right? They were not at this where they have looked at these claims and refused to decide them. So we are not in the McBride box in that context. I'm asking you what we're supposed to do.
I think you
If
just,
anything?
I think you dismissed the as applied claims as McBride did. I don't think there's any suggestion, opinion that they're holding it open or
Then
retaining
we are
jurisdiction.
creating a statutory scheme here in which a body constitutional claims, and if there are ones that we were to conclude would be plausible ones here, are not to be heard at all. Are we not engaging in the constitutional conduct or reading the statutory scheme to create a constitutional problem?
I think we are circling back to my profound disagreement with the assumption built in there that the judicial conference is refusing to engage in as applied constitutional challenges.
I understand. I'm asking the question if on the assumptions, you'll have to take it on the assumption. I understand your position is different, that those claims, at least two of those claims, maybe more, were not decided or addressed in this case. Can't find it in their decision. Then what do we do? It's a very weird posture. I don't know what we do.
I don't think anything about the dilemma that would be of this court's own creation would change the plain meaning of section 357C and what this court in McBride held it to mean. I do want to return to something in your earlier question about something about fact witnesses. Part of the rejection of the claims Judge Newman brought about transfer in the committee decision reflects the limited nature of the transfer denial that the Judicial Council has undertaken so far. The only matter it has declined to transfer is a misconduct proceeding that Judge Newman's counsel himself agreed did not require any witnesses and could be conducted on a, quote, paper record. For that narrow.
If you had a situation, say it's a Toomey versus Ohio situation, or not Toomey, that's too easy, but if you have something where judges are in fact witnesses or have personal experiential views and interactions with somebody that would, in an ordinary court case, mandate recusal, is it okay for them to decide a pure legal question?
I don't know, Your Honor, and the Judicial Council
You
has.
don't let them, they're off the case, full stop. There's no asterisk recusal. You don't come in to decide summary judgment, but not decide, but you can't sit on the trial because you've got information about the case, you've got a personal relationship. I mean, what's troubling here is the council's decision about why not to transfer is very much tied up to their own information about why we don't want to transfer. We have the information. We're here, we're experiencing it, we're hearing these things. And so therefore would be less efficient to transfer it to someone else. They do not divorce the very facts that are the groundwork for the concerns about fair process, or at least an appearance of the absence of fair process. They're interwoven in the very decision not to transfer, the misconduct.
And nor did Congress think, just like the Judicial Council, think that that type of background knowledge or access to the on-the-ground situation meant that circuits should transfer. There is no provision in the Act.
That's maybe a statutory answer. I'm asking
And
if there's a constitutional question.
And what I am doing is highlighting Congress's view on this constitutional question. And while of course not binding on this court, I think Congress's views on this issue are at minimum entitled to some respect. And then I want to direct the court to
Where does Congress have a view that says keep it in-house when the judges, because the judges will have personal experience with this judge and personal knowledge of the relevant facts? Where did Congress make that judgment?
in sections 351 through 354 of the Act, which sets up a scheme in which judges of your home circuit decide these questions. The act does not provide for transfer. Transfer is permitted by rule, Rule 26, which provides that in extraordinary circumstances, that's when transfer is appropriate. And the Judicial Conference here, or its committee, endorsed the Judicial Council's lengthy and detailed reasons at page 40 to 50 of its September order not to transfer in part. And I do want to make sure that the court appreciates it's at the bottom of page 18 of the committee decision. It explains that with respect to the misconduct proceeding, the court had a situation of potential disability where there were ongoing effects on the functioning of this court, and that ready access to the committee was vitally important, both for ensuring that all relevant information was captured in the investigation and providing court staff, who it is alleged were on the receiving end of some very troubling behavior, had confidence that they were being heard. Had
More
this court
efficient to have judges who know the facts and themselves may be fact witnesses decide things, because that's more efficient than sending it off to a neutral arbiter who is objective about this and doesn't have personal knowledge or personal experience.
and shipping it
That's
off,
the answer.
shipping it off. And I think that was the Breyer report's answer too, is that there could be circumstances where transfer is appropriate. But the default is that you take care of this in-home, in part because the judges of the home circuit are closer to this problem, and in part because it's more.
Can you cite me another situation where judges who have a council, a circuit council, has kept a case to sit in judgment on their colleagues? So not courts of appeals looking at district court, not district court looking at court of appeals, a colleague on their bench. And they kept it on the theory that we have personal knowledge of facts and we have had personal interactions. Is there a case like that? Because there's lots of examples in their briefs. I don't know the full body here of ones where courts say, no, district court judges say, I will not sit on a case of a fellow district court colleague. I will not sit on the case of someone who's in the same courthouse as me. Do you have an example?
I don't think they have a single example of a disability as opposed to a misconduct case being
This is a
transferred.
misconduct case.
It's true, but it started as a disability
Well,
case.
Then you can't use the rationale that this was just a narrow decision about misconduct.
The disability inquiry remains in the background. It has been ground to a halt
Okay, but then
by the refusal.
the problem there is if the disability one is where they really claim we have personal knowledge, we have personal experience, we have personal interactions.
And that has not been.
That's not divorced.
That has not been resolved yet. And both the
No,
council.
but sorry, you can't say it hasn't been resolved, but then say we get to use that information that might prevent us from adjudicating the disability claim, but we can bring that into deciding the misconduct claim because it's related to that disability claim.
Your Honor, at the time the transfer request was made on April 21, the council and the committee had before it both an ongoing disability investigation and a newly opened misconduct inquiry. And the investigation it was undertaking was relevant to both. I think there are very good reasons that a disability case where there is the potential for ongoing behavior instead of a discrete past act of misconduct to affect the very courthouse you are in, there are very good prudential reasons to keep it. And certainly that this did not rise to the level of extraordinary circumstances of transfer. Now, if we ever are able to restart the disability inquiry, the council has left open, and of course, Judge Newman would be permitted under the rules to call as witnesses fellow judges. At that point, of course, the council may choose to transfer, or if it didn't, the conference might choose to reverse that decision. But we are not at that point
you're
yet.
not there, but then you just talked about, and I referenced as well, the fact that in their misconduct ruling itself, they pointed to matters of personal factual knowledge that they have as judges that informed that misconduct decision. That's why this misconduct mattered so much, right? It's preventing us from, we have these serious concerns about disability, and they recite, the order goes at great length, spends a lot of pages discussing these factual assertions about disability. And then they go, but this has nothing to do with disability. We're just deciding this isolated misconduct question. It doesn't hold up.
Your Honor,
It sounds like their personal information was affecting their decision on misconduct, or certainly on the remedy chosen to address this misconduct. Don't let her do any work. That addresses both an interest, like interim relief on our disability concerns, and addresses this misconduct.
I disagree that there was personal knowledge or personal witness testimonies by judges underlying either the order to undergo neurological screening or the misconduct finding when Judge Newman invoked her right under Rule 4A5 to claim she did not need to comply with that order because she had, quote, good cause to resist it. Because
they didn't just decide, did she engage in misconduct or not? They then picked a remedy. They picked a remedy of an open-ended suspension. It'll just keep getting renewed. And even if she complies, they don't say, once you comply, you'll be back on the roll. They said, well, if you comply, then we'll consider whether we should moderate this or not. There is no time certain. The only time certain thing is if you comply, then you can come back and then we'll think about it again.
Your Honor, I disagree that this order lacks a time certain. It is for 1 year. It is subject to renewal, but it is certainly not automatic.
It has a time within a time. The time there is within it is, if you comply, you come back and then we will think about it.
That is true, but it also had an end date of 1 year. And so in advance of that 1 year, the committee did not automatically recommend
And it
renewal.
was renewed for the exact same.
It was.
reason, right. And
After
is there any reason
Judge-
to think that absent, is there any reason to think, given the nature of the decision that was made here, that absent compliance, it will not continue to be extended?
I think potentially, yes, that there may be a form of compliance that the committee is considering right now. Judge Garcia asked for an update. Instead of seeking judicial conference review of the renewed suspension in September 2024, Judge Newman chose to file a motion for reconsideration. And contrary to her earlier refusal to provide much medical testing, she has submitted a new set of CT scans that she asserts conclusively prove that she does not suffer from a cognitive impairment. I think that the committee's most recently released report shows just how carefully and thoroughly it is considering that evidence, even though it is not the type of evidence that the court requested. The court requested the standard neurological screening that's used to determine cognitive impairment. Judge Newman has now come forward with an alternate form of evidence. The committee retained 3 experts who have examined this evidence. They have surfaced many questions about it. And if the court wanted to go into closed session, I would be happy to update the court on further developments since that report was released in February. But even what's on the public docket exists, I think shows that just as a factual matter, we are not at an impasse, that the committee's mind, the council's mind is not closed. It's trying very hard to figure out a way forward here, and that there is no reason to sit here today and to predict the type of, quote, ad infinitum suspensions that the judicial conference refused properly to read this as. And circling back to where we started, if the court thought there was some sort of as-applied constitutional problem here, the judicial conference would be the appropriate body to address that. Now, if the court thought it can address these as-applied challenges itself, we think it should simply reject them, largely for the same reasons we think the judicial conference already has. I'm happy to answer further questions if the court has them.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilor.
Thank you.
Mr. Dolan, we will give you 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Judge Millett, and I'll try to be as succinct as I can be. Let me just touch on the transfer issue. With respect to my learned colleague on the other side, I think the timeline is just incorrect. And as well as it's also incorrect that the transfer was denied only with respect to the misconduct. Transfer was denied when the disability issue was still pending, when it was not resolved. It was denied. The very first letter that Judge Newman's counsel sent to the Judicial Council was requested transfer. This is long before the Judicial Council said, like, look, we're just going to put disability aside and just do this on a paper record. And they denied it. And they said, we might reconsider it if you submit to the medical testing and you submit medical evidence, but we might not reconsider it. So I think that's just incorrect. Also, to the point that, can we restart this process? Is it all because of Judge Newman's recalcitrance? We can restart this process on disability today. And Judge Newman has asked on multiple times that she will submit to whatever test if it was ultimately going to be decided by neutral adjudicators. And as to your question, Judge Millett,
Wait, I didn't hear your last sentence. You said she will submit to whatever test.
that is ordered by a neutral counsel if it were transferred. My colleague suggested that if process gets restarted, she'll be able to call fellow judges as witnesses. That is just incorrect. In their September 2023 order, the Judicial Council said we would actually preclude her from doing that because we would decide if she wants to call all of us as witnesses, it would probably be cumulative, unnecessary, and this would be just a transparent attempt to sandbag us and to make sure that we can't adjudicate it. They
Where did
explicitly
say
said
that?
that. That is, I don't have the page unfortunately in front of me, but that's the first suspension order. That's September 2023.
Of the committee or of the?
I think it was said in both. So I can provide the site, but it was done both by the committee and by the council. And finally, as my time is running short, I want to address McBride a bit. McBride itself necessarily, footnote 5 necessarily contemplates at least some as applied challenges because McBride leaves open the possibility to consider whether long-term suspension essentially affect her removal. That is necessarily an applied challenge because you have to wait what kind of suspension is visited upon a judge to see is it long enough, to see is it global enough before addressing it.
Well, you're talking about footnote 5?
Correct.
It says we do not decide whether that would by its practical effect constitute an unconstitutional removal. I mean, one way of understanding that is they've just said we don't consider as applied challenges. So obviously we wouldn't consider that as applied challenge. Why is that not?
No, I don't think that's the best way to read it. I think the court says that because by the time McBride came up, that his suspension already ran, and the only thing that was left on the record is really reprimand. And the court said that, look, we're not considering this applied challenge, but we do not decide this specific question, which also recognizes that some suspensions could affect removal, which would not only run afoul of the Constitution, but would run afoul of this
Be clear
statute.
about this, right? In the government's view, our opinion should have that exact same footnote. It would say that's the as applied challenge. We also do not decide whether a long-term removal.
I guess so, except that this
Because it
is,
says quite clearly in a lengthy section, many pages earlier, that as applied challenges.
but I think they reserved that as applied. I think that's the import. Otherwise, this footnote does not work. And of course, we're now in that situation. And in
It
the
does
last,
work, it flags a problem, a potential as applied challenge for the judicial conference.
no, I think they would, then the footnote would read differently. It said that, look, this is a problem and maybe Congress ought to address it and maybe judicial conference ought to address it. I think the best reading of it, that we're putting that issue to the side because this is not what happened to Judge McBride. And if you allow me just a couple more seconds, Judge Millett, just to address two more points, an important one, also about McBride. The problem is with McBride is that post McBride, Supreme Court decided Axon, and where it explicitly said that administrative bodies, which judicial conference is, and they said it in their opinion, just in this case, not just before, in this case, that this is administrative proceedings. Administrative bodies, no matter who they're staffed by, whether they're staffed by Article 3 judges or ALJs or whatever, they do not have the power, do not have the constitutional power to hear and adjudicate constitutional challenges, whether on its face or as applied. So whether you look at footnote 5 or whether you look at, is McBride even good law?
That is not what Axon said. Axon said an upfront facial challenge to the power of a body, its legal capacity, whether it's even a lawfully constituted body. There they had appointment and removal questions to adjudicate that type of claim. Your argument that this body can't decide anything about me because it is illegally and unconstitutionally constituted allows me to get out of exhaustion requirements and go to district court. That's what they said.
Well, no, I think accent and
Doesn't say
relying
anything more
on,
than that.
I think there's a good line of Supreme Court precedent says that administrative bodies simply cannot
Okay,
adjudicate.
is either the conference or the circuit council, are they executive branch agencies?
No.
Or there's Article 3 agencies?
The Article 3 agencies,
Nothing
but they're,
else on
but they're
attached
not,
to Article 3
no,
agencies.
but they're not courts. So the mere fact they're staffed by Article 3 judges does not make them courts. So Article 3.
understand that,
right.
I'm just saying
So
that-
they're still agencies. So I don't think, in that sense, I don't think it matters. And the last point is the perception of bias, Judge Millett. You're exactly right that there is, whether a real bias or perception of bias, that you have before you the brief by the DC bar that says that one of the reasons the facts are, not that the court needs to delve into them, but one of the reasons the facts are presented to the DC, to the federal circuit are so one-sided is because some of the attorneys who've litigated in front of Judge Newman, who appear before her, are not comfortable speaking up in her defense precisely because of this nature, which in turn makes this case extraordinary.
Any other questions?
That's the last question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both counsel. The case is submitted.
Honorable Court stands adjourned until Thursday, May 1st at 1:30 a.m.
Would be very much inclined to be an ally of Norway because he wants to make the best business deal possible. And Norway and the Norwegians are great business people. They're great traders. They're great, very smart nation, very well-managed nation, has been for a long time, and in particular now with this leadership. But we'll be talking about trade and other things. And I think we're going to come to a conclusion very quickly.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I was wondering whether you think that Donald Trump, for his activity in Ukraine and otherwise, deserves to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I salute President Trump for having been taking very important initiatives to get this conflict towards an end, which both parties deserve. We need to have a ceasefire, save lives, and move towards something which is more secure for Europe, for the people concerned. And on that we work together. And I look forward to go into some details because we are at the critical moment. On that price, that is a committee taking care of that, which is completely working on its own terms, and I cannot comment on that.
Mr. President,
but thank you very much for that question. I like that question. Yeah, please.
A question on China. Can you clarify with whom the U.S. is speaking with China? They're saying it's fake news that trade talks are happening.
Well, they had a meeting this morning, so I can't tell you. It doesn't matter who they is. We may reveal it later, but they had meetings this morning, and we've been meeting with China. And so I think you have, Jeff, as usual, I think you have your reporting wrong. Thank you very much. We'll see you. We'll see you inside. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you. Everybody else. Thank you. Thank you. Keep moving. Keep moving. Thank you.
I would go. We'll all go together to Norway.
Oh, yeah. Please do.
I want to go skiing. I love Norway. I love Norway.
Why?
It's beautiful and beautiful people.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so thank you.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Psy-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots.
Give us a specific rule book. That was left for us to fight over later on. This is where those who like to criticize our country miss the underlying point, that our founders were aspirational realists who designed a system built upon and designed to survive internal contradictions. Our Declaration of Independence clearly states that our leaders derived their power from the consent of the governed. Yet, they also said that if men were angels, no government would be necessary. In other words, they set out to design a system to be governed by those whom they knew were flawed. Our white male founders personally struggled with equality, both gender and racial, yet they recognized the aspirational value that all were created equal. They argued and fought with their opponents, yet they respected the rights of free speech and assembly. Now, how could a flawed and self-interested group come up with a clear set of governing rules? The answer is they didn't. Rather, they set us to sail with a set of aspirational values and guidelines upon which we would write policies of the day to advance towards those values. They likely knew that the best we could achieve would be a jagged line along a slow upward curve of progress. And our record of 2 steps forward and 1 step back is nearly perfect. But it's important to note how far we've come along that curve. Our democracy has proven to be self-healing. Look at the measures of self-correction that we have taken as a nation: ending slavery, guaranteeing women the right to vote, civil rights amendments, the end of Jim Crow laws, and we have preserved the right to free press and, for the most part, free expression. Now, I am not naive to the hard work that we still have to do in these areas, but I also want to mark the progress we've made from a really unequal starting point. Our framers institutionalized messiness and the best case scenario of 2 steps forward and 1 step back. A federalist system with a tug of war between state and federal power, 3 co-equal branches of government, and the 4th estate protected by free speech and free assembly, all built a temple of inefficiency to keep the central authority in check and to keep power rooted in the people. And despite our flaws, this was better than the alternatives, since the founders feared too much consensus from a central government. Today, we are witnessing a moment in time, like those that we have seen before in this country, where political pendulums are swinging, and the 3 branches of government's relative power is being challenged. Yet underneath it all, our nation's values have not changed. While the manner in which our leadership executes these values may change, they do it in full view of the electorate that is poised to vote again every 2 years. This dynamic has held despite its challenges over the decades. As President Bush knows all too well, and as Will Rogers explained, that's the trouble with a politician's life. Somebody is always interrupting it with an election. And that interruption is a good thing. Which brings me to our role here at the Bush Center, to not only promote these values, but also to defend them, as is our responsibility. When Ben Franklin emerged from the Constitutional Convention in 1787 and was asked if the closed-door session produced a republic or a monarchy, he replied, "A republic if you can keep it," which means both that it was our job to protect it and its survival was not guaranteed. Nearly 200 years later, Ronald Reagan warned that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Nearly 30 years after that, President George W. Bush drove that point home much more succinctly, I might add, as is his style, in his second inaugural when he said, "America is a nation of citizens, not spectators." These leaders together have sent us a clear set of marching orders. While the American people as a whole are good, we know from history that those who are not angels are still out there. And from time to time, our fundamental values come under threat by those populists who push flawed policies of nativism, protectionism, and isolationism. These ideologies are short-sighted. They are not consistent with the values upon which this country's success has been achieved. Harry Truman said that the only thing new in the world is the history you don't know. And it seems like every 50 to 100 years, these philosophies get trotted out by societies again, even if they've been empirically proven to be wrong or dangerous. Throughout time, either through crises or otherwise, good people have risen to the occasion to defeat these forces of populism, and they go back into hibernation. History teaches us that regimes built upon fear do not last. At the Bush Center, we know we are on the right side of history, promoting economic opportunity, fiscal responsibility, social tolerance, strong domestic institutions, and knowing that the US, while not always getting it right, is still a force for good in the world. We not only defend these aspirational values, but we also work to show the world what they look like in practice. We're both a think tank and, as President Bush stresses, a do tank. We focus on ensuring opportunity for all, strengthening our democracy, and advancing free societies around the world. Ensuring opportunity for all means helping markets work for everyone, supported by a government that does fewer things, but does them well. It means promoting secure borders and responsible immigration policies that reflect our welcoming heritage and economic necessity. It means promoting literacy and education that serve every student. And it means seeing to it that our nation's veterans have the respect and support that they deserve. Strengthening our democracy means promoting pluralism and having uncomfortable conversations in a manner that honors, respects, and teaches. And we know that America can be strong at home, lead with our allies abroad, and respect the rule of law to advance freedom. We are unapologetic globalists who believe that leadership is our strength. When we retreat, vacuums are filled by those who want to hurt or undermine us. We treat our friends as friends, and we call out our adversaries. We could not be more blunt. It is in our national security and economic interest to be a global leader, supporting freedom, democracy, and using our soft power to rid the world of diseases like HIV/AIDS through the important PEPFAR program, and to support the young democracy Ukraine against the war criminal that invaded it. While our politics may have entered a questioning period, we at the Bush Center are confident in the American people as inclusive, creative, aspiring, and an innovative bunch. We see that firsthand in our leadership programs that bring people from across the spectrum willing to work together to find solutions to pressing challenges. They are strengthening our democracy by putting their values into action. We see that in the tremendous response we get from all over the country to the Bush Institute's pragmatic policy work. Rest assured, it may not make headlines or viral tweets, but our work is noticed in the halls of influence where it really counts. As Dwight Eisenhower said, you don't lead by hitting people over the head. That's assault, not leadership. We believe in real leadership here. And our engagement agenda has brought our values to the public. As you know, this is my last time as CEO hosting this forum, as our board is hard at work locating my successor. We began this program in 2018 as a way to bring the world to the Bush Center and the Bush Center to the world. We have shared important and tough topics. We have created content viewed by hundreds of thousands of people around the world to highlight leadership and values. It has been the honor of a lifetime for me to share this stage with so many. Our conversations have included Bono, Jeff Bezos, Henry Kissinger, Jim Mattis, Indra Nooyi, Glenn Youngkin, Condi Rice, Bill Gates, Melinda French Gates, and President Bush, of course, and many others. This stage has become a prized piece of real estate that stands for something. It stands for freedom. It stands for opportunity. It stands for accountability, and it stands for compassion. And it stands for all this with civility, respecting the dignity of our fellow citizens and our constitutional principles. In short, it stands on the shoulders of President and Mrs. Bush. Principled, timeless leadership never goes out of style. Our forum today is structured around the American Promise, President Bush's first inaugural address in 2001, which had a call to action urging citizens to embrace the ideals of liberty, responsibility, and collective effort to secure a prosperous future. Consistent with that theme, today we will hear from immigrants who are making this country better, educators who care about the future, journalists who care about the dissemination of truth, and importantly, we'll hear directly from President Bush so that you all can have the benefit of what we get to see here every day. And to cap it off tonight at 7 o'clock at SMU's McFarland Auditorium, we'll have a conversation with Dallas's own Emmanuel Acho, who has mastered the art of uncomfortable conversations to promote common understanding. We built the agenda around an optimistic call to action. Today is a beginning, and it is our hope that we all leave today with a spring in our step, motivated to be citizens, not spectators.
Having business before the Honorable, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court. Be seated, please. Case number 25-5109. Associated Press versus Taylor Budowich in his official capacity, White House Deputy Chief of Staff et al. Balance. Mr. MacArthur for the appellants, Mr. Tobin for the appellate.
Morning, Mr. Oak. Good afternoon, Mr. MacArthur.
Good afternoon, Judge Pillard, and may it please the court. The district court in this case entered an unprecedented injunction that dictates the terms on which the White House must grant reporters access to the president in highly restricted spaces intended for the president's personal use, including the Oval Office and Air Force One. Because that injunction rests on a fundamental misapplication of the First Amendment and raises serious separation of powers concerns, the court should stay the injunction pending appeal. I want to start out with what I think is the key legal error on which this injunction rests, which is the district court's assumption that ordinary First Amendment forum analysis applies here, as if we were dealing with an airport terminal. This court in Price, echoing the Supreme Court in Forbes, instructed that First Amendment public forum doctrine should not be extended in a mechanical way to contexts that differ from those in which the doctrine has traditionally been applied. But that is exactly what the district court did here.
Mr. MacArthur, what is the best reason for not applying forum analysis? So it seems to me, looking at the Supreme Court's cases, many of the cases that decline to apply forum analysis are cases involving government speech. But the government here is not arguing that government speech is at issue in the Oval Office.
That's correct. I think this case does have elements of government speech, but we're not saying that it falls directly under that doctrine. To my mind, the best reason is because this is not a case in which someone is seeking access to a space. This is a case in which someone is seeking access primarily to a person. So if you think about, a classic case that's about access to space, take the Supreme Court's decision in Widmar versus Vincent. That was a case where the Supreme Court held that if a university opens its facilities broadly to student groups, it can't exclude a student group based on their viewpoint. It must admit all student groups, regardless of viewpoint, to use the facilities for their expressive purposes. Here, unlike the student groups in Widmar, the AP is not seeking access to, for example, the Oval Office to use that space for some purpose of its own, independent of the president. They want access to that space because the president is there. They want to observe him in that space so they can record and report on what he is doing. And so I think that makes that fundamentally different than any sort of case in which the Supreme Court has addressed forum analysis.
The finding of the district court that the AP is engaged in speech when it live streams or sends things over the internet to their editors or blogs or, posts something from the Oval Office directly.
Right. So I think the district court's analysis there rested on a misapplication of this court's decision in Price. The district court read Price to hold that ordinary forum analysis applies whenever reporters engage in communicative activity on public property. That is just not what Price holds. Price doesn't say anything like that. Price was about non-communicative activity.
But Price concluded that even regulations on non-communicative First Amendment activity, that the government cannot discriminate based on viewpoint. And there was no viewpoint discrimination at issue there.
Right.
And Judge Henderson's separate concurrence is very emphatic that she joins because she understands the bar against viewpoint-based discrimination, even for non-communicative activity, to be unaffected by the court's holding.
Right. So that was the rule in that context. I don't think that rule applies in this context. I think if you tried to apply that rule in this context, it would be both over and under inclusive. If you're going to take the position that anytime someone is invited onto public property and is allowed to text their friends or take pictures and post them on social media, that means you can't engage in any sort of viewpoint discrimination. I think that's a rule that's simply not going to hold up. That would mean the president couldn't engage in viewpoint discrimination in deciding who he invites, say, to the State of the Union address.
Go ahead.
What's your, there's a lot of case law elaborating on the line between public forum and non-public forum. I haven't yet found a lot. And what's your best case, or how should I think about defining the line we need to talk about here, which is private forum and not a forum at all? Because if it's a non-public forum, you lose.
I think that's right, Judge Katsas. I think our best case is obviously the Fourth Circuit's decision in Baltimore Sun, but I actually think we're in sort of a zone where there isn't precedent that speaks squarely to the question presented here, which is whether the First Amendment requires viewpoint neutrality when the White House is deciding whether and on what terms reporters are afforded access to the president to observe him in close quarters in personal spaces. And so I think you have to take this from first principles. And the first principle where I begin my analysis, and I think it's common ground, undisputed, is that the president may consider viewpoint when deciding whether to grant an interview to a reporter or whether to answer a reporter's questions. So that's why there's no First Amendment violation when the president invites Laura Ingraham to the Oval Office to do an exclusive interview without extending the same invitation to Rachel Maddow.
And I don't take your friends in the other side to be disputing that. And a lot of the briefing from the government has overtones of this is a very intimate space, this is the president, but there's no claim of a security problem, of a privacy violation, and it's in the hands of the government whether to authorize a press pool at all. And I don't take it that there's any dispute that at the time of the events in question, in this case, there was a press pool in place. So the notion that somehow the president is being forced to be observed by people he would rather not have there at all it's just not this case.
I think
There's a dozen people there as a press pool. So he's agreed to have a press pool at that time, right?
He has agreed to have a press pool, but I think that's begging the question. The question is whether he can, based on his assessment of reporters' coverage, exclude a news outlet from the press pool.
Right. And you rely, you say, principally on Baltimore Sun, but to me, Baltimore Sun is, and Baltimore Sun says, it's about the government's own speech. It's not saying to particular members of the press, you can't call us. We won't interview you because of your viewpoint. It's saying to I, the governor, don't want to speak to this person. I don't want my people who are my mouthpieces to answer the calls either. And here, there's no relief sought that would require the president or anyone in the Oval Office or Air Force One to answer questions from the Associated Press or speak to the Associated Press. So that seems to me the principal distinction between Baltimore Sun and your case.
So I don't read Baltimore Sun, Judge Pillard, to rest on the government speech doctrine. What I read that case to say is that because there is this mundane and pervasive practice in the journalism industry of government officials either granting or withholding access to information from reporters based on its assessment of their coverage, that is simply a place in which the First Amendment doesn't intrude. And that is ultimately what this case is about. They want access to information about what the president is doing and saying behind those closed doors.
So you argue that it doesn't implicate the First Amendment to grant some journalists better access than other journalists. And one question I have about that position is that wouldn't that authorize the White House to just rescind the hard passes of journalists whose coverage the president dislikes, whose viewpoints the president thinks are unflattering?
No, I don't think so, Judge Pillard. Our position is about access to the president in personal spaces that are set aside for his personal use. I take something like
personal use in his role as the president. And
for sure.
Unfortunately, for people who are in high public office, the personal kind of fades away because they do so much that's, they're basically reduced to public figures. Again, no privacy, no security concern. He wants to abolish the press pool. I mean, we'll hear from the other side, but I think he would be entitled to do that. But the question for you is really, once there is this, setting up this institution of the press pool, what is the basis for saying that there can be viewpoint discrimination? And I guess my specific question is, if you're distinguishing between the Oval Office and other areas of the White House or other places that hard pass holders are welcome, what's the doctrinal basis for that? What's the Oval Office boundary line? Is there any precedent we could look to that would place the Oval Office, including when it's used for public events, public meaning, outside people and governmental activities, that would support that line?
Right. So there's not a precedent I can point to, just because I don't think there's a precedent that addresses this specific situation. But the line that I would propose to the court is to look to what the principal function of the space is. The Brady briefing room is a dedicated press facility. I'm happy to accept, for purposes of this motion, this court held in Atiba that that is a non-public forum to which a viewpoint neutrality requirement attaches. So I think you can put that on one side of the spectrum. For me, the thing that's on the other side of the spectrum is what I started to answer Judge Katsas about first principles, is when the president invites someone for an exclusive interview in the Oval Office. Everyone agrees he can consider a viewpoint when he does that. So those are, for me, sort of the two fixed points in which I try to situate this case. And I think the question is whether the press pool events in the Oval Office are closer to the exclusive interview, or are they closer to the Brady briefing room? And I think they are much closer to the exclusive interview. I think it is only a modest extension of that idea that we are asking about,
So what's the test? If I'm writing an opinion and I want to say Oval is different, does it include Air Force One? Does it include a Mar-a-Lago space? And how do I know analytically what your test is?
I think the test would be, is it a highly restricted space that is intended for the president's personal use? At least that, I think, is a rule.
We know the use is personal when he might have a head of state sit with him there, or be signing executive orders and doing other matters of importance and interest to the government and the public.
That's still his workspace. And whether you think of it as private or quasi-private or personal or proprietary forum, it's still very distinguishable from something that is set aside specifically as a facility for the press. But I think the key concept here is one of autonomy. Because if you ask the question, why is it the case that the president can engage in viewpoint discrimination when granting an exclusive interview? I think ultimately the answer is that we all recognize that that is a matter of personal autonomy for the president, who he chooses to reveal his mind to.
Mr. MacArthur, so you've focused on the space, the type of space, the Oval Office, Air Force One. What about the nature of the press pool, which itself is a very highly selective, a very small group of all hard pass holders? And I wonder if one analogy, it may not be a perfect analogy, is to Finley and American Library Association. Because in those cases, the Supreme Court said there's no forum, in part because, in Finley, artists are given NEA grants on a highly selective basis, and if that's government speech, or they didn't say it's government speech, but they said because it's highly selective, it's not a forum.
I do think that is an additional factor that you should consider here.
So if someone at the NEA or a librarian in American Library Association can exercise discretion in a highly selective way of what books to choose or what internet sites to allow in a library, would that principle extend to the president?
I think the principle extends to the president in these private spaces where he has an interest in autonomy.
Right. So you would apply the same Finley standard to the Oval Office?
Which Finley standard?
Allowing the government to control how it supports speakers the same way as in Finley, to the same degree under the First Amendment?
I don't know if it's to the exact same degree, but I think that strand of thought is implicated here.
The reason I ask is because Finley explicitly says viewpoint-based discrimination is not allowed in that context. And here, there was a finding that the action was taken for viewpoint reasons, and I don't see anything in your papers or presentation that chooses to challenge that as clearly erroneous, nor on this record could you.
No, we're not disputing that.
Right. So in Finley, it's like, what is your case that government, whether physical space or services like the second-class mailing in Cornelius, like copyright in Mattel versus Tan, what is your case that the government can either restrict access to public space or restrict benefits to which someone would otherwise be entitled? They don't have to, we don't force people to be able to express a viewpoint wherever they want. But if there's a program to which someone would otherwise be entitled, do you have any case that allows that to be conditioned on a recipient's or a person seeking on their viewpoint.
Again, I don't have a case because I don't think there is one that addresses.
Exactly. There is no case.
There is no case that addresses one way or the other.
Oh, there
This-
are many cases that say no.
Now, this type of space.
Tall and Finley and
This is where
Cornelius and
this is one of the places where I think the district court went astray, is simply assuming that all government property is created equal, or even all government spaces in a given government building are created equal. I think First Amendment analysis should be flexible enough to pick up distinctions between things like the Oval Office and the Brady briefing.
so if I'm applying your test for what is this, why the Oval Office is different, it's that it's a highly restricted space intended for the president's personal use.
And not as a press facility. That is not
And
its
not as a
dedicated
press
purpose.
facility. That seems like a big, so it's really, what you're saying is any place in the White House that's not a press facility?
I mean, there may be other places in the White House that the analysis would be different. You could look at, for example, the East Room. I think if you take, the spectrum that I outlined earlier, where you've got the Brady briefing room on one side, the Oval Office on the other, I think the East Room is probably in between those two. But
So how does your test apply to the East Room?
I think the East Room would still fall on my side of the line
You
because
could exclude people based on their viewpoint,
that's correct.
hard pass holders.
That's correct, because that again is a highly restricted space whose function is to host events. Its function isn't as a press facility. And let me just give you an example here. I think it helps to make it concrete. So one of the events that they are complaining about having been excluded from was a reception in February in honor of Black History Month that was held in the East Room. Under the rule that they are proposing and under the rule adopted by the court below, the White House could not exclude from that event a news organization that is avowedly a white supremacist organization, because that would be engaging in viewpoint discrimination. Similarly, if the president decided to host the Prime Minister of Israel in the Oval Office, he could not, as long as he admitted other reporters to that event, he could not exclude a news organization that was avowedly anti-Semitic. That's why when I think about examples like this, the sort of government proprietary function idea does inform this analysis. There is a time and a place for wide open, no holds barred, all viewpoints represented coverage of the administration. And the White House has set aside a space for that. That is the Brady briefing room. They have their 30 hard passes.
I'm not sure that you're characterizing the press pool's role the way the record and the district judge has found it to operate. It's not a hurly-burly forum with all viewpoints. I mean, the press members of the pool are, I think the district court found, 20, 30 feet away. They're not particularly interacting. They're observing important events, and they want to observe, but they don't particularly interact. So it's not, I mean, in fact, the discrimination here was not of a viewpoint that the AP representatives expressed in the forum. Unlike your example of a white supremacist potentially, meeting with and shaking hands with honored guests at a Black History Month event.
No, my hypothetical doesn't assume that they would be saying or doing anything in that situation.
Okay.
But I do think that is a time and a place in which the White House ought to be able to make that sort of judgment, that they shouldn't be present at this event. Because I think this is different from the Brady briefing room in the sense that the White House is trying to get out its own message. And it should be,
Right.
it
But
should,
you've disavowed that this is government speech.
I don't think it's a pure government speech case, but I do think that strand of thought informs how you should think about it here, because in settings like this, I do think they should have greater freedom to curate the message and to select the a highly select group of reporters who are going to be in that space based on the degree to which they think those reporters will help amplify the message that the White House is trying to get out to the public.
Mr. McArthur, you've said that the AP is not engaged in communicative activity when they're inside the Oval Office. So how should we understand what they're doing? Should we understand it as news gathering?
So if I said that I
How should we
misspoke.
understand it?
The district court found that they were engaged in communicative activity because they could send essentially in real time things out like texts and pictures. But I really don't think anything turns on that analysis here. I don't think the analysis would be any different if the rule in the Oval Office were no internet.
Right.
You can come in, you can observe, you can take notes, you can take pictures, but you can't transmit anything until you leave. I think if that were the rule, they would be making the exact same claim. We would be making the exact same defense. So I don't think anything turns on that. But I do think we are not restricting their ability to communicate, or at least we're restricting it only in the sense that we are denying them access to information.
So that's what I'm wondering though. So putting aside the access to the internet, if they're just observing, and there's probably no communication, and then they're doing something like news gathering, does that activity have any First Amendment protections?
Yes, I think that is what this court in Price talked about as sort of a pre-communicative step in the creation of speech. I think it does have, it is First Amendment protected activity.
To agree with the government's position here, would we have to say that news gathering is not covered by the First Amendment?
Not at all. Not at all. I think you would have to say that in these particular circumstances where you're talking about access to a space that's in the president's immediate periphery, that his interest in autonomy, just like in who he reveals his mind to, override any First Amendment interest in access to him, to observe him up close personally and record what he is doing and saying so that you can later report it. They can't force the president to answer their questions just because.
They're not claiming that they have any right to force the president to answer their questions.
That's right.
That they have any right without, very exhaustive security examination, or that they have any right to say anything disruptive or distract him from his work, or that they have any right as the press pool as a whole to be invited at moments when the president wants to concentrate on his writing and his work. So it's a little unclear to me when you say a right of autonomy. I think the Oval Office suddenly seems like a place of silent retreat. And it's clearly not. I mean, he has a private study, and as I said, he can exclude people when he thinks his autonomy so requires, people as a whole, but not based on viewpoint. So I guess I'm trying to understand the connection between the claimed prerogative to do not exclusion of humans or of members of the press, but of people because of their viewpoint. How is that more challenging to the president's autonomy than just the ability to say nobody today at all?
Because the president has speech and associational rights of his own, right? And so if you're looking at, can the president decline to answer any questions from the AP because he disagrees with the AP's editorial choices? Everyone agrees the answer to that is yes. The question is why? I think the answer is because the president has autonomy over his mind and who he chooses to reveal that information to. That is absolutely.
The same thing true of a mayor and a governor?
I think the same thing would be true of other government officials. And the information.
Cabinet secretaries.
On this point, yes. When you're talking about what's in their mind and whether they have to reveal that to someone or who they admit.
Nobody's saying that the president has to reveal anything he doesn't want to reveal. It's only about whether somebody is allowed, when the president decides we're going to have a press pool, allowed notwithstanding viewpoint, to be a participant in that at the times when the president chooses to have the press pool present.
What I'm trying to explain, Judge Pillard, apparently not very successfully, is that it's the same principle. The same principle that says the president can consider viewpoint in deciding to whom he discloses is his mind should apply to this adjacent situation of whom he admits to his immediate periphery in private, personal, proprietary, whatever adjective you want to use to describe it, those sorts of spaces. He has associational rights just like he has speech rights.
Couple questions. Why did you resist the government speech case line, which seems to me very helpful for you? This notion of autonomy, I mean, you're sort of talking about autonomy and associational rights because you don't want to say what the most important interest here is, which is the president's speech projected through journalists to the public.
Well, I think the projected through journalists is probably takes this out of at least the heartland of the government speech doctrine. That's what the district court said below, is that the communicative activity that the reporters are engaging in the Oval Office is their own speech, not the president's speech. And I think by and large, that's
right.
Correct.
But the reason the reason why this feels different is because of the president's communicative interests, at least to me.
Yes, and I do think that that is something that should inform the court's analysis here. But I also think the nature of the space and the president's interest in retaining control over whom he admits to those private spaces has to inform the analysis here. Because if you look at the Brady room, again, the court held that's non-public forum, can't viewpoint discriminate there. So if the president went over to the Brady room, I don't think he could now say, all of you here are now my organs to get my message out to the public, and therefore I'm going to exclude anyone from this room who doesn't share my viewpoints. I think the nature of the space matters and helps inform where, when, and where it is permissible to engage in that kind of discrimination to help get out the message that the president wants out to the American people.
You know, the nature of the space is also connected to the idea that the president in the Oval Office and Air Force One is engaging in government speech, because the Oval Office, Air Force One are not places where other parties, journalists, or other people have any expectation to be able to speak themselves.
I think that is true. I mean, the president, whenever he speaks, obviously he's engaging in government speech. But if you're talking just about sort of pre-communicative activity of, you know, observing what he says and does on Air Force One, I think that is a different sort of analysis that isn't pure government speech.
Tell me what's wrong with this way of thinking about it, focusing on speakers rather than places, or maybe incidentally addressing places, but really focusing on the speakers. There are two kinds of communication going on in the White House press pool event. One is communication between the president and the journalists, and one is between journalists and members of the public. And you can sort of separate them and say, okay, president communicating to journalists with you 100%, but the district court took care of that problem, making crystal clear president doesn't have to engage with any journalist he doesn't want to engage with. Absolute discretion to pick who gets to ask questions and how he answers them, viewpoint based, like whatever he wants. And then the other level of communication is the journalists are they're passive observers, and then they are broadcasting out. That feels a little less intrusive? You know, it's sort of like if we admit press pool to this argument, they have no expectation of speaking. They're here to observe and talk to the public. I mean, that's communicative. That's more communicative than the stuff in Price was. And that just doesn't implicate the president's speech interests in the same way.
So I think I agree with that, Judge Katsas, as to that step. Once they've got the information, once they've got the information and they are deciding to communicate it out to the public, they are engaged in their own speech. But there is the intermediate step of whether they are going to be granted access to that information in the first place. And that's what we were talking about here, because what we're talking about is not admitting them to the space and then preventing them from communicating. The question is whether they get admitted to the space in the first place so that they can collect and gather that information. And that is, I do think, very much the analysis of the Fourth Circuit in Baltimore Sun, where the court said it is a routine aspect of this industry that government officials grant or withhold access to non-public information based on their assessment of reporters' coverage.
So in a way, sort of maybe another way that might be useful for us to think about your theory is through the lens of irreparable harm. It sounds like you're saying there's sort of an autonomy harm to the president. Is that a psychic harm? Is that like, how would we find such a thing, such a phenomenon in law or in fact? Is it a factual question?
I mean,
I don't see anything in the case about association or affiliation, but it sounds like that is sort of a conceptual kernel of your argument today.
I think it is, and I think it is an injury to the autonomy of the president. The same way I think you would experience it as an injury to your own autonomy if you were being forced to admit people to your chambers who you didn't want to have there.
Oh, no. Nobody's forcing him to have a press pool at all.
Right, but he's
And if I wanted to have a press pool, I mean, sometimes we have groups that come and visit us and they come and sit and talk to us. And if we invite them in, I mean, I assume many people have visited me in my official capacity whose viewpoints I don't share, possibly whose viewpoints I abhor. So yeah, I'm trying to get
I suppose the question is whether it would be an injury to your autonomy if you were compelled to do that over your objection. That just because you admitted one group of one particular ideological persuasion, now you're going to be compelled to admit to your private chambers some other group whose ideology you abhor and who you do not want there. I think you would experience that as an injury to your autonomy. And that is the exact kind of injury that we are talking about here for the president, having to admit people to his personal spaces to observe him up close and personal.
Mr. McCarthy, though, so what though, the district court's decision and injunction is quite explicit that it leaves open many different avenues for the White House to control who is in the press pool. It says it cannot be based on viewpoint, but recognizes that the press pool is highly selective and there could be many different reasons for including a particular, journalist or excluding him or her. So in that context, where the White House still has substantial discretion over who is part of the press pool, what's the irreparable harm in those circumstances?
I think the irreparable harm is the inability to exclude people that the president wants to exclude because
based on viewpoint.
Because he disagrees with their viewpoint or their coverage and doesn't want them in his personal spaces observing.
Just to be clear about the facts here, it wasn't even the AP's coverage. It was because their style book used words that the president didn't like to describe a certain body of water.
It was based on their viewpoint, and I don't know that the president has publicly explained why that particular editorial choice bothers him, but it could well be that he doesn't trust this organization to report on him fairly because of that. And so that's not the news outlet that he wants to be in the Oval Office when he does have some interest in using those events in his personal workspace to get his message out to the American people.
Just strikes me, and I think it was your brief that talks about the hurly-burly of the press, and the press should be able to take it, and it's a bit of a two-way street, that the president is in a position in which there's a certain amount of hurly-burly, and he is fairly required.
And the White
to
House,
take it.
the White House has created a space for that. Again, the AP still has their front row seat in the Brady briefing room. We are talking about different sorts of spaces where I do think the White House has a greater interest in curating the coverage to make sure that the message it wants to get out is being amplified by the highly select group of reporters that are being admitted to those highly restricted spaces. There is one other idea that we haven't touched on here. I mentioned it at the outset.
Before you move on selectivity, I think it's something like 20 reporters in the Oval, 13 on Air Force One, something like that. But that's selected from a pool of eligible reporters. So how large is that pool?
I haven't seen a number in the record.
Ballpark.
What I've seen is that it's 1% to 2% of the overall White House correspondent pool. So it is a highly select group.
I mean, 100. Let's say it's 100. Should we think of this as only 10 or 15 get to go in at any one time because the physical space is small, but really it's a special level of access provided to 100? And 100 to me starts to sound more like the East Room event than like the one-on-one interview.
So I think of it more in terms of the small group of 20 that's there at a time, but I don't really think that distinction will matter. Again, I think the East Room falls on our side of the line because that's not a dedicated press facility. It's there to host events for the event's own sake. The press coverage that happens there is incidental to the primary function of that space. The one idea, I know I'm over time, but the one idea I did want to touch on here is in response to your question, Judge Pillard, about, I think much of the analysis about the interests of a government official in autonomy do apply to government officials. But I do think there is an extra layer in this case because we are talking about the President of the United States, and there are serious separation of powers concerns that I do think should inform how you think about this, because a judicial decree of forcing the president to admit individuals into the kinds of spaces we're talking about here does evince a lack of the respect due to a coordinate branch of government. And it invites litigation that will often turn on intrusive inquiries into the president's state of mind. And if you want a preview of what's coming, if you uphold the district court's decision, you need look no further than the motion to enforce that the AP filed yesterday after this injunction had been enforced for 2 days. They've now gone to the district court and said that we're in violation. They say they are continuing to be excluded based on their viewpoint. We say, no, it wasn't your turn. We put you back in the rotation, but it wasn't your turn on those 2 days. And those are the kinds of disputes that courts are going to be called upon to wade into. And this injunction doesn't do anything more than impose the sorts of obligations that the district court thinks that the First Amendment imposes of its own force. So you don't need an injunction to bring these kinds of claims. You can come straight into court and start micromanaging on a daily basis decisions that the White House is making about who gets access to the Oval Office.
So, Mr. McCarthy, you talked about the government's interest in having its message conveyed through the press. And I just want to have clear understanding of how you think that might affect the hard passes. My understanding is that the broader press corps has maybe 1,000 members, and they are on a more rotating basis, allowed to RSVP for and get invited to certain things. And I assume they're all allowed to come to, Q&As in the Brady room. But under your theory, it's also the president's prerogative to issue or issue press passes based on the nature of the past coverage?
I don't think anything in our position here touches the hard passes. I think,
No, it doesn't touch the hard passes. No viewpoint-based wedge in there.
yes, we accept that the dedicated press facilities in the White House, including the Brady briefing room, are, as this court held in Atiba, non-public forums to which a viewpoint neutrality requirement attaches, and therefore I don't think you could exclude any reporters from that space based on their viewpoints.
What about invitations? You mentioned, topical events and whether people could be screened, not based on security, but based on viewpoint. So is it your position that the president also has the ability, for example, RSVP events, who's going to come and heads of state are coming and meeting with the president, and he's allowing a certain number of members of the press corps to be present? Viewpoint-based screening permissible there or not?
I think so, if we're on the same,
It is.
if we're on the same wavelength here, because what I have in my mind when you describe that is something like the East Room event that was held to commemorate Black History Month. I do think that sort of event where it's by invitation and they admit members of the press pool is a time and a space
Or a
where they
meeting
can.
with President Zelensky or
Correct.
Budowich or any other head of state. Those could be viewpoint-based in your.
Yes, if they're being held in these sorts of spaces. I see that I am well over my 13 minutes. If there are no further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tobin. You may proceed when you're ready.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honors, thank you for the opportunity for the argument today. My name is Charles Tobin with the law firm of Ballard Spahr. With me at counsel table is my co-counsel, Sasha Dudding. Your Honors, I wanted to just mention a quote that I had come across in preparing for this case. It's from Mark Twain. He said that there are only two forces that can carry light to all corners of the globe: the sun in the heavens and the Associated Press down here. I think that's a quaint way to explain why we are so concerned that for 2 months now the White House has brazenly excluded the AP from opportunities offered to other journalists in the White House just because of the AP's expression. As you all were discussing with my friend government counsel, it's all about the adherence to the designation of Gulf of Mexico that the president does not like and expressly wants to control, and that the trial court correctly termed viewpoint discrimination under the law. Your Honors, the district court found that exclusion violates the First Amendment and causes the wire service irreparable harm, and it did the balancing of the interests, and it appropriately and very narrowly tailored an injunction. The order simply orders the White House to rescind viewpoint discrimination, violation of the First Amendment, in providing the opportunities to the Associated Press offered to others in the pool or others invited to RSVP
Tobin,
events.
I'm wondering if you can respond to the point that Mr. MacArthur just made at the end, which is, if this court were to recognize that the president cannot discriminate on the basis of viewpoint for the press pool, but then the president reconstitutes the press pool for some other non-viewpoint based reason, doesn't that just open up the White House to pretext claims on the basis of viewpoint and lead to a problem where the courts are going to be micromanaging the decisions of the White House as to who can be part of the press pool?
Your Honor, the answer is going to be the lawyer's dodge. It depends on the facts. It will depend on what the White House articulates as the reasons for the new selection criteria. If it's security.
It's already happened. They've issued a new policy. It's viewpoint neutral on its face, and you're running into district court to enforce this injunction.
But we were told, we have averred in the injunction in the motion to enforce papers. And I might add, the judge very quickly set a hearing for tomorrow. So prima facie, whatever we put in those papers was of enough concern to have a busy
Well,
judge.
that's
to put
sort
his
of-
dog in.
Answer my question. I was
But,
like,
but I'm happy
how
to,
we're not going to constantly be micromanaging this.
and I'm happy to answer your question, Your Honor. What the White House did in the new policy, just to go there first, is it said that the overarching rule is that the president retains absolute discretion over access to the Oval Office. That's exactly the type of issue that was before the judge previously, and the judge said the president's discretion is cabined by the First Amendment. So that answers the main concern that we're going to argue tomorrow with the judge. In terms of other criteria.
That was a poke in the eye.
Oh,
No,
is it?
no doubt about it. But the new policy on its face is viewpoint neutral.
But I would disagree with that with all due respect, Your Honor, because if it says, here's all the viewpoint neutral reasons.
Exclusion is no wire service.
But the president reserves absolute discretion, and within absolute discretion has to live viewpoint discrimination,
So then,
or else there is no discretion.
so then a court needs to say the president does not have absolute discretion?
Court needs to say the president's discretion is cabined by the Constitution, an issue that's obviously playing out in many different cases in this courthouse today. President of the United States does not have absolute discretion to violate the Constitution, and the district court found after 2 hearings, one of them all day, listening to 2 Associated Press witnesses, the White House choosing not to bring a witness to explain their criteria, after finding there was a contradiction between the White House's written explanations in the declarations. One declaration said that we were eligible for admission. The other declaration said we would not have admission. Counsel was asked by Judge McFadden, what do you mean by eligibility? And his answer was, well, I'm eligible to play for the Washington Nationals, but they're never going to accept me to play. And the president is not going to let the Associated Press in because of its viewpoint. And so, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Suppose it's the same policy without that poke in the eye sentence at the end. We're just eliminating the wire service, replacing the wire service seat with something else.
Your Honor, there's also discretion allowed for the White House press secretary. And with respect, Your Honor, these are fair questions for me to be asked, but they're questions that we should be resolving in the district court because this particular
And then your
policy.
day to day, the district judge is going to be probing the motive of senior White House aides, if not the president himself.
If a White House aide tells one of these reporters, you're not getting in because of viewpoint discrimination, I would suggest that they have every right to come to the court and to say that we have a constitutional problem here that the court needs to address. If you have the appropriate evidence, Your Honor, you should bring a claim in court. Everybody has the right to do that. We did not willy-nilly bring a claim here. We put before the court abundant evidence, undisputed, largely undisputed, 2 witnesses all day filled with testimony. And the court came to the correct conclusion because the White House has conceded that this is all about trying to control the message, trying to control the viewpoint, if you will, of the Associated Press.
There are a series of presidential immunity doctrines, not directly controlling here, but built into every one of those doctrines is that courts can't probe the motivation of the president because that would be debilitating and inappropriate. That's what has to happen here. If this is allowed.
If that becomes the rule, then the doctrine of viewpoint discrimination will no longer apply to the president. And we know clearly that it does apply to at least the White House. I might add, we didn't sue the president because of the carve out in, I believe it was the Karam case where I think it was Judge Tatel said, one of the judges said you can't sue the president. So the injunction was not enforceable as to the president, but it was enforceable as to the White House. So as to the White House.
Carve out is as broadly or narrowly,
but the case did apply to the White House, and it did say, Karam says it, Ateba is the most recent case that says it, Sherrill is the progenitor case that says it, Price doesn't say it as to the White House, but it says it in general. It stands for the proposition that viewpoint discrimination, even in the White House.
It says courts will police viewpoint discrimination for something like the Brady Room.
Well,
It's very different.
what makes it difficult is this president's bold position that he can discriminate because of viewpoint.
I take your point on that. And, you know, the first iteration of this case was very easy factually because White House was quite open about that. But the legal principle that the district court has established here is not in any obvious way cabinable to cases with smoking gun direct evidence.
Well, it's cabinable to cases where the president exercises viewpoint discrimination or reserves to himself the right to exercise viewpoint discrimination. If he were to declare tomorrow that I'm going to exclude any press that doesn't report that the tariff policy of the United States is wonderful, that's viewpoint discrimination. And any journalist who's excluded on that basis should and would have a right to bring a claim.
I mean, it's one thing to just talk about viewpoint discrimination generally, but we do have to focus specifically on what type of activity is occurring. I mean, I think the AP concedes that if the president were to schedule a one-on-one interview or even a small group interview, he could choose journalists based on viewpoint.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Right. And so,
No
I
argument.
mean, the real question, you know, as we were discussing with your friend on the other side, is where this falls along that continuum, right? This is
Right.
not, the Oval Office is, I think, quite obviously not the Brady press room. And the press pool is not exactly like a one-on-one interview because members of the press pool are not interacting with the president. But I think you have to say why this is more like the Brady press room than like a one-on-one interview. And when you're talking about 10 or 12 journalists who are in the president's office or in the president's airplane or in his home in Mar-a-Lago, why is that not more like a one-on-one interview?
Because, Your Honor, it is part of an established system. I think you asked the question, what about the pool itself? There is a system established called the pool. The White House has decided to accede and now control that system, take over the selection for the pool. Once you have a system called the pool, or whatever you want to call it, and you invite on a daily basis members of that pool to come in and observe and in real time report out the news that's happening in the White House, and you're not interacting with the president, the purpose is not for an interview, whether it's one-on-one or two-on-one or three-on-one, it's to observe and report. That's exactly where the distinction lies. And that's what the district court found. The court itself asked questions of my witnesses, the AP's witnesses, in order to draw out that distinction.
But the pool doesn't have any kind of mythical status. I mean, presumably presidents have a press pool for their own purposes, for their own reasons in terms of how they want to get their message out to the American public. And presumably a White House president could constitute the press pool in any way that they thought was useful.
Your Honor, I would just point the court to the other settings in which a press pool and the words press pool appear in all of the decision have been found to be bound by the Sherrill Doctrine, the hard pass holder doctrine, which is there is no viewpoint discrimination, only allowance for neutral,
Pool is just
reasonable
it's just a
criteria.
narrow subset of hard pass holders.
That's correct, but
I mean, a very small set, right? I mean, there are what, some 1,500 hard pass holders, something like that?
1,300, Your Honor.
And they're, you know, a fraction, 1% of that in the Oval Office?
Right, Your Honor, but they are selected on it, have been selected and are still selected under the new policy ostensibly on a rotating basis by entity, not by reporter. And Your Honor, that's the system that.
And not by viewpoint.
And not by viewpoint. Well, ostensibly not by viewpoint, but that's an issue that the district court found against the government on in the previous iteration of the policy.
Let me ask you about just sort of the underlying doctrine that we're working with here. We have traditional public fora, we have limited or designated public fora, we have non-public fora, and the district judge in this case held that the Oval Office and Air Force One and the relevant part of Mar-a-Lago is a non-public forum. Are there some types of government property or some uses of government property that are not forums at all? And how do we think about that for First Amendment purposes?
Yes, I think Judge McFadden answered that in denying the stay, that the extended stay that was requested. So for example, the president has a private office, a smaller office off of the Oval Office that he retreats to. The court found that that is separate and distinct from the Oval Office when it's used for press spray purposes. The president's suite in Air Force One.
I guess I'm still trying to figure out what work the forum, even non-public forum designation is doing, because there are broader doctrines about people who would otherwise be eligible cannot be excluded, denied, deprived of the thing for which they're otherwise, eligible based on viewpoint. And I'm just trying to understand, presumably that does not apply if the president wants to convene a meeting of, even if it's going to be in let's say he uses the press room as the space, but he wants to have a meeting of experts on the criminal justice system, and he really only wants people who are oriented to reducing mass incarceration. Can the president in that kind of situation, even though it's public space, invite people to the meeting based on viewpoint? Or, there's language in some of the cases like Cornelius and Price that say identity of the speaker and the content related to the event, but seem to suggest that viewpoint discrimination would be barred, but I find that hard to accept that would be true. What's your view? Help us out on that.
Well, if it were a designated pool event, if it were,
No, I'm not talking about the press pool. I'm talking about a meeting. And if the president wants to convene a meeting, he can invite people to the meeting based on viewpoint.
he can invite Fox, I'll just pick as a logical.
He can invite
alternative,
professors. I'm not even talking about press. He can
That's
invite
correct.
People who are specialists, who are corporate leaders, who are professors, who are
Certainly.
engineers, whatever.
Certainly.
So that kind of convening, it can be based on viewpoint. And that's because it's not even a non-public forum. It's not a forum at all.
It is not a public forum in the sense that it is not a place opened up for First Amendment protected activity. The reason the Oval Office is a natural extension.
It's not even a private forum, though. It's not even a non-public forum.
At that point, it's not a forum. It is a non-public forum in the sense that there's no activity.
It's non-public. It's subject to a prohibition on viewpoint discrimination.
But
so he wants to have an event in the cabinet room and invite. He has some policy in mind that he cares a lot about, and he wants to invite members of the public and press who support the policy, and only people on that side of the issue. Can he do that?
Not if it is selecting from among the hard pass holders or part of the press pool in the White House. If he is inviting, and I thought that's what Judge Pillard was asking me, if he's inviting one favorite journalist in to sit down and witness, a cabinet meeting or something like that, I would say that's probably closer to an individual selective interview than it is a press pool event.
No, he's inviting, he wants to develop the case for, I don't know, higher tariffs. And he invites union leaders who support higher tariffs, academics who support higher tariffs, public intellectuals, and they're doing an event. They're doing a give and take in the cabinet room, totally viewpoint based. Is that okay?
Yes, I mean, that's the development of
Okay, so why?
discussion among leaders in developing policy. It's not a communicative activity.
That's really weird. But then, so those are the people at the table, but then he wants 5 press people kind of on the, on the chairs in back at the edge, but he can't discriminate based on viewpoint for the reporters.
I think if he goes out, if the White House press secretary were to go out and tap people on the shoulder and say, President wants to talk to you, come on into the Oval Office, and it's a small group of people, I think he's perfectly entitled to do that. Once you designated a pool event, once you have a system, which we discussed a minute ago, of rotation, that's where the entire notion of viewpoint discrimination becomes an anathema. And the court got there by the analysis, by analogizing this to the non-public forum setting. I personally think it's closer to a limited public forum in that setting.
Real rotation in the pool. I mean, the AP is concerned that it used to always be part of the press pool. It's not rotation. I mean, you're making it sound as though, I mean, if they were in the natural rotation, then they would, of hard pass holders or organizations, they would rarely be in the Oval.
Well, we were happy to have the White House recognize the unique role that the AP holds, both historically.
But that's
and
not a First Amendment.
No, but I am trying to answer your question, Your Honor. We were happy to have that. I would not stand here and argue that we have a right to be the line leader. And I said that to Judge McFadden. We were pleased that we were, but now we're completely shut out. We're not even in the rotation, at least we weren't in the record before the district court. I'm not convinced that we are yet, but that's an issue I want to work out with the district court.
Also, I'm interested from AP's perspective, what is the communicative activity that AP or any other member of the press pool is engaged in when they are watching or, observing events in the Oval Office or Air Force One?
Sure, I have two answers to that. One's in the law and one's in the facts. Under the law, the Sherrill Doctrine, which this court, the district court did apply in this case. The Sherrill Doctrine is that the press and public have an interest protected by the First Amendment in ensuring that restrictions on news gathering be no more arduous than necessary. So that was a question you asked my friend on the other side earlier. What is this news gathering all about and what are the definitions? The law in this circuit protects news gathering. News gathering means both developing the information and taking it in and communicating it out.
So granted, news gathering has some First Amendment protection, but is it communicative activity? News gathering itself?
And that's where the facts themselves come in, because the clear record in this case is that what's going on from the White House is live reporting, both by photograph and by text and .com means. The reporters for the AP are reporting live from the White House. We all get push notifications from the AP.
So does that
on our
turn
phones.
any government space in which a reporter or anyone else, and I think Judge Cassis asked a similar question earlier, any space, any government space where someone has a cell phone and posts something on their blog or, whatever, makes any kind of communication to the outside world, then that's a non-public forum? Does the internet transform all physical spaces into non-public fora?
I would narrow the limiting principle by saying that anywhere the government opens up for news gathering, if there's an affirmative act, the answer has to be yes. And here there's the affirmative act of inviting the press pool into the Oval Office to observe and report out in real time the news. And that makes it a protected First Amendment
So if you open the forum, not necessarily specifically for communication, but for news gathering, and part of that includes accessing the internet, not communicating in the forum directly.
Not communicating with the people staging the event.
Right, well, because the traditional, all fora analysis stems from the traditional public forum, parks, sidewalks, things like that, where the forum and the speech are intimately connected. But where communication exists only on the internet or, through electronic transmissions of some type, there's no connection between that type of electronic transmission and, say, the Oval Office in the way there is between a sidewalk outside the Supreme Court where someone might want to picket the Supreme Court because they don't like a particular decision. So there's no connection. And all the fora analysis, there's always a connection between the communication that people are aiming for and the type of forum. A charity wants to be part of the Capitol campaign so they can get their message out to government workers in Cornelius or something like that. All the traditional public fora cases are like this. So here there's not the same connection.
But that was the rule, that was the same, broadly speaking, set of facts in the Sherrill v. Knight case, which is access to the White House in order to be able to record information, to gather the news. And the circuit did find that there was, and reaffirmed it in Ateba and in Karam, that there was a First Amendment interest in that news gathering activity.
Right, news gathering in the press room.
Didn't say that in Karam arose out of the Rose Garden. Ateba arose out of the Brady press room. Cheryl arose out of getting into the White House at all. And the same doctrine was applied across all three. And there is
I
no,
think those are identical to the president himself inviting a small group of journalists.
inviting a designated pool in which it's supposed to be a rotating system if you're going to agree with us that it has to be non-discriminatory, non-viewpoint discriminatory.
So-
Yes, Your Honor.
So that seems the strongest part of your case. There was a pool, there has been a pool. And whether you look at the Knight Institute, it dates back to 1881, or you look at the National Journal declaration, certainly filed in the district court, dates back to the 40s. There has been a press pool, and it has been a non-viewpoint based opportunity for the press. If the facts of this case had never occurred and the president had just decided he wants to abolish the press pool entirely, let's just not have anybody coming into the Oval, any members of the press on Air Force One. First Amendment problem or no?
I would need to understand a little more facts, and namely, I need to know what it's replaced with. And I need to.
No reporters in those places because the president feels his autonomy would be hampered. He doesn't want to associate with journalists who he finds pesky.
I think it would be a tougher argument under Zemel versus Rusk to say that the president couldn't exclude the press entirely from the Oval Office or even the White House. I want to know a little more about the facts. I want to study up on that a little more, but my answer standing at the podium is that the district court got the limitations correct, that the president can't be ordered to speak to somebody. The president can't be ordered to hold a press event. But once he decides to do those things in a pool setting, in an established pool setting, he can't do it in a viewpoint discriminatory way. And I just wanted to just point the court out to 4 other settings where the district courts, the federal district courts, have each said that a pool setting in areas that may be counterintuitive to all of us, embedding with the Military Central Command in Gulf War I, Nation magazine versus DOD in the Southern District of New York, the press pool had to be selected based on non-viewpoint discriminatory reasons. Flights to Guantanamo Bay, where the press were invited and there were only 20 seats. That was in this courthouse, Getty Images News Services versus Department of Defense. Those 20 seats had to be selected on viewpoint neutral criteria. The Congressional Press Galleries, also in this court, Consumers Union of the U.S. versus the Periodicals Correspondents Association. Also, I said in the district court here. And then the White House pool itself was adjudicated by the Northern District of Georgia in 1981 in CNN versus ABC Inc. as a forum in which you could not have discrimination based on viewpoint when they were trying to exclude all of the television stations from the pool. Those are 4 areas, and the 4th one actually supports very directly the district court's reasoning in this case. But those are areas where you might have some real qualms if you're looking at this fresh until you start to apply the notion that viewpoint discrimination is anathema. And once you open up an area to a group of people, this is basic to us, basic fundamental American doctrine, Your Honors. And we would ask the court at least not to stay. We'll obviously have a more fulsome argument if the government proceeds with its appeal. We do have issues to sort out with the district court, but in terms of a stay, they have not sufficiently established the grounds that they need.
So,
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
so you concede the one-on-one interview, right? So why is it then, what is the doctrinal basis for saying president wants to open up the Oval Office to bring in a journalist to project his views? If it's one-on-one, he can do that on a viewpoint-based criteria.
That's Baltimore Sun.
Why can he do that?
That's Baltimore Sun versus Ehrlich, which was my case, Your Honor. I had the privilege of arguing that case in 4th Circuit. In Baltimore Sun versus Ehrlich, the court held that there was no First Amendment right to demand a one-on-one interview with the president. Therefore, the president could be selective.
How
This-
about 5 on?
If he goes
His
out,
5 favorite journalists.
if he goes out and taps them on the shoulder and says, come on into my office, that was part of the fact pattern.
Thank you very much. We have Jonas Gahr Støre is here, who is the, as you know, the Prime Minister of Norway. He's a great gentleman, highly respected, beloved in his country. And we've had talks on the war with Ukraine, Russia, and trade. We're doing very well, I think, on both. We've had some pretty good movement in every respect. The war is very important that it ends with, I used to say 2,500 people a week dying, young people, mostly soldiers from Russia and Ukraine. And we want to end that war. We want to end it quickly. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And we'll see what happens. This next few days is going to be very important. Meetings are taking place right now. Additionally, we talked about trade, and we will definitely, we get along very well on trade. We'll do something, but I think the Prime Minister knows that over the years, the United States has been very good to a lot of people, and it's time for us to benefit also. So we're going to have a good relationship on trade, and we discussed other things also. But Mr. Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This year is 200 years since the first immigration from Norway to the US. We come here early in your term, appreciate that you take time. We have highlighted that very close cooperation. We are allies. We look after security in the north, in the Arctic, a lot of confidence between our services. We have discussed in detail the war in Ukraine. I have saluted the President for his initiative to make progress towards something that can be a ceasefire and an end to this terrible conflict. It is a complex picture, but it needs political will and push. And we have exchanged ideas on that. And then I think the President and his team have been open to hear our perspectives. And on trade, we have also emphasized that we can benefit, both of us, by trading. We can be complementary, and we can find good solutions. But first of all, I appreciate, Mr. President, the spirit and the tone of this conversation, which has been confirmation of a very strong partnership.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions?
Can I ask you
Yes.
first, Mr. President, have you spoken about the tariff that you want to impose on Norway? Is there a chance that you can lower?
We spoke
the
about trade,
Norway tariffs?
and we understand each other very well. I think we'll have no problem.
You think that you can get an agreement?
I think we'll
with
have no problem whatsoever with Norway.
Mr.
Discuss a
President,
possible visit to Norway? Did you discuss a possible visit for President Trump to
We
Norway?
didn't, but I love it. I mean, I've been there, and it is a beautiful place. They have.
But I told the President that, he is receiving us early in the term. He's welcome to visit Norway. We would like to have him, and it will be another way of emphasizing this strong friendship.
Mr. President, Norway has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine
Yes.
since the Russian invasion in 2022. Has something been discussed here today that may have altered your views on things?
No, we want to, very simply, I have no allegiance to anybody. I have allegiance to saving lives, and I want to save a lot of lives. A lot of young people, mostly young people. It's the war. It's the soldiers. And if we can do that, also, as you know, I got started because the money that's been spent on this war is insane. It should have never happened. And it would have never happened if I were president. But Biden spent $350 billion on this, and it's a shame. And that's what got me involved. And then I looked at, and I see the results. It's horrible. It's a killing field. 5,000 soldiers a week on average. And we want to stop that. We both want to stop that for a lot of reasons, but I would say that is my number one reason.
Do you think that Russia, that we will get Russia to accept a deal that also Ukraine and Europe is willing to?
I think so, yeah. I do. I believe they will accept, and I think we're going to get this over with. I hope so, soon.
You continue to lack support from NATO allies in your goal of obtaining Greenland. How will you proceed if you don't get that support?
Well, Greenland's going to be interesting, but that's for another day. I think we need that for international peace.
What are you expecting of your
And if
allies?
you don't have that, I think it's a big threat to our world. So I think Greenland's very important for international peace. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, this morning in Truth Social Post, you used the words Vladimir, stop. That seemed like a slightly different message, a personal message. What is your level of frustration with President Putin?
I didn't like
at this
last
point?
night. I wasn't happy with it. And we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired. And I was not happy with it. That's what I meant. And that's, you know, what it is. I assume that's what you mean.
Sorry,
Yeah.
if the bombs keep falling, will you consider additional sanctions toward Russia, or what will you do if President Putin
I'd
does not
rather answer
respond?
that question in a week. I want to see if we can have a deal. No reason to answer it now, but I won't be happy. Let me put it that way. Things will happen.
Mr. President, why are you not putting more pressure on Russia? I know a lot of Europeans.
Putting a lot of pressure. You don't know what pressure I'm putting on Russia. They're dealing. You have no idea what pressure I'm putting on Russia. We're putting a lot of pressure.
Can you maybe tell us that? What kind of
We're
pressure
putting a
are you
lot of
putting on
pressure on Russia, and Russia knows that, and some people that are close to it know, or he wouldn't be talking right now. The Prime Minister understands that better than anybody. He wouldn't be talking right now. He's talking, and we're putting a lot of pressure. I think he wants to make a deal. We're going to find out very soon, but it takes two to tango, and you have to have Ukraine want to make a deal too, and they're being hit very hard, and I do believe they want to make a deal.
Mr. President, you said that the Ukraine have to give some territory to win peace, among them Crimea. Do you stand by that? And I know that the former NATO General Secretary today has told you that he does not agree, and he believes in territorial integrity of the Ukraine. How will you deal with that with your allies? And do you
Well, the
stand by
former-
that Ukraine have to give?
Former
Crimea
Secretary
to-
General happens to be right here, you know, so they can't put words in his mouth. He's been a great general, frankly. It was because that's what you are. Really, you're a general. But he's been a great Secretary General. We had a tremendous relationship, very successful, and I think he could speak for himself. He's right here.
But do you still agree that Ukraine have to give some territory away to win peace?
Well, it depends what territory. They've been fighting. They've lost a lot of territory. And we'll do the best we can, working with Ukraine. We'll do the best we can, but they lost a lot of territory. When you say Crimea, that was handed over during a president named Barack Hussein Obama. That had nothing to do with me, Crimea. That was 11 years ago with Obama. And they made a decision. There wasn't a bullet fired. There was no fighting. There was no anything. They just handed it over. Now they say, well, can you get it back? I think that's going to be a very difficult thing to do. That was given by Barack Obama when he was president, not by Donald Trump.
Thank you,
Mr. President, I had a long meeting, Mr. President.
Proposal that you put on the table. It's a 30-day ceasefire proposal. Your national security team presented it to both Ukraine and Russia. 2 months ago, Ukraine agreed to that ceasefire proposal immediately. Russia has not. And my question is Russia the obstacle to peace based upon that, just getting to that 30-day ceasefire?
I don't think so. I think that they both want peace right now. They're ready to do something. We'll see what happens. Complicated, very complicated. But I think they are both very much looking to make a deal. Marco, what would you say?
Well, first of all, what was put before our partners was options to discuss about things that it would take to end a war. This war is endable. Both sides just have to agree to it. We've shown them a pathway forward. We've discussed those ideas. It was a good meeting yesterday. There'll be good meetings over the weekend. We've shown them the finish line. We need both of them to say yes. But what happened last night with those missile strikes should remind everybody of why this war needs to end. It's horrible those missiles landed. What's even worse is there are today people that were alive yesterday that are not alive today because this war continues and the president wants to stop it. And everyone should be thanking the president for being a peacemaker and trying to save lives. That's what we're trying to do here. It's not our war. We didn't start it, as you know. But we're trying to end the dying. We're trying to end the destruction. And we've shown the path forward. We can see the finish line, but both of them have to get there. We're going to do everything we can to help them get there, but they have to ultimately say yes.
And we are using a lot of pressure on both. You know, if you think we're just in there because we're nice people, and we are nice people, but we're using a lot of pressure on both.
What concessions, Mr. President, and to your national security team, what concessions has Russia offered up thus far to get to the point where you're closer to peace?
Stopping the war, stopping taking the whole country. Pretty big concession.
Mr. President, if you are going to take down the tariffs, what do you want Norway to buy more of from the U.S.?
To buy more? Well, you don't need snow. You don't need skis. You don't need ski champions either, right? You have a lot of them. We just want to keep the relationship the way it is. We've had a great relationship. I think now maybe closer than ever, but we've had a great relationship with Norway. I think just keep it the way it is, kid. You can't do better.
Really? Not even by, say, a
Well, if they want to give us some additional concessions, that's okay. You can't do much better. Yes, yes.
Mr. President, you had a long meeting with Norway today. You said that Norway is doing a lot of things right, but on the Ukraine, if I can ask both you and the Prime Minister, did you find common ground today on Ukraine and the peace plan?
Totally. It's totally common ground. The Prime Minister can speak about it, but I can just say he wants to see people stop dying more than anything else, and he'd like to see it end. He's going to help us end it.
Can I say that to move towards an end of this war, U.S. engagement is critical, and President Trump made that possible. That is clear. That is obvious. It's really happening. Now, the important thing is that both parties have to know that they have to deliver, and they have to feel the pressure to deliver. Ukraine is under attack. They are defending themselves. Lives are being lost. And we believe very firmly that there needs to be a ceasefire, the initiative taken by the US some time ago. It needs to be respected. And then to move on to something which both parties can own. That is the complicated part in such a dramatic war. And here I believe Europeans and Americans working together, as we do much closer now. And I salute the team of President Trump of being, open in that process. We had a good discussion on this today. And then we have to move on, and we cannot lose time because this is too much drama happening. One thing is people losing their lives, but it is a bad thing for Europe, and it's a bad thing for the world to having such a broad conflict going on. It can have ramifications far beyond Ukraine.
Mr. President, follow-up question on China.
Mr. President, I forgot my question. I wanted to ask about sorry.
That happens.
It happens sometimes, yeah. No, Mr. President, I wanted to ask about the, Zelensky has said that he wants more Patriot missiles. So far, there has been no response from the United States. If you and the United States decides to pull out of negotiating for peace, trying to broker peace, does that also mean a no on Patriot missiles, a no on sharing intelligence with Ukraine?
Let's see what happens. I think we're going to make a deal. And if we make a deal, that'll be wonderful. We won't have to worry about your question. You can ask that question in 2 weeks, and we'll see. But I think we're getting very close. The Prime Minister feels the same way, and we'll hopefully not have to answer that question.
Mr. President, Norway is the third country to be officially invited to the White House after Liberation Day. Why did you invite Norway so soon to the White House?
Because I like them. And I like your Prime Minister, and I like the way your government runs. And I respect the king. He's highly respected in Norway. It's a great thing, not an easy thing to do. He's done a great job. Yeah.
Would you like an invitation to visit the king?
Absolutely. You get me that invitation.
I just told the president he's welcome to visit.
President Trump, first white card.
Yeah, please.
You said before that you like the Norwegian Petroleum Fund, and I'm wondering if that has been up for discussion today, the way that we have structured our money and
Well, this fund was created in the late 1990s to save for future generations the income from our oil and gas. Norwegians should continue to work as hard, dedicated, innovate, and move forward, despite having these incomes, which we happen to be in the period of our history where we can harvest, and we have transferred that into investments, half of them, by the way, here in the United States. So I think this is a model which we have been able to explore. If we can share experiences, and we do with our colleagues in the US, you never copy this one-to-one, but there can be techniques and way of working that we have used in organizing our fund. Jens Stoltenberg was the finance minister when the first dollar entered that fund. So he is a safe hand to have as a finance minister today. What do you say?
No, and as you said, Mr. Prime Minister, we are ready to sit down with the US to also work with them on if they want to establish a sovereign wealth fund, because we have a good experience with our fund. And I think that one example of how we work together with the United States is that half of the fund, close to $1 trillion US, are invested in the United States, mainly in equity, but also some in fixed income, including government bonds. So this is an expression of trust in the United States, expressed by the strong investment of the sovereign wealth fund. Then just briefly on Ukraine, since it was mentioned, we had a very good and extensive discussion about Ukraine, the path forward to peace. And as the Prime Minister said, we commend the US for pushing forward to try to find a negotiated solution. At the same time, we need to continue to support Ukraine. And therefore, I'm proud that Norway has actually tripled the military support to Ukraine. And this year, we will allocate close to $8 billion to Ukraine. That will strengthen them and also their hand on the negotiating table.
If I may add to that, if there's a peace, and there will be a peace, we have a common responsibility in securing democratic Ukraine for the future. And the best security guarantee they can have is the ability to defend themselves. And we are investing in that.
Mr. Prime Minister, if I may, as it relates to tariffs, Mr. President, when you unveiled your reciprocal tariffs on April the 2nd, the tariff rate for Norway was 15%. Based upon your conversations that you've had today with the Prime Minister, do you see that tariff rate coming down from what you proposed just a few weeks ago?
Well, they have a great fund of $2 trillion. It's a big fund, and they don't have any debt. So I think they'd probably be willing to pay us more than that, I hope.
Are the tariffs in agreement of which country?
Mr. President,
Yes.
in 2018, your former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo called for an end to Russian occupation of Crimea. Why does this administration, why has this administration changed its stance on territorial concessions?
Well, the war started. It would have never started if I were president. This is a war that is horrible. All wars are horrible. This one is in particular bad. And I don't know that you can ever say there's going to be a winner to this, because so many lives have been lost. Not only soldiers, a lot of lives have been lost. I think that we want to do one very simple thing. It would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance it was going to, and it didn't. People say, how do you know that? Number one, it didn't happen. We never even discussed it. I would talk to Putin about it. It was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of Putin's eye, but there was never even a thought that he'd go in. And I think he understood that I would not be happy if he did. And it was only when I got out, and when you mention what happened to Ukraine years ago under President Obama and a vice president that was also president later, unfortunately for this country, what happened is large chunks of land were given up, and it was called Crimea, and that was a big thing. That was a big moment. But this isn't my war. This is Biden's war. This is a war that Biden was president when this war happened. But I'm trying to put out the fire, and I think we'll be successful. And if we do, we're going to save a lot of lives. Otherwise, and the Prime Minister had a statement. He said, This is just a point in time. We're very lucky because this is a point, and if this doesn't happen, this could go on for a long time.
Mr. President, will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're in Rome, sir?
Future Democrat president?
I don't think he will. I think he wants to make peace. I think he wants to end it, and I feel pretty confident of that. But we're gonna know pretty soon.
Mr. President, will you have meetings with other world leaders when you're in Rome?
Yes, I will.
Which leaders do you want to meet, sir?
Well, I'd like to meet them all. That would be nice. I'd like to take care of all of them, but we have many of them there, and they all want to meet. They want to meet about trade, and we are making some great inroads and great deals. You might want to speak about that, Mr. Secretary.
We had a very successful bilateral meeting with the Republic of South Korea today. We may be moving faster than I thought, and we will be talking technical terms as early as next week as we reach an agreement on understanding as soon as next week. So South Koreans came early, they came with their A game, and we will see if they follow through on that.
President,
Do you think you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize if you manage to create?
Do I deserve the Nobel Peace?
If you manage to create peace?
Well, maybe for the Abraham Accords. I don't want to get ahead of myself on this one, but they say for the Abraham Accords. And by the way, speaking of that, we're going to be filling it up. A lot of countries want to come into the Abraham Accords. You know, we have 4, and Biden did nothing on that one too. It's the same 4, but they're great countries, and they were brave doing it, and it's worked out very well. And we're going to be filling up the Abraham Accords. They're going to be, I think, filling it up very rapidly. Marco, could you say something about that?
There's great, enormous opportunity to grow the Abraham Accords. But I would just point to one thing. Of all the leaders in the world today, no leader is working harder to prevent wars or end them than President Trump is right now. We're trying. That's why we're talking to Iran. That's why we're engaged with Ukraine and Russia. It's the desire to prevent these wars from breaking out and to end the ones that exist already. And again, I just think it's tremendous for our country to be led by a president who desires to bring peace and establish peace and protect peace. So it's hard work.
Mr. President.
You know, Marco just mentioned something that maybe we should talk about for just a second, and we could, Mr. Prime Minister, and you're involved in it too because you've been involved in the world and peace. But I think we're doing very well with respect to Iran, and we're having very serious meetings. And there are only 2 options, and the one option is not a good option. It's not a good option at all. And I think we're doing very well on an agreement with Iran, but that one, we're doing a lot of things, I will say, but that one is well on its way. We could have a very, very good decision, and a lot of lives will be saved.
Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown. Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown as it relates to home sales in the month of March, the slowest pace since 2009. Is that an economic indicator, and perhaps the Treasury Secretary can weigh in on this as well? Is that an economic indicator that concerns you about the broader U.S. economy?
No, they had very good numbers on housing today, extremely good numbers. And that's despite interest rates, because, you know, if you look at what happened, everyone said, oh, I said I was going to get prices down. I did. Energy just hit $1.98 in a couple of states. It's way down. Energy's down, and we're about $64 a barrel. When I came in, and we were looking at $89, $90, $95. And by the way, that helps us solve the war too. Having those energy prices is a big incentive for Russia to also agree with solving the war problem. Groceries are down. When I was with you 2 months ago, you were complaining about eggs. I said, I just got here. I was here for about a week when the press started saying about eggs have gone through the roof. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And they happened. They went through the roof and you couldn't get them. So we just had a big Easter egg hunt at the White House, thousands and thousands of eggs. And the price was down 87%. So we did a great job. Housing is doing very well. We should lower interest rates. That's the Fed. I hope they lower interest rates. That's the smart thing to do. Be ahead a little bit, although already it's a little bit late. But in the end, we just have a great country. We have a very strong country, and we have every other country. I can't think of one country that doesn't want to negotiate a deal. And They either negotiate a deal or we set a deal that we think is fair. Because we don't have to go through all of these. It would be physically impossible. You know, you have so many people that really understand it, which is a very small group of people here. And we are going to, at some point, just set prices for deals. Some will be tariffed. Some treated us very unfairly. They'll be tariffed higher than others. But we've been ripped off for many, many years. The United States has been ripped off like no country probably in the history of the world has been ripped off for 45, 50 years. And countries have gotten rich by doing that with the United States. We've taken care of their militaries, and military is another subject we talk about. We're not going to make that subject to any of the deals, but you know the same countries that I do where we virtually take care of their military and then don't get treated fairly on trade. So the people, and I don't blame those countries, I blame the people that sat at that beautiful desk right behind you, because those people didn't do the job for this country. And they let us lose $4 billion a day on trade. We were losing $4 or $5 billion a day on trade when I got here. And now we're going to be much better than breaking even. And we're going to be making $4 or $5 billion a day on trade. So, I don't blame any country, not the worst of them. And we were abused by countries. I blame the president of the United States that happened to be sitting when these deals were made. Disgraceful. When I was here, we had a great 4 years. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country, my first term. And we were very tough on trade. And with China, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. But nobody else ever did that. China paid not 10 cents to any other president. And but not only China, virtually every country got away with murder. And we just can't let that happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
In Baltimore Sun versus Ehrlich, press secretary for Governor Ehrlich did exactly that with one press gaggle briefing in a small conference room. This is fundamentally different, Your Honor, and we think that Judge McFadden got it absolutely right in that this is—
Because he's starting from the full pool and then subtracting rather
starting from the full pool and then discriminating based on viewpoint.
Rather than just adding, if he just goes down the list, he keeps a list of reporters he likes and doesn't, and goes down and, all right, there are 20 seats in the Oval. I'm calling in my favorite 20, and not surprisingly, that's a viewpoint-based judgment.
That would be a violation under Sherrill versus Knight and all of the other cases. To do it as a way of narrowing the pool. If he did it just by calling people up.
He's just picking his favorite.
Then he's not excluding people, he's inviting.
1, 3, or 20.
Then he's not excluding people, he's inviting people, and the doctrine.
He can invite his favorite 20 journalists into the Oval on a viewpoint basis.
Yes, Your Honor, so long as he is not staging it as a pool event, he can do individual events like that. And Your Honor, I can't do any better.
Seems awfully close to what's happening here.
Well, I can point to, just as persuasive authority, the State Democracy Defenders brief that was filed in the district court as an amicus brief. 23 former office holders, some of them former press secretaries to the White House, many of them in the current president's party. One of them, Judge Ludwig from the Fourth Circuit, who was on the panel that voted against the Baltimore Sun and Ehrlich. And all of them have drawn a sharp distinction between, as Judge McFadden did, based on the record evidence of my reporter's testimony, that there is a fundamental distinction in the way the White House operates between holding a pool spray type of event and inviting reporters in one by one for individual interviews.
Let me ask you two more just to try to pin down what's doing work and what's not. So same analysis, trying to take out the access dimension from the speak with the president dimension. So he's picking journalists who will be not allowed to speak with him, but just follow him around and observe him in order to write articles. He can do that on a view. He can pick his favorite 1 or 2 or 5 reporters based on viewpoint.
He can pick.
Same idea.
Yeah, sure. He can pick a couple of people and say, "Follow me for the day." Absolutely.
And another one to test whether retaliation works differently from forum. He has a one-on-one scheduled with a favored reporter. That reporter then says something the president doesn't like, and the president cancels the interview because of that, because of the statement. Is that permissible? Or is that, it's a viewpoint-based retaliation, but in the president's intimate association with journalists?
The retaliation has to be an incursion into a First Amendment right held by the plaintiff in the case. In the case that you just posited, I don't think the journalist had a First Amendment right to be invited to the one-on-one interview. And so the president's cancellation based on not liking what the journalist said doesn't incur into their First Amendment right.
If you just mechanistically apply the elements of First Amendment retaliation law or unconstitutional conditions law, it doesn't matter that he didn't have that right in the first place. If he's being denied a benefit for a bad reason, that's unlawful retaliation.
Well, but
and yet we still have this instinct, like, of course he can cancel that interview.
And my instinct is the same as yours.
So why?
But I come at it from I come at it from the facts of this case, First Amendment standpoint. The First Amendment applies here because there is a public forum that is designated from time to time for pool opportunity. I'm sorry, a government office that is designated a non-public forum from time to time for press opportunities on a rotating basis by the pool. A First Amendment right attaches to those opportunities. Number one. Number two, my reporters are part of a press pool who are being denied opportunities for retaliatory reasons, and that attacks their First Amendment right to gather news under Sherrill versus Knight in a setting in which they possess a First Amendment right. That's what distinguishes it from the one-on-one interviews. And I would urge the court to look no further than the State Democracy Defender's brief, just end my reporter's testimony for the factual record of why those are two fundamentally different things.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. MacArthur has reserved 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Just a few points to your question, Judge Pillard, about the longstanding existence of the pool. The thing about forums that are created by the government is they can be clawed back. President Trump is under no obligation to run the press pool the way his predecessors did, or even the way he himself did in his first administration. If he wanted to reconstitute the press pool as his 20 favorite reporters, which I heard my friend on the other side to concede, he can do that. And I think that concedes the case, because if he can make it 20 that he most prefers based on their viewpoints, he can certainly exclude one based on viewpoint. To the line of questions about where this case fits in public forum existing case law, it doesn't, because there is no case addressing a space like this one in the president's immediate periphery in a highly restricted space. This space is not like a polling place. It's not like an airport terminal.
Just to be clear, this space, you're talking about the Oval Office, but also Air Force One and also the Mar-a-Lago space?
Yes, I think the Oval Office is sort of the paradigmatic one, the focus of the case, as Judge McFadden said, but I think the principle applies to the other spaces as well. Whether you think of it as simply not a forum at all, or as a different kind of forum, we need a new box for this. I tend to think of it as something like a proprietary forum. It doesn't fit within the existing case law on forums.
What do you mean by proprietary forum?
I mean, it's a zone of discretion where the president gets to choose, including based on viewpoint, who he admits to those spaces, just like he gets to choose based on viewpoint who he discloses his mind to in answering questions or giving an exclusive interview. although the case doesn't fit in the forum cases, I do think it would be a mistake to too hastily dismiss Baltimore Sun. That case was not about government speech. Read it carefully, Judge
Oh, it
Pillard.
was.
There's a part at the end that's about government speech that addresses a comment the governor had made. The heart of the analysis in the case, the court conceives of as denial of access to discretionarily afforded information. If you give information to some reporters, you have to give it to others. That is what this case is about. They want information about what is happening behind those closed doors with the president and his guests in those restricted spaces.
But isn't that sort of circular? Because there, everybody agreed that it was discretionarily afforded because a government official doesn't have to return a reporter's phone call, and a government official has complete discretion on who he or she invites in for an interview. So that's why that was discretionary afforded. Whereas you're a little bit bootstrapping or arguing in a circle if you say, well, here it's discretionary, whereas in fact, the courts and the press and the White House have understood the pool not to be discretionary in the sense that it really entails government speech. Or just putting that aside, because I understand you dispute that, they have not seen this as a place where the White House has discretion to pick and choose based on viewpoint. And so I'm not sure what the discretionary...
Whether they've seen it that way or not, what I'm saying is...
discretionarily afforded information gets you, except to assume that you win and then say that you win.
I don't think it's assumed that I win. What I'm trying to say is that it's the same principle. The same principle whereby a government official doesn't have to answer questions from reporters whose coverage he doesn't like, should be modestly extended to cover this very analogous situation of, do you have to admit someone to your personal space to observe what you are saying and doing there so they can report on you just because you've given that access to some other reporters? And the key insight, I think, from Baltimore Sun is that this is routine in this industry, and that should inform how you think about the First Amendment. The court said government officials frequently and without liability evaluate reporters and reward them with advantages of access.
But Mr. MacArthur, if you go by what is routine in the industry, what is routine in the press pool and the press corps is actually quite different from what is routine in answering phone calls or inviting individual or small groups of journalists in for conversations with a public official.
But I think
so what is routine actually cuts against you. Let me ask you, is it the government's position that the president has abolished the press pool?
No, I don't think he's abolished the press pool.
He hasn't.
No. Just one final point, if I may. Judge Katsas, I did not hear an answer to the question of how you can cabin this legal principle so that we aren't going to have constant inquiries into the president's state of mind about who he is choosing to admit to these spaces. And again, this is precisely what the court in Baltimore Sun warned against, that if you accept this principle, you are going to plant the seed of a constitutional case in everyday interaction.
I am worried about that, but let me give you a couple of competing considerations. To me, these are harm points. One is, we've seen a lot of cases lately where the executive branch is claiming interim harm to support stays. Many of them involve injunctions that direct how the president performs official duties, recognizing inferior officers, spending money, right? We don't have that here. It's dignitary in a sense, but it's more abstract in that sense. And then, in terms of what's going to happen in the however long it takes to adjudicate the appeal on the merits, it no doubt will stick in the White House's craw, but it is the same arrangement that people have been living under. And the merits point that he can claw it back is maybe a little bit different from the harm point that, this will not imperil the presidency if it persists for a few months or however many months while the appeal is pending.
So I do think it is a species of dignitary harm, but I would not minimize it. I do think it is a serious dignitary harm. It is not far off from a judicial decree ordering the president to answer a specific reporter's question.
It's so interesting to me that you make that argument. The record in this case is really edifying in the sense that during the Watergate period, the press pool was right in there with President Nixon. During the scandals with President Clinton, the press pool was right in there. When various presidents were ailing and dying, the press pool was right in there with them. And this is the tradition. When you talk about what's routine in your reference to Baltimore Sun, to me, I mean, I found that really impressive that we have a First Amendment that enables that kind of observation of our chief executive. And to me, that does affect the claim of irreparable injury that's made here.
So I think what is routine, what the Baltimore Sun court said is routine, is government officials choosing who they give access to information to based on reasons of their own, including their assessment of the coverage.
Who they themselves are willing to speak to.
Or to give information to. I don't think it was just about answering questions in Baltimore Sun. It was about giving information. And it was a far more exclusionary policy than what we have here. The governor has said, everyone in the executive branch can't talk to or give information to these two reporters. Okay, and so what the president has done has taken that routine aspect of this industry where there's jockeying for access and granting of information based on assessments of reporters and their coverage and extended it to this space, which he is entitled to do. He is under no obligation to run the press pool the way it has historically been run.
Thank you both very much. The case is submitted.
The honorable court now comes to adjourn until Tuesday, April 22nd at 9:30 a.m.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com. Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
I don't think she will see him from here. I'm so short. Yeah, big you are too short. Someone sit in front of me. I just trying.
Hi guys, thank you for your patience. Those of you in the open seats, you guys can actually move forward. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, you guys can, yeah. Okay. I'll see you next time. Sorry. How are you? Okay, just a few more minutes. Just waiting for you guys to get settled. Thank you. How are you? Pictures of the baby. Oh, well, here's her last name.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's so happy. She's just like. Hi. Here's her last name. Yeah.
Just started.
Yes. What's your name? She's doing good. Summer is not like she moved to us. The older one is 18 months. You're in it. Quick, right? It's great for kids. Is he good? Yeah, good.
Oh, wow. Hi there. Last time, I'm not really technically late, but last time I came out late, I got applause, but no longer I see. All righty. Do we prefer not to have movement up this close? Is there a way we can maybe move back a little bit? That would be terrific. Thank you, gentlemen. I did want to grab this coming along here. If you want to know what our reading material is here, To Walk the Earth in Safety, Conventional Weapons Destruction. So that's a good thing to wanting to be doing, especially with conversations today. Welcome aboard. Thank you everyone for joining us. I appreciate it. Get this. Of course, have an announcement here at the top. Let's start, shall we? Again, thank you all very much. As people around the world head to the Vatican to pay their respects to the Pope, of course, I, on behalf of the State Department, want to take another moment to convey our deepest condolences following the passage of His Holiness Pope Francis. Secretary Rubio is united in prayer with Catholics. Secretary Rubio is united in prayer with Catholics worldwide during this period of transition for the Catholic Church. We join Catholics around the globe in mourning his passing and giving thanks for his life and service. Now, on to the terrorist attacks in Pahalgam. As President Trump and Secretary Rubio have made clear, the United States stands with India, strongly condemns all acts of terrorism. We pray for the lives of those lost and for the recovery of the injured, and call for the perpetrators of this heinous act to be brought to justice. Next, an important issue that is not receiving enough coverage. The Trump administration's America First border security strategy is delivering real results. As Secretary Rubio has noted, we are now seeing the most secure border we've had. In March 2025, illegal crossings at the southwest border dropped by 94% compared to March of last year. Likewise, in the Darien, a key transit point for those intending to illegally immigrate to the United States, crossings fell by an extraordinary 99.5% over the same period. Those results reflect sound policy and strong leadership, the leadership of President Trump. He has implemented a policy that has combined strong U.S. enforcement, strategic communication with the regional partners, and clear deterrence. In fact, Panama reported that just last month, encounters of illegal aliens returning south were 10 times higher than those heading north. We continue to urge governments across the region to strengthen border security, accept their deported nationals, and invest in the stability and prosperity of their own communities. Together, we can end illegal immigration and build a regional framework that prioritizes sovereignty, security, and opportunity. Finally, President Trump and Secretary Rubio answered questions on the Russia-Ukraine war a few minutes ago, of course, in the Oval Office. As Secretary Rubio said, this war is endable. Both sides just have to agree to it. We've shown them a pathway forward. And now I will take your questions. All right. Yes, sir.
Come back to the attack in Kashmir that you mentioned.
All right. So we'll stick with one thing we're going to try to do today is stick with topics.
Themes.
I'm not very good at that, but we're going to try it again today. So we'll start with Kashmir.
So,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Since you started with that as well.
Sure, certainly.
Since that attack, India has blamed Pakistan for being, for having some connection to the attackers. I wonder, does the US have sort of more reaction to that? Do you see Pakistan as potentially being behind this, and are you playing any role in diplomacy to try and cool tensions between the two?
Well, I put it in the topper, obviously, because it was a horrible situation. But at the same time, that's basically going to be the extent of the comments at this point. What I can tell you is, of course, as we all know, it's a rapidly changing situation. And we are monitoring it closely, as you might imagine. We, of course, are not now taking a position on the status of Kashmir or of Jammu either. So that's really going to be the extent of what I can say today. So if we'd like to, again, we'll start again here now also with Andrea Mitchell, perhaps about Ukraine, Russia. Is that where you're going? Yes, let's do that. But we're going to move to Ukraine, Russia, because there's nothing else I can say about the situation. Yes.
I want to raise the question of Crimea because the U.S. position, as was outlined by Vice President Vance, indicates that the U.S. proposal does indicate that Russia would retain sovereignty over Crimea and other territories. It was just a few years ago that former Senator Rubio co-sponsored legislation that would prevent Russia from ever having sovereignty over Crimea because of its origins. Can you explain what has changed that has made the Secretary think that this is a balanced offer and a proposal that Mr. Zelensky and Ukraine should accept?
I've said before, I'll say again, even to you, that we can't negotiate this. It's certainly not going to be negotiated in this room.
Now it's on the record from the Vice President when in India he.
Well, that's it. He's the Vice President and making a statement. It's not my job, nor will I parse his words or assign a meaning to them. What I do know, as I think as we all know, negotiations continue. There's a conversation that continues. That was the impression I was left with the conversation out of the Oval Office, is that both President Trump and Secretary Rubio were there. They engaged and answered questions about what's coming forward, what's possible. The president indicated he still thinks peace is possible. The secretary has added, though, that if this is going to end, it's really going to take the two parties to make that decision. They're going to have to make that decision. And can I ask, what I would say about Crimea is what President Trump has said. I'm sure you saw that Truth Social post. And I'll read a little bit of that. We can have that in the record. President Trump on Truth Social noted, Ukrainian President Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about here, end quote. The statement is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Obama and is not even a point of discussion. Now, his message continues, but that was the general point about Crimea from the president himself. And were you going to follow up on something else after that?
Just generally, the issue of Crimea and of territory that is now controlled by Russia. Does the secretary believe that a balanced proposal would have Russia also making some concessions?
The secretary's made statements actually recently in an interview, and I'll read some of those comments. I think he has also said, though, that there's going to have to be concessions on both sides. He's made that clear. We also know that the details of those concessions were not going to be discussed or agreed upon until there was a ceasefire. And that dynamic still exists. But the secretary's been clear from the start that there would be concessions from both sides in this regard. He has also said, I remain hopeful that we can get something done because this is a terrible war and it needs to end. He also says that there is no military solution to this war. Russia is not just going to roll over Ukraine and take the whole country, and Ukraine's not going to push them all the way back to where they were before 2014. He says we have a better understanding of the Russians' position now because we've actually spoken to them after 3 years of not speaking to them. And at some point we determined that we're just too far apart and I should say, if at some point we determine that we're just too far apart and not enough movement is happening, we may need to move on to other priorities because there's a lot of important things happening in the world. Lastly, ultimately, it's not up to us. It's up to Russia and it's up to Ukraine. They have to make the decision that they're willing to move closer to one another, and we need to see progress.
Indulge me just a moment. If it's up to Russia and it's up to Ukraine, how does the secretary feel about the fact that it's been, according to the calendar and Zelensky, 44 days since Ukraine accepted the U.S. proposal
Sure.
for a third ceasefire.
Of course.
And Russia last night bombed Kyiv with, so far, the death count was 12 people.
Yes, the
and
president
many-
messaged again on Truth Social. He was not happy with that. There has been a number of comments from both men. And of course, that action the president was not happy with. So, you know, we're at a point here. And when I think it's important to also note that when Secretary Rubio's noted, you know, we can't keep doing this, what he's specifically referring to is flying in a moment of notice to another part of the globe to talk with people to have meetings, perhaps about meetings. It's not that we're walking away from the desiring peace or wanting to assist with peace as it's developed, but the process with which we've engaged in this for 100 days would have to be adjusted, because our front is global. That front is that front. There is Europe. And it's just a matter of not certainly abandoning anything, but not doing things the way that we have been doing them. All right. Thank you, Andrew. Yes, Nadia?
Thank you.
Also still on Ukraine and Russia.
I'm just going to ask a quick question on Iran.
No, we'll do that after we finish with Ukraine, Russia. Yes, sir.
Thanks so much. Two questions to follow up on Andrea's question.
Yes.
Is the Crimea Declaration announced by the Trump administration in 2018, is it still valid?
You would have to ask the White House that. Talk to the White House, talk to President Trump.
This was actually this building. It was announced by
but it's the Trump administration, the last Trump administration. You'll need to talk to the Trump White House.
Sure,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Next.
Second question. Secretary, as you mentioned, said that the war is endable. Just to clarify, the criticism of this approach is that you seem to have been asking a lot of Ukraine and a little of Russia. What would be your response to that criticism?
Well, that's, I think, likely very unfair. These are the world's best diplomats. President Trump has said, and he said today in the Oval Office, that his alliance is with ending carnage, right? It's with the people who are dying. The secretary also noted that people that were alive yesterday are not alive today. So it is about getting the carnage to stop. I'm not privy to the details of papers that are handed out, discussions on the phones. What I do know is that they're all leading to one thing. So I would challenge, of course, your assertion immediately that there's little or not too much. These are going to be decisions by leaders with what's best for their nations, what's best, of course, for us. What we're thinking about is what's best for humanity. And it's the thing that's going to matter is the end result and what that looks like, which will be enough for everyone. All right. Next. Yes, Shannon.
Thank you, Tammy. After the latest round of talks in London, Ukrainian officials say they submitted their own counter proposal to the U.S. plan. Can you say if the Trump administration is giving that counter proposal any weight, or is the U.S.-backed framework on the table the only path towards peace that the administration is considering?
You know, what I've noticed here about Secretary Rubio and President Trump is flexibility, is that no matter what's going on, and even reflecting back on when everyone thought everything was over after President Zelensky's visit to the Oval Office. Oh, it's over. All of this is done. And it wasn't. And it isn't. Because this is about human beings having conversations, negotiating, literally existential issues where their decisions make a difference of who's alive the next day. It is, I'm just on the periphery of watching these men and women work on this. So without knowing the details or speaking to the specifics of what you're asking, I can tell you that it is the commitment, is the end point is what they're committed to, and willing to do what it takes to get to that end point. Regarding London, as an example, we know that Special Presidential Envoy for Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, participated in what were positive talks in London, and with the head of the president's office, Andriy Yermak, the president, of course, of Russia. It's time to move forward also on President Trump's Ukraine-Russia war directive, which is very simple: to stop the killing, achieve peace, and which all of that puts, of course, America first, and as a result, it puts the world first. All right, so Russia, Ukraine, more? Yes, ma'am.
Can you just help us understand what the intention is for Steve Witkoff meeting with Russia tomorrow? Is he going to be presenting the same framework that Keith Kellogg presented to the Europeans and to the Ukrainians in London? Is he taking that same framework and giving it to the Russians to see their response?
Well, it's a good question, and I have no idea. I don't know what his plan is. We do know that he goes with wherever he goes with intention and with a goal, and we see him effectuating those goals. So I know that there's something that matters to him that he's going to be conveying. I can't, of course, give you those details, nor would I. But I think it's difficult when your business, of course, is information. But in this kind of a case, these are obviously very serious negotiations, and that if anyone can make it work, it is President Trump and his envoys, because no one else has been able to address the issues that we're dealing with that are generationally long, with Russia, Ukraine not as long. Yeah, so I can't comment on what's transpiring there, but I know it's as serious as all of the other efforts he's made. Yes, Sean.
Thanks. Secretary Rubio, he's chairman of the board of the Millennium Challenge Corporation. I'm wondering if he has an opinion on the elimination of the agency as memos are sent to staff in recent days.
So we are aware of reports of that. There are some cuts there. I will note that while the administration and the department has acted quickly in this regard, the review of foreign service remains ongoing across the other 22 U.S. departments and agencies that manage U.S. foreign assistance. But for specific questions regarding MCC, I would have to refer you to them.
Just in the MCC, in terms of the substance of that, I mean,
so now we've moved away from Russia, Ukraine. So as long as, are we, so, well, all right. So hang on for your second question. You want to hold on to that?
Let me just do one follow-up on this. Just the MCC was seen as a way to counter Chinese influence in Africa in particular. China is involved in infrastructure. The MCC was building infrastructure, but for countries that demonstrate good governance, for example. Why is that not seen as a useful goal for the United States at this point?
Oh, Sean, you've been in here so often. First of all, I'm not going to speculate on any of the press reports about decisions that have happened or have not yet happened, or even the impact, or even, I mean, you can reach out to the MCC about the status of their programs. But if this is about really ceding ground to anyone, the administration is intent on delivering a foreign assistance policy that is efficiently and effectively serving America's interests. And the ongoing review does that for whatever the policy is, whatever the region is. And in fact, of course, it's effective for this aspect as well. But just a reminder, just because something it's changed, it might look different. It doesn't mean that our priorities have changed and that we will be applying our priorities and our mission in other ways as well.
On the same topic,
Russia, Ukraine, same?
No, MCC.
MCC, same? All right, well, you know what I'd like to do? Stay there. We'll keep going with Russia, Ukraine. All right, Nadia, are you on that? So you're still on Iran, I think. All right.
Iran, because I have to have
Yes,
a life.
all right.
and
Well,
things like-
actually, let's move on from Russia, Ukraine then. We'll stick with MCC. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ellen, my sitting in for Matt today.
Terrific. Hi there.
Good to meet you. On MCC, as chairman of the board of the MCC, was Secretary Rubio aware of and does he approve of what DOJ has done at MCC this week? The staff members and supporters say that all the contracts have been ordered terminated. And as chairman of the board, is he going to approve the termination of all the contracts?
I know that Secretary Rubio has been involved in the steps regarding all of the foreign aid review. He's not just an active Secretary of State, but he's an involved Secretary of State. Our policies here, of course, are a reflection of his commitment to maintaining life-saving aid that is a reflection of America's interests. So while I can't speak directly to each individual decision, and I would not, the fact of the matter is, again, this is a decision that was made based on those values and the application of them that President Trump has advised and his vision has directed. And of course, that Secretary Rubio also approves of and has also applied. I would argue that this is a DOJ dynamic. I think, as we mentioned on Tuesday, as we talked about the restructuring of the State Department, that the American people voted in President Trump to make changes. We've, of course, know that the budget of the United States, the debt, the way it operates is unsustainable. And so the State Department and other departments are also changing. But that dynamic is now, it sits with the secretaries. It sits with the heads of the departments of the country. So when we think about the changes that will continue to be made here at state, whether it's a large reorganization or if it's a bureau that's affected, those are decisions that are made by people in the State Department that is overseen, of course, by Secretary Rubio. And it reflects the values and the intention that's been described for the last 100 days from this podium and by the secretary himself. All right. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to move on to Gaza if I can.
Oh, can I just go on Iran?
All right. Well, it's up. Nadia's been waiting. We'll start with Iran, and of course, we will definitely come to Gaza as well. All right, Nadia. Now to Iran.
Two questions. The Iranians indicating that they want an interim agreement and not a comprehensive agreement. Is this something that you would entertain, or do you think that it is feasible in the next round of negotiation? And second, also they said that the US seems to be in agreement of keeping some kind of a nuclear facilities for peaceful use. And is this also something that you endorse, or do you think that Iran should not have at all any kind of nuclear material that could have been developed, whether it's for peaceful or military use?
Well, there's been a very bright line about what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. Not acceptable is having a nuclear weapon. That is the one bright line that has been feeding all of the activity. I can give you an update on, the ongoing talks, might give you a gauge here. The next round of talks are taking place on, we have a team, I guess it's the IAEA's plan is to send a team to Iran this week. The next round of talks will take place in Oman on Saturday and will be the first meeting of technical teams. We can also tell you that the Director of Policy Planning, Michael Anton, will in fact be heading the technical delegation. And yes, Special Envoy Witkoff also will be present. Obviously, I will not, and you know that I will not discuss the details of any proposals, real or non-existent, discussions, negotiations, what one party says versus another. What I found, and I know it just sounds like rhetoric, but it's true, is that these are very detailed person-to-person conversations about issues that affect millions of lives. And the things that get talked about on TV by people or pundits, of which I love pundits, I was one. It does not help or really shed any great light on the nature of what's going on. But what it can do sometimes is frighten people and put people in an even more heartbreaking, suffering situation. So I understand that, and that's why I'm reticent, because also there's other countries and people involved, and there's something it's important to not say things that can be misinterpreted. And we are determined to not do that, considering what's happening around the world. But what we do know is clear, and we've been, I think, as transparent as possible. Talks are ongoing. As a matter of fact, they continue to be positive and constructive, I can tell you. So we've made good progress, and we have a long way to go. And so these things go on. As we've seen, sometimes they can change, but that's as much as I can give you. Yeah, so Iran, yes, sir.
Thanks, Abby. Can we just ask, how was Anton chosen for this role leading the technical side of the talks? My understanding is that he doesn't have a technical background in nuclear science and stuff. Is there going to be someone else advising him, and could you name that person?
I will not go into the details of the rest of the delegation, but he's there because he should be there. All right, Iran? Yes, sir, of course. Saeed.
To the point that actually Nadia raised, yesterday Secretary Rubio told Barry Weiss that the U.S. is open and actually, accepting of an Iran peaceful program, considering that it is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. But the position of the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is that the total destruction of all nuclear-related facilities, peaceful and otherwise, a la what happened in Libya in the old days. So do you see that this is evolving into some sort of a gap between the position of the United States and Israel?
Yeah, but first of all, I reject your general premise. Again, what we can discuss are things that are projected upon regarding the notion of some remarks that the secretary may or may not make. At the same time, there's a whole host of people working on these issues, and there is nothing to gain, nor will I discuss the details or my opinion or project on the nature of what we expect from something. This is the job of people who are assigned to this and bear the weight of the world on their shoulders as we sit here very comfortably in an air-conditioned briefing room, as I try to at least get you information so that you know the general trajectory of how things are. It is remarkable to be standing here 100 days into the Trump administration. Ukraine and Russia are at a table. We may not always like what's said at the table, but they're at the table. We've had a ceasefire in Gaza, which after what had happened on October 7th was a remarkable establishment. We continue, despite the resistance to the continuation of that ceasefire, to work on that so that that kind of carnage that has been generational can come to an end. The world remains in this place, and I think the American people knew who we needed in the White House, and it's Trump. Things are changing rapidly, and they will continue to. All right, yes, madam, in the back. I'm sorry, can you turn up her mic a bit? So I experimented and sat in the back of the room the other day when there was an event here, and you can't hear anything from any of the other people in the seats when you're further back. So at any rate, go ahead.
I wanted to ask about Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir being in America, attending a dinner at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort, where senior Republican officials were there as well. He said that the U.S. approves bombing food and aid depots in Gaza. Is this true? Is this endorsed by the Trump administration? And where does the United States stand on this?
You know, that was, I believe, one report. It was something that he said on his own that has not been confirmed or discussed or anything that is relevant for me to be able to comment on that. It is, of course, in complete contradiction to the nature of our commitment to getting food aid and assistance. And my goodness, the work over these 100 days for that first ceasefire and to get that aid into that area, it's difficult. But that dynamic, I think, is not something that I certainly am going to expand upon with one report, comments from one individual. But what I will do is reiterate certainly our commitment to Israel, our commitment to creating a better framework in Gaza, stopping the slaughter, getting aid and food in. That has been a North Star for this administration, for Trump and for Rubio from the beginning, and for, I think, people everywhere for generations. All right.
Aid hasn't
Yes, go
gotten
ahead,
in
Eric.
since
Go ahead, Eric.
March.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. If I can return for one moment to Russia and Ukraine, because
No, that has gone by. We will stick with Iran. And yes, go ahead, or we'll move on to a different topic. Yes, of course,
on aid into Gaza, because there was a significant statement from French, German, and UK foreign ministers yesterday about this, saying 1 million children facing acute risk of starvation, epidemic disease, and death. Said the Israeli decision to blockade is intolerable, and Defense Minister Katz's recent comments politicizing aid are unacceptable. Called on Hamas to stop diverting aid and to release the hostages. I mean, you've said many times about your position on pressurizing Hamas, but I just want to get, and you've talked about it being a North Star to get aid in just now. So what is the work? Are you using your considerable position to ask Israel to lift that blockade?
Well, the last part, my considerable position to do what?
The US using its position, because we haven't really heard about this part of it, to ask the Israelis or to pressure the Israelis to lift the blockade on aid?
Well, directly what I can say is the United States supports the flow of humanitarian aid with safeguards to ensure assistance is not diverted, looted, or misused by terrorist groups such as Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And also when it comes to something like that private meeting mentioned from the earlier question, it's difficult when we've have such a horrible framework on the ground that all of us want to have, well, all of us, of course, except apparently Hamas, want to have changed. Our commitment remains to get that humanitarian aid flowing. It is the point of a ceasefire, right? It is the point of what Special Envoy Witkoff has worked for and achieved. And we, of course, continue to work to try to re-achieve that. But we support Israel as, of course, the ally that they are. That's, I think our actions speak to the nature of what it is we're committed to.
But can I just clarify, because you mention this often about a ceasefire and that appearing to be linked to aid going in.
Well,
is one thing. Are you saying that
there would be a reason, right?
Absolutely, but there is a way to get aid in, and it was done previously, while the conflict is still continuing. And I'm just trying to understand if an agreement is conditional on aid going in for you. So are you saying that aid will, which is what the Israeli position is basically, the Israeli government, is that aid will only go in when there's an agreement. So is that?
Well, yes, I won't look, and as you know, and perhaps it's important for me to state it for what your stories are, but I'm not going to comment on Israeli decisions, Israeli negotiations, nor am I going to speak on where things stand currently between conversations. It is what I will say about every negotiation in every situation in the world. Our negotiations and actions never stop. So it's not like it starts at 8 in the morning and ends at 5 p.m. and then waits for a week before something else may happen. Now, the secretary can't be involved in every single aspect around the world, but our efforts never stop. And that is the case now. Clearly, I will not go into details of how they're working or what the dynamic is or how that's being undertaken. But there is something very clear in our efforts that just our efforts alone indicate is a willingness to hinge all of that, the Trump administration's legacy, the results in what is a 4-year term. We are already 3 months into it. That this is the thing that he decided mattered the most. And that is something that is going to continue to be the case in one fashion or another. I mean, clearly, we're doing many things around the world, but this is something discussed today. The Norwegian foreign minister there discussing the Ukraine-Russia situation, discussing the nature of President Trump's remarks, I think really highlight his nature when he was asked about who he was an ally of and what his commitments were. Let me see, I think he said this specifically. When asked about who his allegiances were with, he said, "I have an allegiance to saving lives." And for those of you who've met him, that's not a line. It's a line I have to read, but that came from him, and that's what drives this effort. And that includes humanitarian aid, whatever region of the world it's in, and how we can get that moved through. All right. Well, now yes. So we've been speaking about Gaza. Shall we continue that? Are we on Gaza here? Go ahead. Yes, Gaza. Yes. All right. Expand to the Middle East. All right. We'll still. All right. On Iran. We'll go to Gaza again, and then we'll come back to Iran. So Gaza specifically.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sir. No, sir. The man right here in glasses. Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
You go ahead.
It's not on Gaza.
In his first term,
well,
President
all right, sir, I will direct this. You will not. Go ahead,
in
please.
his first term, President Trump.
Yes.
In
Go
his
ahead,
first
please.
term-
Sorry.
In his first,
Do we have?
in his first term, President Trump offered to mediate between India and Pakistan on the issue of Indian occupied Kashmir. I know you just said that this administration has no position on Kashmir right now, but there too much tension on
I'm
the
not going to
border?
be remarking, sir, as I mentioned, I appreciate this, and perhaps we'll come back to you with another subject. I will say nothing more on that situation. The president and the secretary have said things, as have the deputy secretary. They've made their positions clear. I will not continue with something in that manner. Yes, sir, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Today, the Iraqi foreign minister is going to arrive in Washington, D.C., and in a post on X, he says that he's going to meet with the U.S. counterparts on speaking and talking about mutual security. And have you scheduled any meeting with him? This is the first part of my question. The second part, are there any impacts or implications of your talks with Iran on Iraq? I'm asking this because when it comes to Iraqi security, Iran is floating into discussions. There's a lot of Iranian-backed groups in Iraq, and you started the sanctions waiver to Iraq because they were buying electricity from Iran.
Well, I can tell you that the Iraqi Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Dr. Fuad Hussein, will be here at the State Department tomorrow for various meetings. I will be in one of those meetings. As far as to the specifics of what will happen, I have nothing to preview for you at this time, but we will have readouts. So we will have some details of those meetings tomorrow. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yesterday, a group of Bangladeshi Americans held a press conference at National Press Club in which they requested the State Department, the U.S. government, to look into the ways in which the U.S. aid money was used in Bangladesh. Is the State Department looking into those?
You know, I will, again, for something to address what might be going on, we're going to take that question. We'll go from that. And yes, ma'am, in the blue shirt, sir.
Yes, on Georgia. Under the new administration, the first meetings were held with the Vice Prime Minister of the ruling party of Georgia. Could you provide some details about this meeting, including the main issues discussed and the position shared?
And for people watching, when I say we're going to take a question, that means that you, in fact, are going to get an answer to that question, but not from me. So we're going to take that question as well. But when people do that, if they have a question that needs some details or I need to get more information, when we say we're going to take that, then you'll receive a direct answer from this department, and that's going to be one of those cases. We'll try. Matt, with the beard? Yes, sir, with the beard. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned a lot. Sorry, John Støre with Notice.
Hi there.
You mentioned a lack of coverage about the southern border.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to ask, can you shed a little bit of light on the State Department's coordination with the Department of Defense for the delivery of these deportation flights to countries in South America?
Well, I can tell you a little bit. I know that also came up on, well, maybe even last week, certainly perhaps even on Tuesday. So this is the diplomatic services, right? We know that they are actively partnering with DHS in implementation guidance and mandatory training related to DSS enforcement of statutes and regulations. And in February 18th, to be specific, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security delegated Title VIII authorities to the DSS. They also, there have been some questions about their relationship regarding the state of Virginia. We know that we'd refer you as a result directly to DHS and the Virginia Homeland Security Task Force for any questions regarding that interagency support in their ongoing mission there to prevent illegal immigration. And they are a key partner, we will say, about the DS. They are a key partner in the United States work to reduce illegal immigration and root out those who endeavor to exploit the U.S. travel system. Their primary mission, for those of you wondering about the diplomatic security services, their primary mission is to protect diplomatic assets, personnel, and information, and combat transnational crimes connected to visa and passport fraud, as well as to investigate transnational human trafficking crimes. DSS law enforcement authorities complement and strongly support the administration's priority to deter and reduce illegal immigration into the United States. All right. Yes. All right. How are we doing? All right. All right. I think that's going to be it for today. And we will see you, we'll see you next Tuesday. All right. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
There's only some ships on the list, but I did not anywhere in our registration, there's an overlay on our practice. These will be done today now, but please someone check on this system and I don't know if there's that. Thank you.
That's correct. But I don't know. Might be. Might be. Which one? I don't know. He just looked Japanese. So maybe I should have taken pictures of the medium light. The car, please, for the picture.
Energy system, and each has a common goal. You all want security, energy security for your citizens. Now we have leaders from across the global energy system, interests and knowledge spanning all fuels, technology, and sectors, power generators, grid operators, oil and gas producers, mining companies, traders, nuclear generators, uranium suppliers, tech providers, investors, and the list goes on. We have civil society, of course, academia, think tanks, all here to bring their perspective on how to shape the future of energy security. Now, later today, we'll also be joined by the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, and President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. We hope that those of you online will also tune in for that at around 3:25 p.m. London time. We have the benefit, of course, of two amazing co-chairs that are going to guide us through every step of this important summit. So please join me in welcoming and showing your appreciation as we welcome to the stage our two co-chairs and the hosts of this summit, the Right Honourable Ed Miliband, Secretary of State of Energy Security and Net Zero in the UK government, and Dr. Fatih Birol, of course, the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. So thank you both. Please join me on stage.
Thank you. Francine, thank you so much. And distinguished delegates, on behalf of the UK government and the International Energy Agency, I want to welcome you all to this historic setting of Lancaster House and to London for this first global summit on the future of energy security. As Francine has said, there are numerous countries represented here, almost 60 countries represented here today. And I want to thank each and every one of you who have made the trip here. We truly appreciate your presence, and we really look forward to the discussions over the coming 2 days. We also have leaders from more than 50 global businesses with us, and I want to thank all of you for everything you do to help create energy security for our countries and our world. And we also have NGOs and civil society groups from around the world who are here with us, who play an important role in ensuring accountability of governments. I also want to pay a specific thank you to the official partners of the summit, Iberdrola, Scottish Power, National Grid, SSE, and Urenco. And if I may, I want to also thank the teams at the International Energy Agency and across the UK government who have worked incredibly hard to pull this event together. It is some feat of organisation. And I want, if I may, also to pay a particular tribute to Fatih Birol. Fatih, your leadership of the IEA for more than a decade now has been marked by your commitment to rigour, to values and to multilateral cooperation. And that is why the IEA is so central to the global discussion on energy. And I want to thank you. And perhaps the audience could show our appreciation for Fatih and the work he does. So you've got much more interesting people than me to hear from in these coming sessions. But let me make a few remarks to frame our discussions over the next 2 days. First, our starting point for this summit is that in an unstable and uncertain world, there can be no national or international security without energy security. And indeed, it is now more than 50 years since the IEA was founded in response to the oil crisis of 1973. Over that time, the challenges we face have changed, but I think the principle underpinning the IEA's work, that countries need to collaborate to secure the uninterrupted supply of energy at an affordable price, remain the same. And in the years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we've been reminded in the UK, and indeed across Europe and the world, of a simple truth, that as long as energy can be weaponized against us, our countries and our citizens are vulnerable and exposed. It's for this reason that energy security is also at the heart of economic security, because it is central to living standards, job creation, and economic growth. And we hope this summit marks an important moment for countries to come together and discuss what the shifting global landscape means for how we deliver energy security in this era. Second, the act of bringing together, which is an initiative that I've taken alongside Fatih and the IEA, I think stems from an underlying belief that can unite us all, which is there is huge benefit for us from cooperating on the basis of our shared interests. I think it's really important to say every country faces its own energy security challenges and its own constraints. And each country will pursue its own pathway, following its national interest in securing its energy supplies. Different pathways, and I think this is a really important point for this conference, different pathways for different nations should be respected. And we will all get a chance to reflect on our different national circumstances in our discussions over the coming days. But here is the key thing. Whatever our national pathways, I do believe that we share a fundamental belief that shared challenges invite shared solutions. Multilateral cooperation can make us stronger, not weaker, in our own individual national interest. Third point. Hopefully this is also a uniting idea. I believe that we gathered here are the optimists about what we can achieve for our society. Business, government, civil society. I believe we are, in this energy sector, the optimists. Abundant energy can raise living standards, economic growth, and deliver for today's and future generations of citizens. For the UK, just to talk about us for a moment, there's an exciting vision of energy security and abundance from cheap, homegrown, low-carbon power. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we saw family finances, business finances, and public finances wrecked as fossil fuel prices rocketed on the global markets and therefore here in Britain. Now, oil and gas, including from our North Sea, will continue to play an important role in our energy system, and we really value our industry and the jobs it supports. But as with many other countries, we're a price taker, not a price maker in international fossil fuel markets. So our vision of low carbon power goes well beyond the climate imperative, important as that is. Homegrown low carbon power is our nationally chosen route to energy security. Solar power, wind power, tidal, geothermal, nuclear power, also an essential part of the low carbon opportunity. These are often unlimited, low-cost power supplies which we can exploit for the benefit of our citizens. So, to be clear about this, ours is a hard-headed approach to the role of low carbon power as a route to energy security. And I believe this isn't just true for the UK. Alongside a continuing and important role for oil and gas, low carbon energy can play a critical role in delivering energy security for many countries around the world. And it presents a solution to the issue of energy security that simply wasn't true in the same way as a decade and a half ago. And this again is important. And that's because of what many countries in this room, working with business, public and private sector together, have achieved. The cost of solar globally has fallen by 90% since 2010, offshore wind by more than 60%. That's in part why last year $2 trillion was invested in clean energy, with 80% of new electricity generation met by renewables and nuclear. Indeed, according to BNEF, for more than 2/3 of the world's population, new renewables are the cheapest source of bulk power generation. In this spirit of multilateralism, the UK is determined to work with others to accelerate this transition, including through our global Clean Power Alliance, which the Prime Minister launched at the G20 last year. Final point. Let me finish by saying that at a time when so much of what is happening in the world looks so intractable, I hope we can carry this spirit of optimism into our deliberations. And I hope genuinely that everyone here enjoys this event and your time in London. I want to end with the following message from His Majesty the King that he has asked me to read out to you all, because this summit is something that he was very much personally interested in. And this is the message from King Charles. As we all navigate the transition to cleaner energy for our planet and energy security for our citizens, summits such as these are of vital importance in facilitating shared learning between nations, particularly those in the global south and across the Commonwealth. Events over recent years have shown that when well managed, the transition to more sustainable energy sources can itself lead to more resilient and secure energy systems. While each country will follow its individual path, there are many shared challenges and opportunities on which we can work together as partners. And he ends by saying, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for participating in this summit on the future of energy security, and to send my warmest, best wishes for productive discussions over the coming days. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attendance. And now it's my huge privilege to introduce the Executive Director of the IEA, Dr. Fatih Birol.
Thank you very much. It is really a pleasure. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you to the International Summit of the Future of Energy Security in London today. Very many thanks to the Prime Minister Starmer and Minister Miliband for hosting us here. Thank you very much for agreeing to co-host this very important event. Dear colleagues, recent years have shown us that the energy security shouldn't be taken for granted. Many events. Remember the times of COVID, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and resulting issues, energy security issues, the developments in Middle East, extreme weather events, cyber attacks on energy infrastructure around the world. They do remind us regularly that energy security is and looks like will be a crucial issue in the global agenda. While we acknowledge energy security from these angles to be crucial, there is one issue that I wanted to share with you, a bit forgotten from time to time, namely energy security of the people who have no access to energy today. IEA has been pioneering the very fact that today 750 million people around the world have no access to electricity. More than 2 billion people have no access to clean cooking and using wood, animal waste, agricultural waste for cooking, with huge implications. These are critical issues for the global energy security, if you look at it. And of course, in many countries, including in some advanced countries, affordability of energy also appears to be a very important topic. In this context, we thought it is important to bring governments around the world together to discuss on these topics. And last August 2024, we have officially announced that we are organizing such a summit here in London, with the great courtesy of the UK government, especially with my colleague, with my friend Ed Miliband. Dear colleagues, we have, as Mr. Miliband mentioned, we have some 60 governments from all continents. I think this itself is an important statement of how crucial energy security is, especially if you consider that the times we are in are the times of geopolitical fragmentation, rather than countries are working so closely together, if we have to be frank to ourselves. In this geopolitical context, bringing 60 governments together, as well as 50 business leaders all around the world, is something noteworthy in my view. Dear colleagues, energy security, for us, for the IEA, we have two broad group of energy security risks we see. One, traditional energy security risks. We all know, we have experienced since decades several oil and gas supply disruptions around the world. Oil and gas are key parts of our energy mix, and they will remain as part of the energy mix years to come. Recent events show us once again how important the oil and gas supply security is. I'll give you two examples. Again, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, oil markets went through very difficult times. And in order to avoid a major supply disruption, International Energy Agency released oil stocks from its reserves to comfort the markets for the benefit of all. The same applied to natural gas, especially with the European countries. I am sure the Commissioner, Dan Jorgensen, here with us in the afternoon. We will have President von der Leyen. They will mention IEA and European countries work together to avoid a major energy crisis in Europe, especially the lack of availability of gas as the Russian gas was cut. So this is one part of the energy security risk we see. It is with us, it will be with us. But, dear colleagues, there is another emerging energy security risk, which is coming from the different angle. A remarkable story in the last few years is the very strong expansion of clean, advanced energy technologies. If you look at the numbers, what we do IEA all the time, and I tell my colleagues, data always wins. Sometimes it takes some time, but at the end, it always wins. So when we look at the data, last year, of all power plants installed in the world, about 85% were renewables. Solar, wind, hydropower, 5% nuclear power. Look at the other angle, transportation sector. We are seeing the big increase of electric cars globally. It changed from one country to another, but there is a strong increase, and according to our data, again, today, 1 out of 4 cars sold in the world is an electric car. It's a big change compared to several years ago, and it will go in this direction very strongly. So what is the problem? The problem is the following, the energy security challenge, because they do themselves help to address the energy security. As Mr. Secretary of State mentioned, homegrown energy is the best friend of energy security. But to produce, to manufacture these new clean energy technologies, we need critical minerals. Mining, production of critical minerals, and manufacturing these clean energy technologies, when we look at this, where the critical minerals are produced, where they are refined, and where they are manufacturing, there is a huge concentration. And this is something that we think is risky. Wherever the concentration is, it is a risky business. There can be some event in terms of the geopolitical event. There can be an earthquake, there can be a technical failure. This is always risky, this concentration. And this is something that the IEA considers a new emerging energy security challenge in addition to the traditional one. So it is the reason we have built a critical minerals program, and we are, as our gas market report, oil market report, we are regularly informing the world what is happening in different critical minerals, their demand, their supply, mining, investment prices, to bring transparency to the world. But this is another challenge that we wanted to underline, and it makes us, this concentration, vulnerable our energy security system. So these are the 2 challenges I think we will look today and tomorrow. The challenge of the established traditional energy security, oil and gas, and the second, the challenge emerging from the critical minerals and the supply chains. Now, against that, and I want to finish with this, I have 3 golden rules to address energy security. There are many of them, but 3 of them I wanted to share with you. Number 1 golden rule is diversification. Diversification of the energy sources, diversification of the countries you import energy, diversification of the trade routes or supply chains. Not to put all the eggs in one basket, because the geopolitical situation can change, technical failures can create problems. I would say this is the first golden rule for me, diversification. The second one is predictability. Dear colleagues, energy sector is a bit different than the other sectors of the economy. It requires huge investments with the project's long lead times. And if the policies are not predictable, they change from one day to another, it creates uncertainty, and as such, it increases the cost of capital. And this is a major problem. And it is a major problem for investors, and the unpredictable economies lead the investors fly away. So this is the second golden rule for me after the diversification, predictability. Third and the last is the cooperation. Mr. Miliband mentioned perfectly, and I completely agree. Every country has its own pathway for energy. based on their economies, natural resources, political context, and others. We should understand and respect it. However, dear colleagues, no country, small or big, is an energy island. We are interconnected, interdependent through many ways. Through energy prices, they are international. Through emissions, they are global. Through technological innovation, they are global. We are interconnected. So lasting solutions to energy security, in my view, goes through cooperation. And saying cooperation, it is in fact the very reason we host this meeting today. We have many oil exporters, huge oil exporters, gas exporters. We have several renewable companies from businesses and countries. We have several countries with huge critical mineral resources, lithium, nickel, copper. We bring everybody together, hope to have a common understanding about our energy challenges, and that we all understand the need to cooperate, which is good for all of us. As such, I want to thank once again the government of United Kingdom, and we were honored with being agreeing the co-host with the IEA, Mrs. Secretary of State, and we were also honored with the letter of the King Charles. Thank you very much for that, and I wish all of us a very good conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bureau. I'd love now to
in her honor, your family, and they continue to make a difference through you. For many of years, I have had the privilege of reading and hearing the stories of our fallen workers. I've had the honor of meeting families from across our nation who have shared memories they hold close to their hearts of their loved ones. I know and understand every one of your loved ones is much more than the incident that claimed their life. They are the laughters that filled the room. They are the embrace that made you feel safe, the support that you looked for in your time of need. They were who completed you and your family. They were devoted, hardworking, and goal-oriented, such as fallen worker Lisa Hoffman of Illinois, who lost her life 1 year ago yesterday on April 23rd, 2024, and who would have celebrated her 42nd birthday today. Lisa's family was so kind to share with us how she dreamed to travel looking for new adventures and were preparing to join a mission trip to build a home for families overseas. Her family shared with me a few days ago, in remembrance of Lisa, part of her estate funds were donated to build that home. She was hardworking and had a huge heart, and because of that, her employer created Live Like Lisa Award in her honor. And 21-year-old Chains Dunham of Georgia, who at a young age knew how important words were to his mother's heart. When he told her, "Mom, you know who is the truest man to a woman's heart, right? Her son," he said. That is so very true today, as it was when he was 9 years old. Chains was the youngest of his family and was looking forward to serving his country, exploring the world, discovering new places, and meeting new people when he was fatally injured at work. These are just two beautiful stories of two fallen workers fatally injured in 2024. And like them, each of our loved ones has a story beyond their incident. I invite everyone here to go to our website and read the tributes of our fallen workers submitted by their families. Their incident does not define who they were and are to those left behind. the special moments that all of your loved ones created with you, the love that you shared defined them and continues to define you. Through the years, I have learned that there is no amount of time that can erase the imprint your loved one left on your heart. I know and understand that grief does not know or understand time, and sometimes it can make you feel like everything around you continues to quickly as in depths of your loss is unseen. But I'm here to say, your loved one is not forgotten. And you and your families are in our thoughts. And now in memory and honor of all of our fallen workers and their families on this day and throughout the year, I encourage everyone here today and those watching us right now to support those who are grieving and uplift those who are healing. Let us work together and persist in pursuing safer and healthier workplaces so no other loved one experiences a similar loss. Now I'm honored to introduce James Paul McHugh, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy for Mine Safety and Health Administration. He leads MSHA's efforts to prevent death, illness, and injury from mining and promote safe and healthful workplaces for our U.S. miners. Please welcome James McHugh.
Good afternoon. As noted, I'm Jim McHugh, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy for Mine Safety and Health Administration. To the families of the loved ones that we've lost, thank you for being with us. I'm honored to be here with you for this Workers' Memorial Day to pay tribute to those that we've lost in the last year. This is a day to remember and honor those American workers who have lost their lives on the job. It's such an honor to see their photos here, and it's humbling to all of us who see this. So many Americans, often with little recognition, and they perform dangerous tasks every day in our country to make our country better. They do that to provide for themselves, for their families, for our communities, and to make our country prosperous. Today, we mourn not only those who we've lost, but also those left behind, including the family members, the co-workers, the communities, because the loss of these workers affects all of those people. It reaches out to them. It has a lasting impact on them. Our words and actions today cannot fully express our gratitude for their service, but by honoring their lives and the lives of those that we've lost, and their loved ones, it's our hope that we can provide some comfort to you and some dignity and some pride. You know, we also remember those who are injured every day. And they also, those injuries have lasting consequences for their families and their communities. But we owe it to those that we've lost to ensure that their sacrifices are not in vain. We do this by making workplaces safer. This is a commitment that we make to everyone. We make this to workers across the country. We make this to their families. We make this to their communities. It also, the sacrifice of these workers that we see and the stories we heard this morning, they renew our perseverance to do our job and do it well. Today, as we gather in remembrance, we're reminded of the deep and solemn truth that there are people who have given everything to make our country better. As someone who was in the military, and I know many of you were, because some spoke about it this morning, this is reminiscent for me of the military Gold Star program, where we gathered to remember the losses of those who paid the ultimate price. And sacred moments such as this should cause us to pause for just a moment and honor those who've made this great sacrifice. And to me, these workers made the same sacrifice that those soldiers make. It's exactly the same. You know, whether you're making our country more prosperous and making it comfortable for us to have a place to live and work together and make America such a wonderful country, or whether you're defending overseas, it's the same thing. So there's quiet power in days like this. It's a humbling weight on all of us to take something from this, and maybe some good can come out of it. I know some of the people talked about that this morning, that maybe there's some good that can come out of this. And the families they carry on with courage. I saw plenty of courage this morning. To the mothers and fathers and spouses and siblings and children and nephews and nieces, their lives are forever changed, but maybe they can use that to make our country better as well. You know, the mining community is small, and it's like a family. So when one miner loses their life, everyone knows about it, and lots of people throughout the industry, they know that person, or they know people that are affected by that, or the coworkers that were there near when it happened, that they take that story with them out into where they work. So, you know, we can't say too much more, but we remember, we're grateful, and we will not forget. You know, we speak the names, and we did that this morning, and we're going to do that some here in a bit. We tell the stories. We strive to live a life worthy of the price that these people paid for us. And in doing so, we keep their memories alive. That's very important. So we honor them, and we stand with you as their families, and to all who sacrificed, we thank you for your sacrifice, and we recognize that sacrifice. Every one of us at MSHA and OSHA, we take workers' health and safety very seriously, and we will continue to dedicate ourselves to ensure that we do our best. And thank you for the comments and suggestions that I've had from people in the hallway and this morning. I again express my gratitude to the families who are here today in person and virtually watching. You honor your family members for being here. They would be proud of you because you were strong enough to be here to represent them and to tell all of us about them and about their story, so that we can remember it. And when we hear your stories, we kind of picture those events in our minds, and we apply them to our families, and we think about, you know, how it affects you and how it affects our community and our country. So at this time, I'm honored to introduce Amanda Laihowe.
Good afternoon. As James noted, my name is Amanda Laihowe, and as a mom, as a sister, as a daughter, as a spouse, it is my honor to be here at the Department of Labor and to be with all of you and the families here today. Thank you for being here. And thank you to all of the families joining us here in person in the nation's capital, virtually, and at memorials across the country. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Tanya Ford, your National Family Liaison at OSHA, for her vision, her compassion, and commitments to these families, and all of the work that has gone into today's program and all of those across the country in planning this program. Thank you. And thank you, Tanya, to your entire team. Although this is my first Workers' Memorial Day program here officially at DOL, I am familiar with the significance of today's program and what it means to all the families who lost their loved ones in a workplace incident. We are here to honor our fallen workers and to support those left behind. Your loved ones will never be forgotten, and your voices heard earlier this morning are a testament to that. Your voices will carry on their stories so that others can stay safe and families can remain whole. I understand that being here today is not something that anyone has asked for during their journey in life, or to think when someone that you love walks out the door for work. Nobody deserves to face the emotional impact that never goes away, or the void that can never be replaced or filled. Behind every workplace fatality are stories of family, friends, colleagues, communities that made every single person that we are honoring today special and forever missed. Earlier today, as James had mentioned, we had the opportunity to meet with families from across the country who shared personal stories of their loved ones and told of how these losses affected not only them, but their families, their coworkers, their communities, and everyone who has been a part of their lives. It was very powerful and touched all of us listening to these stories. And I am also truly moved by the selfless courage all of you had to share these experiences so that others don't have to experience similar losses. I want to thank you again, families, for joining us here in person and those virtually. I know that nothing that I or anyone here can say will take away the pain or fill the void of your lives, but I sincerely hope that being here together and being the voice of your loved one will help you on the paths to closure. I want you to know that you have our full support from the team at OSHA and the team at MSHA and the team at the department. And I promise that we will work hard every day to inspire the necessary change to make workplace safety a top priority at every worksite across the nation. America workers and you deserve nothing less. We are extremely fortunate to have a Secretary of Labor who has been an advocate for workers throughout her career. She brings a sincere commitment to protecting the dignity, safety, and rights of each American worker and to supporting the critical missions of OSHA and MSHA in establishing workplaces where every worker returns home safely. It is now my great privilege to introduce the Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez de Reamer.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here, and a special thank you to the families who showed up this morning to share your stories. You keep the legacies and memories of your loved ones alive. Thank you also to our team at OSHA. You do the tough work to make sure no more families will have to grieve a similar loss. I have so much appreciation for the American worker who gets up each morning and uses their unique abilities to benefit our communities and provide for their families. Our workers are the backbone of this country. It is my job to ensure that they feel heard, empowered, and safe. I believe everyone should be able to go to a job that they love and come home each day with a feeling of accomplishment and security. No one should walk into work wondering if they might be injured, and no one should walk into work worrying that they might not come home. Today, my heart goes out especially to the families who will be standing up here shortly to share their stories of their loved ones who were taken from us too soon. As a mother and grandmother, I know how important it is to see our children succeeding in safe work environments. It gives us peace of mind as parents. No matter the career field, we all want to see our loved ones thriving and protected. Today, we mourn for those we lost, and we resolve to honor their memory. We recognize not only their lives and stories, but also the lives of those that they left behind. It is imperative our workforce is properly trained and equipped to prevent any accidents or casualties. I will continue working to achieve this goal, extending resources where they're needed and fighting for each American worker. For the families in attendance today and for those across the nation, you will always find an open door with me. I'm here to mourn with you, to listen to you, and to stand by you. Today and every day, we are committed to workplace safety, and we strive for a future where no one pays the ultimate price for a paycheck. Let's do everything in our power to put the American worker and their safety first. I want to say thank you, first and foremost, to the stories that I was able to listen to this morning. Deputy Secretary Sonderling, Deputy Assistant Secretary Mayhew, Assistant Acting Secretary Lahau. We have a job to do. Today, we're able to reflect. But when we know better, we do better. And tomorrow will be a different day in the Department of Labor so that we do not have to add one more person to the families that we are seeing today. I expect you to work hard under my direction and my leadership, that we will have the answers that these families deserve. And with that, I look forward to shaking your hands, being with you, and understanding that you are counting on me and the gravity of the responsibility of this office in order to do the job that I've been instructed to do. And on behalf of the President of the United States, we stand with you and honor the families that have left you all here to do the work for the next families in front of us. So thank you. I want to make sure now to introduce a good friend of mine who will be on the screen, Congresswoman Laurel Lee from Florida, who has pre-recorded her remarks. Thank you, and I look forward to visiting with you all in the next few minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Laurel Lee. Thank you, Secretary Chavez de Remer, for the opportunity to speak today. It's an honor to join you in recognizing Workers' Memorial Day, a day that calls us to remember, to reflect, and to commit to a safe and strong tomorrow. Today, we honor and pay tribute to the lives of the hardworking men and women who went to work and never came home. Lives lost not to war or disaster, but to everyday risks that too often go unseen or unspoken. Work-related incidents, illnesses, and diseases that have left lasting pain in their wake. I stand with the families, coworkers, friends, and communities left to carry the weight of that loss. This day isn't just about remembrance. It's also a call to action. Every name we honor is a reminder that we have more work to do. Every American should have a safe and healthy workplace, and it's our collective responsibility to ensure they are protected. To those we've lost, we commit ourselves to honoring your memory. To those you've left behind, we carry you with us in the work we do and the policies we shape, and in the promise we renew today. Thank you, and it's an honor to stand with Secretary Chavez de Remer and with you.
Thank you very much for joining and speaking today. Sorry. Now I would like to introduce Roy Hausman, the Legislative Director for United Steelworkers. United Steelworkers is the largest manufacturing union in North America, representing workers in various industries such as steel, paper, rubber, glass, refining, healthcare, and many others. Mr. Hausman oversees the USW legislative priorities and policy focusing on trade and retirement security. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of United Steelworkers, want to say to the families that are here today and have expressed that you have our deepest emotions and feelings. Our union has been a longtime advocate to preventing workplace accidents, fatalities, injuries, and occupational disease for generations. And I look back at the idea that 55 years ago, members of Congress in a bipartisan fashion worked to try and take the harm of over 14,000 workers a year dying and eliminate that hazard, eliminate those hazards, eliminate those harms, and try and make for a better tomorrow for workers every day. And that bipartisan fashion has continued now for generations. Quite frankly, longer than many of the people, unfortunately, that we're honoring today. So that charge that those leaders chose so long ago that we still have to fulfill and honor is a responsibility that this union and the workers that you all work with every day know is absolutely tantamount, that we ask our leaders, the communities, our employers, and our coworkers to strive and do better. This is a very difficult task to come up here, come to DC, have this moment of reflection for someone that you cared about, someone who you loved. And I think about those communities. I think about your place in that workplace, that opportunity that you have to still go back in and do that job. And you have to ask yourself, what can we do better? What can the people in this building do better? And how can we prevent it from happening again? So it's not just those workplace fatalities that we've worked at reducing over 55 years now, and we need to keep reducing. But those occupational diseases too. So places that we work, they should not injure us on the job or later in life. And we're very honored to continue to work with the Department of Labor and others here to try and find those resolution, to create that opportunity so that these solemn moments that we take right now are ones that are fewer and with deeper meaning. So again, as an advocate for workers, we look forward to working with this administration, future administrations in Congress to making things better so that when you guys come to the Hill or when you come to DC, it's a reflection on how our lives, future generations won't go through the same thing that you guys have had to go through today. So again, I really appreciate this. It's an honor to be able to be here with you all today. And I hope and look forward to trying to take this solemn moment and turn it into the action so that we all know that the communities around us do not feel the same sadness. So thank you again.
We were a team. We thought alike. We were always together, except for when we were at work. Did our vacations every year for our anniversary. He loved to dance. Everywhere he was at, he's dancing. Kitchen, bedroom, wakes up in the morning, starts dancing. And he has so much energy, so much life. He would help anybody that needed help. It didn't matter. I mean, he would come home and get a pair of shoes and take it to a homeless person that's walking barefoot. That's him. I have trouble leaving my house because sometimes I feel like if I leave the house, I'm going to miss it when he comes home. And that's what I'm fighting with right now, is to accept it's not going to ever happen. It was careless job. It should have never happened. And I pray no family ever has to feel this. He would go and teach the younger generation. He would get down in, unfortunately, that's how he passed. He would get down in the trenches. He didn't care if he got dirty. He'd be down there teaching these guys these jobs to make sure he did them right. So besides being the heavy equipment operator, he did everything. He didn't like it when they'd have the ocean meetings. And the younger people would sit there, play, and thought they were funny. And my husband was upset. And he said, hey, y'all need to shut up, listen to this. This is important stuff. His main thing was following the rules and doing what was right.
Angel, I mean, it's in his name. He's been the angel to my family. He's the type of person where with friends, he loves to cook. So he was the cook whenever we had our outings. He loved to please people in that sense by feeding them. They say a lot about people that food is their love language. And I feel like that was one of the things that, that's how Lewis talked to people that he cared about. He cooked for you and he showed you love in that sense. My mom and my sister and my grandmother, they relied on my stepdad for a lot. All three of them unfortunately don't drive, due to different situations. So he was their provider in that sense where he, doctor's appointments and, just being able to go out and eat ice cream, something as simple as that, or going to see some friends. In Tampa, there's a specific Cuban sandwich place. Like it's a staple in Tampa. He knew that me and my wife loved these sandwiches, so he went out of his way to get those sandwiches. Little things like that where, you cherish those moments because we didn't expect the following day to happen, right? So it was more like, okay, we'll see you later. Thank you for the sandwiches. We'll touch base. And then everything happened.
Jim was my husband, is my husband.
We were married for, this year would have been 30 years. He was a great guy. He loved his family with everything he had. We had just adopted 2 children, and he said, I want to raise them. I want to be there for Jaden as he grows. I want to be the coach that he needs for baseball. And he said, I want to do this. He was the person I called when I had a problem. He was a person I called when something good happened. When I had problems with the kids, I called him. When the kids did something good, I called him. He did a lot of woodwork on the side, and people, if they wanted something made, a cabinet, or one time my son wanted a canned good holder because he had a lot of canned goods, and my husband made him one of those. And my daughter wanted a Christmas tree holder, and so he made her that. So he was always in the garage tinkering, making stuff for the kids and for me. What I miss the most, which is really silly, is when we went somewhere, we held hands. He always held my hand. And that's what I miss the most out of anything.
The accident happened at 8:10 in the morning. The report said he was pronounced dead at 8:59. I sent him his prayer at 8:58. So he never did get a chance to read it, but he got the prayer. After I sent it, he was pronounced dead. And he'd always tell me, the worst way to die is to be buried alive. He passed away in the trench, but it is the equipment that took his life. He wasn't buried alive.
He worked in plumbing, so and it was industrial plumbing. So a lot of the stuff that he did was, working with hospitals and jail facilities. Based off of what I saw, I believe that he wasn't secure on site. He was high up to the point where whatever he was doing, he ended up hitting himself this way and then ricocheted and landed this way. And then that's where the damage was. He was in the hospital for well over a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, before we decided to make the decision to essentially let him tell us if he wants to fight through this. So we made the agreement that if we pull him off the tube and if his body tells us that, hey, I'm fighting, then that was essentially his way of telling us, hey, ride this with me. But if his body doesn't, then that's his way of telling us, it's time. So, and as you know, unfortunately, it was time for him to go, live a better life.
They were disassembling a breaker. It was an old breaker, and they were just getting rid of it. They were going to take it off the property. The people said that there was no gas on the machine, so they all went in. One at a time, they went in, and the meters read 0, which meant there was no gas. Jimmy had asked one of the workers, or one of the owners, so to speak, do you have a book on this particular machine? And they say he asked for that book about 4 times, but nobody ever got that book for him. So one of my grandsons, around the edge of the breaker was silicone. It was held together by 10 bolts and then silicone. So they took all the bolts off except one, and then my grandson was getting the silicone off from around it. And then he hit it. My grandson hit it with a hammer, trying to get it to loosen up. And my husband was always very impatient. So he said, let me do it. You move and let me do it. So he got the last of the silicone. He hit it again, and it exploded. And it was like the lid was like a manhole cover on the road. It was real big, and it hit him and threw him back, pretty far back, and it was bad. We had to give them tattoos that were on his body to be able to identify him.
Workers' Memorial is a front line in keeping everybody safe in their workplaces, making sure they come home. by telling our stories and being comfort for each other. I'm around people that know how I feel. And that I can be there to comfort others. The first year was hard for me. I got the comfort from everybody else. But years to come, I can be that comfort for everybody else that goes through this. I wish there wouldn't have to be a workers' memorial. But unfortunately, there is.
I felt like you guys have built a community of just tranquility and guidance and just good people. We need people just to listen. You don't need to do anything. You just need to be there. You just need to listen.
To get together with other people who really understand what you're going through and to be able to talk about them. It's, not a lot of people understand. Even, when you talk about them, they understand that you lost your husband, but they don't really understand. But the people there, they do.
We're not going to let him be forgotten.
I love you. I miss you.
Those were just 3 stories of many families across the United States that are affected by a workplace incident. And I thank those that joined us and created this memory and shared with us and allowed us to hear your story, your loved one's story. So thank you very much. I am truly privileged and honored to introduce our singer, our soloist today. Please help me in welcoming Denisha Braxton as she sings River of Time.
A flood of tears, just thinking about those happy years, like all the good times that are no more. My love is gone forevermore. Silence so deep, only my soul can hear. Says now the past is what I fear. The future isn't what it used to be. Only today is all that's promised me. Flow on, river of time, wash away the pain and heal my mind. Flow on, river of time, carry me away and leave it all far behind. Flow on, river of time. We're all driven by the wind. wash away the pain and heal my mind. Flow on, river of time, carry me away and leave it all behind. Flow on, river of time, carry me away and heal my mind. Flow on, river of time, carry me away and heal my mind. Flow on, river of time, flow on. Carry me away and heal my mind. Flow on, river of time.
Thank you very much, Denisha. Each day, I am privileged to research and send condolence letters to families across the nation that have lost someone special due to a work-related incident. Before I reach out to the family members, I read your loved ones' stories because they are of great importance and mattered. I will be the first to admit that not every fallen worker story is easy to find. But one day I was searching for the stories of 4 young workers that I was determined to find. All of their stories, because each of their story was very important. And it is the stories of Lindsay Grace Phillips, 23, Landon Borland, 24, David Gonzalez, 22, and Elizabeth Tiralongo, better known as Lizzie, 22. We are honored to have the families of David Gonzalez and Lizzie Tiralongo join us today to share their children's stories. Please join me with a supporting welcome to Octavio and Ana Gonzalez and Sebastian and Maria Tiralongo.
Can you hear me? Before I start, I wanted to pause for a few seconds and take a look at you. Thank you. We sat last year where you at and wanted to experience what it is to be amongst so many people. It's overwhelming. There shouldn't be that many. There should be none. So thank you for allowing me to see your face. Good afternoon. We're the parents of Elizabeth, Lizzie, thank you, Marie Tiralongo. And we're here to honor her memory, celebrate her life, and pay respect. I've heard many stories, sir. This morning, It was moving, man. I want to pay respect to all the workers who have fallen work, no matter the reasons, no matter the circumstances. Each and every one of the fallen workers deserve our deepest respect. And we're here to pay that respect and honor. Our deepest condolences and profound respect to each and every one of you who are here today under similar circumstances. I think we're united, we became families in grief. Our sympathies for each and every one of you that same as us learn that a loved one result injured or deceased at work. Our hearts are broken. An unbearable void, it's always present. As we're left behind, not understanding the reasons why we had to experience this inconsolable pain. Lizzie is our daughter. Elizabeth Marie Tiralongo. She was born in Florida Monday morning, June 13. The year was 2000. Since that day, we knew she will bring joy, happiness, and provide many lessons to Maria and I. Later to Valerie, who cannot be here today, her sister. God allowed us to enjoy and learn from her during some very, very brief 22 years. She was 22 when she passed. Elizabeth, Lizzie, as she loved to be called, was a young girl who had turned into a wonderful woman. She would always fight for a just cause, would defend anyone from injustice, and would stand in front of anyone, no matter how big, to shout her voice and opinion when presented with an unfair situation. That's how she was. How brave she was, how brave she remains in our hearts. At the same time, she was compassionate, a sweet and loving daughter, sister, and unconditional friend. When she left us, only a few months had passed since she graduated from Florida, University of Central Florida. She was a talented artist, a creator, a dreamer, a wonderful daughter. It's been almost 3 years since that December 1st. Almost 3 years since that call. It was 7:30 p.m. at night, and it marked a time. A call that forever marked our lives. A call that no parent, brother, sister, daughter, or son should ever receive. I panicked when I got that call. I didn't know what to do. Just went in shock. A call that brought the news that our loved had been severely injured at work. She survived. That call shattered our lives and our hearts. Who could ever imagine that someone you love could be injured at work to later pass because of the serious injuries she received in a tragedy that could have been prevented? It could have been prevented. So we all fail. We need to help. And we offer our help if we can assist in preventing other families to carrying this pain. We're very fortunate to live in a country so technologically advanced that it's almost inconceivable to imagine that someone could still be injured at work. Yet that happened, as it did to Lizzie and 3 other younger kids. Lindsay, their pictures are here, David, and Landon. David and Lizzie had been best friends since middle school. A 5th victim survived and continues to fight every single day, trying to carry a normal life while struggling to erase from her memories that very sad day. A day when everything suddenly changed. Please join us in paying respect for them as well. 4 died, 1 is alive and struggling. As I have previously mentioned, our daughter was a fighter and always stood against injustice. That is the reason why today we wanted to share with all of you a little of who she was and remember her noble essence as a leading light to help prevent this from happening again. There's a lot of lessons learned in that incident. We continue seeking justice. We need justice against whomever was responsible for this nonsense and preventable incident. We want change for the better. May God help us all so justice can prevail. We, the affected parents and families, rely on OSHA, the Department of Labor, and our legislation to continue carrying the mission of ensuring safe work environments, to safeguard that all angles are covered, to guarantee no corners are cut, and safety remains a main priority. That safety measures are always obeyed, that no risk should be considered as acceptable. As we rely on their mission, we also thank OSHA and the Department of Labor for allowing us to be here to pay tribute, remember, and honor the lives of all the fallen workers. Lizzie, Lindsay, David, and Landon in our case. It is very painful to go on, to continue existing, to crack a smile, and not feel sad. Every time I smile, I feel sad. It gives me remorse. Why am I laughing? My daughter's gone. And it's painful to exist like that. I don't understand why. I will carry on. One day I will understand it. To celebrate birthdays and holidays without feeling somber, it is very hard. To carry a normal life, extremely hard. We're left behind with no choice but the need to honor their lives and seek justice. That brings the necessary changes. We need changes. And help prevent other families from experiencing a suffering like ours. Lizzie, David, Lindsay, and Landon, they passed because an incident in a warehouse where fireworks had been stored. The details are still being investigated. OSHA has done a great job in helping in that investigation. But we're left with something that everybody experiences with joy. Every time there's fireworks, you all be looking up. That's what we do when fireworks go up. We look up and smile. We look down. I talk.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.